walk so fast.
Oh. My little lady, I don't, I make it. No, I was, oh yeah, with my brother. It's so long way
I'm hoping you're still on with the background.
Yep, that was me. You're awesome. Thank you.
Good morning. We will be calling the third day of Tribal Assembly to order in 5 minutes.
Who could do a song, but I'm not sure who.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the third day of Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Tribal Assembly. We call this meeting to order at 8 a.m. I would please like to ask Nathan Lopez to come and provide the opening prayer. Nathan, thank you so much for the beautiful music and the special tone that you have set in a good way for us this morning. Nathan Lopez.
All right, let's pray this morning. Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us to this final day of our tribal assembly. With hearts both heavy and hopeful, we pause to acknowledge your presence and your faithfulness through these past days. You have walked with us through unity and through tension, through celebration and through burden, and we are grateful. On this Good Friday, Jesus, we remember your cross and we're humbled by your sacrifice, comforted knowing you understand our suffering, and filled with hope because you are alive. The story didn't end in the grave. You rose again, and through you we have life and restoration. Lord, many among us has carried silent burdens, grief, fear, illness, and division. You see it all. We ask now for your healing to flow, body, mind, and spirit. Where our hearts have been wounded or trust strained, bring comfort and reconciliation. Teach us to disagree without dishonor, to lead with both courage and compassion, and to love as you love. We stand on the legacy of our ancestors, looking forward with a sacred responsibility to the generations yet to come. May every decision made today honor them, serve our people, and reflect your wisdom and peace. Let our conversations be marked by grace, our actions by integrity, and our outcomes by unity. Bless every elder, every youth, every leader in this room. Lead us and guide us, Holy Spirit, with clarity, humility, and strength to finish well. We place this final day into your hands. Be glorified in it all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Gunakchish, Nathan. We very much appreciate that. Central Council Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, President Emeritus Edward K. Thomas, President Richard Peterson, Executive Council Ms. Pata, Mr. Cook, Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Mickelin, and Mr. Kadek. Emerging leaders, Tribal Hostess Ms. Helgeson, Tribal Host Mr. Shotridge, ANS Grand President Ms. Churchill, AMB Grand President Mr. Sobolov, national, state, local leaders, delegates, guests, in person and virtually, elders, veterans, Mom, Harriet, Valil, Mom, children, and all that are present today. Welcome this morning to our third day of Tribal Assembly. I would like to please ask that we have our Tlingit word of the day. If Mr. Holt, Michael Holt, could come forward, please. And Michelle Martin. Michael, do you have a word for us this morning?
No. Sheesh, it's good to see all you guys this morning. When they asked me to come up here and decide a word for the day, I almost wanted to just say kahwe because we all need some coffee this morning to get us rolling. But I thought I should probably choose something a little more substantive. And the first one that really came to my mind, and I'll say the word first. It's one I'm sure a lot of folks are familiar with. It's two parts. The first part is just ha, and then shagun, ha, shagun. Um, and it's a phrase that is, to me, very central to who we are as a people. In some respects, it can refer simply to our ancestors, but to me, it's really that thread that kind of combines not just our ancestors, but our descendants, our lands, our stories, all of these things that kind of make us who we are. And so, for a day where we're going to be talking about some really tough topics, I felt that was a pretty good word for us to kind of think about as we make these decisions. And so it is Ha Shagun. Gulchish.
Thank you so much for that word of the day, the Tlingit word of the day, Michael. If we could please have Joe Yates come forward for a Haida word of the day. Joe?
Before I give the word of the day, as you know, I'm the guy with the camera. So if I can get everybody to wave. Wait, can everybody squeeze in just a little bit? Honorable people, it is an absolute pleasure to be here. Watsasdiye Hinidikiang, Joe Yates, Hinidikiang. My name is Watsasdiye. My English name is Joe Yates. I'm also known as the guy who stood by Hune at the Emmys. So I'm going to go a little old school on you and tell the word of the day through a story. Wasaguyu, a very long time ago, there was a great forest fire, and all the animals fled out of the forest. All the deer, the beaver, the bears, all besides one, little Duktaktia. She went to and from the stream, dropping one bead at a time. All the animals watched Duktaktia as she went to and from the stream. Han, Black Bear, asked Duktaktia, the little hummingbird, "What are you doing?" Without stopping, Duktaktia said, "I'm doing all that I can." Some of you may feel like Duktaktia. You may feel small, unheard, or unseen, but all of you were chosen to be here. We all see you. We all hear you. So as you leave back to your communities, please remember that you are heard, you are seen, and that you matter. So the word today is Duktaktia. Duktaktia. Be Duktaktia. Be brave, strong, and keep doing the right thing, even if you think others don't see you. Hawa.
Nunakshish, and if we could have Miss Martin step forward, please, for a Tlingit song. Sanuga. And of course, for balance, we have our Haida songstress that will also add balance. Ladies.
Sanuga Hinudi Kiang. My given name is Gianna Willard. My Haida name is Sanuga. The song I'm about to sing is meant to cleanse the air around us, the ground beneath us, and to bring us into one mind. After that, I'm just going to sing one verse of the Calling of the Ancestors song so we can pull our ancestors into the room and build on their strength. I will be singing from the other side of the stage where the microphone is not. Yeah, Hollywood. Yelling at yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Young Athena Blue Aslan. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Young Athena Blue Aslan. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, you wait. Thinking of you alone. Yeah, you wait. Thinking of hey, yeah, hey, yo, oh, hey, yo, oh. Yeah, hey. How loud?
Tish, Kaitu Ayukat Dosak, Yeknahat Tea, Dayton, Ayukat. I'm going to balance the Haida with the Tlingit song. She's Sanuga, a new sister who brought our ancestors here with us. And I'm going to call up Huna people or anyone who knows this song because I need help with this song. Showgo Khan is the song we're going to sing. It's a Duck Dainton song, and George Bennett is the caretaker of this song. And now that the ancestors are here, we're going to liven them up and liven us up and dance and sing. So please join me in this song, Goodness Chish. So any Huna, Duck Daintons, please come up here. We're always thinking of balance, and there's the perfect set way to balance Tlingit and Haida. And I'm going to balance myself with Duck Dainton. Ach ish has chukanedi. Achliku has chukan shah. goodness, sheesh, I know there's chickenities here, and that's who I look to, my opposites to balance, goodness, sheesh.
If we can bring Michelle over. I've just been informed that it is her birthday. So the chair has made a chair decision. Michelle? Hi. All right. So where are you born?
What's that?
Where were you born?
Manashkam.
At Edgecombe Hospital, Sheepka. All right, so let's sing happy birthday to her, everybody. And Lulu, could you lead the way, please, in Tlingit? And Michael can assist her. Adu Sahi.
I know a good one that Miss Kitty and them, do you want to do the new one? All right, let's do see who, go, Mike, go.
Okay. Don't be shy. They're waiting. Is there anybody else's birthday today? Since we definitely want to stay on the agenda. Anyone else's birthday today? Okay, the floor is yours.
Paulette,
Yes.
it's my daughter's 7th birthday today.
The chair recognizes you. If you could just come forward and turn the picture this way. And so if we could sing one birthday song for everyone, and then we will get back to our business of the day. Thank you.
I don't know how to sing it in Haida though.
I don't either.
Ready, Eva? Siguriyagi, 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 Siguriyagi.
Yeah. Ganesh Chish, everyone. This is the best birthday present, and to be here with you, Ganesh Chish.
Thank you. Well, I did ask Michael what Endisha means. Some people say that at the end of a birthday song, and he said it means getting old. Okay, so we will continue, please, with our business at hand, and happy birthday. At this time, I would like to say that the next thing on the agenda is the minutes of our April 17th, 2025 day. The chair would entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
Tasha
Please.
Hodge, Anchorage, moved to accept the minutes for yesterday.
Thank you, Delegate Hotch. Is there a second? And if you could address the chair, please. Joe Williams, if you could please state your name and community. Thank you. There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Hodge.
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage, under discussion, just wanting some clarification for the minutes approved for 4/16. I thought that the motion was that it was approved as amended because there were some changes to the motion that was made on the first day from what was, the motion that was made was not properly dictated in the minutes. And so we did correct that. And then I also wanted to clarify when we had a caucus that the chair approved for it to be until 3:30 on the mic. And there was later an announcement that it would go a little bit longer. But I just want to clarify if 3:30 is the appropriate thing for our minutes, despite the later update that it would be extended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. So we will look into that. At hand right now is the minutes of Thursday, April 17th. That is a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion for the minutes of April 17th? Mr. Williams has called for question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries for the minutes of the 17th. The minutes of the 16th, if we could please have an answer brought to the podium in regards to the time, we will go back to the minutes of the 16th. Thank you for bringing that up, Delegate Hodge. So at this time, I would like to have Ms. Edwards come forward, Delegate Edwards, and she will give us our audit report. Thank you.
Good morning, Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate. I just want to take a minute though. Hi, Mom. So the audit report, let's see if we can get it right for you guys today. We met on Tuesday with the auditor We had two findings that had to do with the CIFA and the changeover of the payroll system. Those things have been corrected. You all had the audit reports. Hopefully you had a chance to read them. So I move that we accept the audit report. Second. I have to take the vote.
Thank you so much, Ms. Edwards. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor right now. There has been a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Thank you so much. Could you rise, please, and restate your name and community? Thank you, Jessica. Has called for question. Thank you. The question has been called. All those in favor, please say yay. Any nays? Abstention? Carries. Thank you so much. And I have clarified with Tasha that the minutes should reflect 3:45 from yesterday. Thank you. Thank you, Tasha. At this time, I would like to move on to Mr. Jack for the adoption of the budget.
Good morning. Anybody out there? Good morning. There we go. I'd like to thank the Haida lady for the wonderful music and my aunties from Huna for the balance. Very, very good. Good sheesh. You see this gentleman standing behind me. As I explained the other day, I asked one of my nephews to do my introduction, and he just kind of laughed it off. The other nephew, I think, avoided me. I couldn't catch up with him. So this fine young man came to me yesterday and said, I'll be your nephew. I'll introduce you. So we didn't have much time to get a real introduction, but he's going to give it a good shot. Eric.
It's my distinct honor to introduce James Jack Sr., Juneau delegate, really good man and the funniest guy in town.
He's going to be my nephew for the rest of my life. Yeah, he's right. So, you have had the opportunity the last couple of days to review the 2025 proposed budget amendments and the 2026 proposed budgets. What is the wish of the delegation?
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Tasha Hodge, Inker,
The chair
second.
recognizes Tasha.
Second, and then discussion.
Is this a second, Tasha?
Yeah, second.
Your name and community, please.
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage, second.
Thank you. There is a motion with first and second. Now under discussion, Ms. Hodge.
Thank you. Tasha Hodge, Anchorage, under discussion. In looking at the budget as amended for 2025, I am curious why the compliance line doubled. So it was, I think, 300,000 and there was an additional 330. And I'm sure it has to do with like enrollment or something, but I would like some clarification on why from the proposed budget, it more than doubled. And then for our 2026 proposed, and looking at our balance sheet and our cash flows, and it was highlighted when we got the presentation that a lot of that money is coming from grants. And we have our reimbursement for our leases for our tribal offices, which makes up almost $70 million of our budget. And budgets typically help us to know what the tribe is prioritizing. And I know that the budget presented is only $20 million of that, but it's not broken out by where the funding comes from. And I think if we're anticipating not getting those federal funds, including the reimbursement for the leases, our budget should reflect our priorities. If those things don't come through, what will continue to be funded? So my question to that is, how is that reflected in the budget? Because it's not immediately apparent to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Hodge. Mr. Jack?
Thank you for your questions. I'll call on our CFO to give you a explanation.
The chair recognizes your CFO.
Good morning, through the chair. Great question. The budget that is historically proposed at Tribal Assembly is our budget for the funds which come through indirect through the grants. Your question regarding the federal funds and the grants and uncertainty, the executive team, the finance team, all of our program folks are on the wire every single day watching for any changes, and we adjust as we see situations arise, such as the LFPA funds that were canceled earlier in the year. We made adjustments immediately, and luckily we had not expended any of those funds yet. And to answer the question on program compliance, the reason for the significant growth there has to do with the growth in enrollment. And that department previously, that growth was absorbed through ARPA funding in prior years. And so we've shifted most of that over to the indirect as well as some compact funding. And then to answer your question about the total budget, again, we're just presenting the indirect budget. We do have separate budgets for the grants, which are built up through the grants and the programs. And then we have our compact funding, and then what else? Our enterprise funds as well. So yes, you're right. In total, the total amount of funds flowing through the tribe is much more than 20 million. This is just to capture the general administration. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much. Are there any other further questions? Are there any other further questions? Hearing no further questions, Mr. Jack. The chair would like to have the delegation call for the question, consider a call for the question. The chair recognizes Keenan Sanderson from Ketchikan. Thank you. Thank you, Keenan. Question has been called. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? One abstention noted, please, from Delegate Hodge. Thank you so much. Motion carries. At this time,
I just want to apologize to my nephews. I didn't mean anything. It was just a moment of fun so we could bring the monotony. My nephew Chris and my nephew Albert, I forgive you guys. Gonna choose.
thank you so much, Mr. Jack. And if we could have his nephew brought some tissue, Jason, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. So at this time, It is 8:35 on our agenda, and it is with distinct honor that I introduce to us somebody that is very well known and very much loved, the president of Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, Richard Peterson. Richard, the chair is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I always feel a little pressure to tell a joke. I didn't have any, but I did want to make an observation. He was going to hand you a 50 for that, Eric, but he only gave you 20 because you didn't say he was the most handsome. Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Wilson from Huna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amelia Wilson, HUNA. I would like to make a motion to move to adopt option 4 with the following amendments. First, to increase the minimum allocation of delegates in Rule 3.1A to 3 to raise the minimum number of delegates within the territory. And second, to decrease the maximum allocation of delegates in Rule 3.1B to 3 to lower the maximum number of delegates elected outside of the territory.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Dalton from Huna. Under discussion.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Chair, Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. We left yesterday in committee of the whole and have not yet discharged and accepted the Constitution Committee's report as part of today's General Assembly.
I'm sorry, Clinton, do you have a comment? Can you step to the mic, please?
Clinton Cook Craig. Yesterday as session chair, I did announce that the Constitution Committee has read the amendments and the committee as a whole accepted them and finished comments, and we recessed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, let the minutes reflect from our most recent minutes that those are not recorded in our minutes.
The report was given. Is there a motion to accept the report?
I will make that motion, Mr. Chair.
It's been made. Is there?
I would like to make the motion.
Excuse me. I just
okay.
recognize that you did. I'm gonna say I'm here to chair today to bring decorum on all sides, and I'm going to protect all delegates. But I am going to ask that we respectfully listen to each other and make sure that, I'm here to make these decisions as chair. And I've watched all this go on. I want to be very mindful of how we conduct ourselves.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a formal motion for accepting that. So my motion is I move to accept the Constitution Committee's report conditioning that the presiding rules of Robert's Rules of Order and standing rules of order are maintained. This includes retaining the ability for any delegates to conduct all main motions, subsidiary motions, incidental motions, and renewal motions. Furthermore, delegates may propose and debate any constitutional amendments in any order, including those not contained in the committee's report.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to my motion.
Andrew?
Mr. Chair, with the conclusion of the committee of the whole, I have some concerns, and the reason why I've introduced this motion is there was some discussion of the inability to make amendments to amendments and other appropriate actions that are governed under our standing rules of order and Robert's Rules of Order. I want to ensure that the body that we are following our governing documents associated with the debate that we'll have today, and also that we don't necessarily have to follow as the previous individual in front of me, the number and the sequential look of going through each proposal. Obviously, somebody has come forward and wanted to make a motion on proposal 4. The chair previously said that we would subsequently go through each of one of those motions. And so this protects the delegation.
Thank you. You are correct.
So this is my speaking to the motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, there's been a point of order called. There was a motion. It's still in order, so I'm going to go back to the first motion.
Mr. Chair, I think you need to rule that one out of order based off of.
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
So back to the main motion. So
I have a
Donovan,
point of
is your
order.
comment on the motion
It
before
is
us?
on the motion
Thank
for
you.
this.
Recognize Donovan.
All right, Donovan Hand, San Francisco. So section 57, subsection 12, Robert's Rules of Order. It is about amending proposed amendments to the bylaws. So it says the same principle applies to an amendment in the nature of a substitute for sections or articles short of a revision. As already indicated above, the proposed substitute is open to amendments that diminish the amount of change, but not to amendments that increase it or introduce new change. So they propose to increase the minimum level of delegates from 2 to 3. And that's not something that was proposed in the original number 4 proposal. And I believe that's out of order.
There is an amendment and made in the motion to that.
Yes, and it's not proper to be made in that motion.
Let me check. Give me one moment. Thank you. So the issue is that a main motion has to be made with the amendment to follow. So the maker of the motion, can you come back up to the microphone, please? So I'm going to rule that the motion is out of order and a main motion would have to be made, and then an amendment would have to be made with your changes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did make the motion to move to adopt option 4.
Yes.
And then I included the amendment, so I will.
So there is a motion to approve option 4. There was a second. Okay, under discussion, you're making your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to amend option 4. First, to increase the minimum allocation of delegates in Rule 3(1)A to 3, to raise the minimum number of delegates within the territory. And second, to decrease the maximum allocation of delegates in Rule 3(1)B to 3, to lower the maximum number of delegates elected outside of the territory.
Is there a second to the amendment? There's a second by Veronica Dalton Ahuna. Okay, so now we have a main motion and an amendment to the main motion.
Thank you.
Donovan Hand,
Donovan,
San Francisco, point of order.
what's your point of order?
So, as I said before, the proposed substitute is open to amendments that diminish the amount of change, but not to amendments that increase it or introduce new changes. There was no change to the minimum number of delegates allocated to Southeast territories. And this is a new change, and it should not be allowed as an amendment to the proposed amendment of the Constitution.
Okay. So my understanding is that the motion would be out of order because the body can increase or decrease, but cannot increase. And that's your what you're objecting, your point of order.
It is because you cannot change something that was not proposed to be changed in the proposal.
Okay.
And changing the minimum number of delegates for Southeast territories was not proposed in the original proposal.
So the amendment would be out of order because of the increase but you can make the decrease. Okay. So I will rule that amendment out of order. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to then have consideration to the amendment to include a decrease for the maximum allocation of delegates in Rule 3(1)B to 3 to lower the maximum number of delegates elected outside of the territory.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Veronica.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
Mr. Chairman. Hey, there we go. I got it working. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak before we completely kick off here. Mr. Chairman, I come here very conflicted. I joined in the meetings of the Southeast Caucus, and I'm told I need to vote to this proposal. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say right now, I cannot vote on something I do not think is fair. If we are seeking balance and fairness and inclusion in our document, it makes me begin to wonder whether more serious thought needs to be put towards a Senate-style representation. If a community gets 3, then all communities get 3. Craig receives 3, Anchorage receives 3, Seattle receives 3, Juneau receives 3. But Mr. Chairman, I'm not coming here right now with an amendment. This is something serious. There are questions with proposing a Senate style. For Juneau, our community council members are based on the number of delegates. There are a lot of things that would need to be hashed out. The Constitutional Committee did a good job. They started this conversation, and it's something we do need to think about. We are unique, as we talked about yesterday, among tribal nations. I think we need a very unique solution here. I think we need a Senate-style system to bring inclusion, but fairly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
I love this area, Southeast Alaska. It's my home. I'm not going to go anywhere else. But for some folks, there are circumstances that take them out of this region. I know this will not degrade the services that those outside the region will receive. But Mr. President, how we're going about this just is not fair. When we even think about the proposal in front of us, we think about the allocation per citizen, right? 275 per delegate. Well, when we consider what's being proposed right now, how much does citizen count towards apportionment? There's only a few communities where the apportionment based on citizen population would even affect them, a handful, compared to Juneau now only being capped to 25, Seattle being capped to 25, and the motion that was ruled out of order to increase village representation to 3. It really makes me think we should consider another alternative, and that either it be the same constitutional committee or a new one. I thank you for recognizing me. I wanted to say this before we embark on this because I had a hard time sleeping on this decision, Mr. Chair. I think there are other options. I beg the assembly to consider that there are other options. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Micklin?
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes.
So the Robert's Rules of Order section alluded to begins at 5710. So I think we have a misreading of the Robert's Rules. The Robert's Rules in 5710 provide that an amendment to a body's bylaws is subject to a subsidiary motion as an amendment. In 5711, it goes on to place restrictions on that amendment if the majority of the body is not present. And 5712 then goes on to allude to, it applies to the nature of a substitute for the amendment where an entire provision is replaced by another. So Robert's Rules does allow, meaning it is in order for the main motion to include an amendment as a subsidiary motion, amendment to the main motion, so the original motion is in order.
You folks are going to make me get my steps today, aren't you? Okay, give me one moment. Our parliamentarian concurs with Mr. Micklin. So I reverse my former. So we will have the amendment as originally proposed.
Point of order, you already ruled on
And I'm reversing my ruling
I believe
because I
that
was
takes an
misinformed.
appeal, and then the body would have to vote on it.
Okay. Is there all those in the favor of the point of order, which would decline the amendment, say aye? I'm wondering, yeah.
Francis Andrews, Anchorage, can you please restate what you just shared with us?
You just repeated what he just said. But I recognized him. Jeez. So Donovan's appeal, if you support the appeal, say aye.
Aye.
If you
Aye.
oppose it, say nay. The nays have it.
Is it possible to ask for a roll call vote on that, please?
We've already voted. I'm not going to keep going back. A lot of people do that, but you don't, so no. So the main motion stands with the amendments originally provided by Ms. Wilson.
Point of order. Mr.
Your
Chair,
point?
Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. the body can make in a question of division to ask for a roll call vote. That is a proper request of the body to get the actual vote tally of, because I heard division. And so I think it is completely appropriate in Robert's rules to be able to ask for a divided body to get a roll call vote.
Mr. Hope?
Yeah, the chair ruled, and in your opinion, you're not required. If a division is called for, that's fine, but that's not something that you're required to do. You made a ruling, and in your view, and from what you've seen, that's your decisions. I do want to, once we go through this, would like to call for a caucus as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me ask you all, we'll settle the vote issue, but I think a caucus probably isn't necessary. So if there's a call for that, we'll do that. Fran?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just to speak to my request for a roll call vote, and the comments that our chair, you, Mr. Chair, have the, and I'm learning, power to rule on the requests that are made at this microphone. I would just offer that today is a full day of a lot of things to get done. And while some of us might not be in the majority, I would offer that a roll call vote, while it might take time, is a reasonable request that should be at least considered through the chair by everybody here in this room. We have a big decision to make today, and I think for the future of our people and for those that are watching the actions that we're taking today, I think it's absolutely critical that every single citizen, that every one of us represent in this room know our intentions and the actions that we plan to take today to make adjustments to our Constitution. So again, I would offer, while it takes a significant amount of time, I find absolute value in allowing for that request to move through. I think we had seen through our parliamentarian with a head nod that it was proper. And while I appreciate our other delegates in the room that would offer your ruling stand, I would just ask you to reconsider and have a roll call vote. Ganesh, thank you.
I do greatly appreciate your comments, Fran. I am gonna confer with the parliamentarian, because head nods, we can all bob our heads, but I'm gonna confer. I'm gonna confer. So the parliamentarian did share that I was correct, that I can absolutely make that call. And I want to be careful moving forward today. I'm not trying to silence a voice. I'm trying to keep us in an orderly fashion and a respectful fashion. And in my own exuberance, I don't want to silence folks. I also don't want to have over back and forth. Everybody should have a right. But so I'm going to say that I do stand by my ruling. So, and I'm going to ask then if there's a request, there was a request for a caucus. If there's no objection, we will take 20 minutes to caucus, come back at 9:20. If folks want to, they can step to the microphone and announce caucus areas. There's a reminder that there are delegates online. So you need to announce where your caucus so that they can have the ability to join their proper caucus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jerry Hope Sitka. May we extend that to 30 minutes?
Yes, without objection.
Mr. Chair, the Southeast Caucus will move across the street.
Appreciate. Yeah, I just. The number of all here. It's that election changed. However, many our delegation is here. Our home delegation to add to our community council. So Anchorage should have 15 on its community.
Yeah. Huh? A little bit. But yeah, my brother has one on his hand. Oh, the long one. Yeah. You like bleach? Mm-mm. Line from Anchorage delegates asking for an Anchorage caucus. I look to our Anchorage folks here. We'd have to kind of add them, I think. I think we need to let them know they're all going to different offices. Yeah, you could bring your computer with them on and I think she's gonna help you. going to make comments to line up at the mic. I also want to give a reminder to our esteemed guests in the back. We ask you not to respond or to contribute to the discussions or things that you hear here. I'm speaking to our guests now. This is incredibly serious business, and I had several delegates come up to me and say, you know, that our guests were vocally contributing. Please refrain from doing that. Thank you. You're here to witness, and we appreciate your presence and attendance here with us, but just asking for that decorum. So thank you. Mr. Williams Saxman. Is that on?
Mr. Chairman, Joe Williams, delegate from Saxman. I'm wearing the A and B cap in Cogena to remind all of us where we come from. It's our parent organization. And also want to call upon Mr. Lopez, if he would come up, please, and pray at this time. I think it's time that we turn this truly over to our God and just ask for direction. And so with that in mind, if you would please.
Lord, during a time of great tension and great anxiety, God, we pray for your covering and your protection. God, every voice in this room matters. God, we pray during a time when there are many feelings that are swirling in this room, where many hearts are beating heavy. God, that you would come with protection. God, you would come with peace. God, and that you would be present during this time as we continue to speak, as we continue to share, as we're walking forward in our tribal assembly. God, and we know that you will be present, that you will be with us, each and every one of us in this room at every single table. And every word that's spoken, God, we pray that you would be here, you would be present. And we pray for your peace and protection. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Veronica?
Mr. Chair, Veronica Dalton, Huna. I'd like to call for the question, please.
Thank you. Question was called. However, there's obviously still people who wish to offer debate. And so then it would take a question to limit debate, which would take 2/3 vote. I would leave that to you folks, but I would hazard that probably would not pass. I think we would allow to continue discussion. Fran?
Sometimes I wish I was still an employee and not a delegate. I wasn't sure which order I'd do this in, and certainly was not ready for number 4 as early as I assume I proposed it yesterday. Francis Andrews, Anchorage, thank you. Today's a tricky day, and I'm up here to speak against the amendment that was presented under the main motion. I'm not sure if it's proper. I would hope that I'm doing things in the right order. My offer would be that we table the amendment to the motion and move back to the original motion.
It's been seconded. I'm just checking to make sure how, when that vote happens, with whether it's a majority or 2/3, I'm just clarifying. Thank you. Has been moved to table and seconded. So to table that, so all those in favor of tabling, Mr. Micklin. Oh. Watch those hips, Cecilia.
That was my fault, Sean. Just a parliamentary inquiry. So the effect of tabling an amendment is to takes the main motion with it. So what's allowable in the Constitutional Convention is to lay a motion on the table to a time certain, since these need to be dealt with today. And so it would be a question as to what time that would be, but just to note that in tabling the amendment, you're taking the main motion along with it.
Thank you for that clarity.
Point of order. Kevin Allen, Juneau, we are voting on the amendment to the motion. I understand we cannot table the main motion, but we are tabling the amendment to the main motion.
I thank you for your point of order, Mr. Allen. I actually concur with Mr. Micklin, and thank you for the reminder. So I rule against the point of order. So there is yes, I'm turning to Fran now. So there is a motion to table the amendment, which would in effect table the main motion. We need a time from you.
Ganesh, I'd like to table that until 4:30 p.m. today.
Okay. All right, thank you. So the motion's been made and seconded to table until 4:30 p.m. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nays have it. Cecilia?
So everything's still on the table
Yes,
as
ma'am.
was prior. Cecilia Tavalero, Seattle delegate. I wanted to speak against the motion, against the amendment. And my reason is, and I know I'm not the only one in this room that feels this way, is because I like it the way it is now. And that's what I would like to see happen today. That we have the same number of delegates. What is this about? Where did this come from? Whose mind was thinking this up? Because it's divisive. We have people from all up and down the West Coast who are from Alaska. And when we vote on things, we vote for the betterment of our people. So who can debate that? This is either, I heard it was not about money. What's left? Land, power. If it's about power, shame that this will, if this goes down in history, I heard an elder say this could be detrimental to our future if we go this way. So I'm speaking against this motion, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Edwards.
Catherine Edwards, Seattle
And
delegate.
I apologize. I've seen Andrew standing. Andrew, are you meaning to be in line or? Okay, thank you. Catherine, please go ahead.
Seattle delegate. Mr. Chairman, I speak against the motion. And the amendment. I have some questions here, but first I want to go into, we heard in the listening session that some of the reasons that we were going to do this is because we wanted to ensure stability, flexibility, and agility of our government going forward. And when I think about that, I think about how long our current executive council has sat in those seats, with Will and you and Rob being there about 20 years. And before you guys, President Thomas sat in that seat for 25 years. Jackie has been there a while. Clinton is surely to be there for as long as he desires. So I think that we've got stability. Even in this room, we heard that delegates have been here for hundreds of years. So I think that we've got the stability part down. I also then have to question, and while I sat on the EC, I know that this is going to be an odd question, but the agility and the flexibility, because when we're in the room as this body, we are the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. That's when we exist, when we're all in this room together. We then delegate that authority, and probably using the wrong word, Will, but to the Executive Council, who then makes decisions based on the policy we bring forth and grants and things going forward. The Executive Council makes those decisions. It's been my experience that you guys are pretty agile and handle those things right away. So I think that that argument is not a transparent argument, and it just, while it's plausible and compelling, it's probably not the reality of why we're doing this today. I'm just saying. So some of the things that I have further to ask, and bear with me, I am shaking because this is a momentous moment in our history. We've been 90 years in existence, and when we're dealing with the Constitution and we're changing it, it should be given a lot of time, thought, debate, whatever it takes to make these changes. And the other thing is, one of the questions that came up is, why are we, some of us are getting villainized, but why are we at the mic so much? One, I want to make sure that the things that I'm going to be voting on, I understand, because I am setting the course for the future. So that takes a lot. Plus, I have people who voted for me who are watching online. I have an obligation to them to stand here and voice for them and be in this room and to make sure that they are heard. So some of my questions or things for us to think about while we do this is we talk about these DEI initiatives. The amendment that we're making here at Tlingit and Haida, if you're living in a diverse location, and you means you're not deserving to be represented and to receive equitable representation. And is that what's being suggested by this body today? These changes that we're looking to make, they are for cost saving. I'm fine, just cost saving purposes and in our best interest. And this is going to offend some of you, but this is what Christopher Columbus said to the people when he discovered them, that this is going to be in your best interest. So we are questioning these things here today. Because if we live in different locations, we're not inviting all those voices to the table, and we're saying that only 3 of you can be sitting there. How can we be protected? If we do this, how can we be protected from the wrong kind of leader in the future? right? How are we ensuring that those voices don't get silenced forever? Have we explored any solutions that could strengthen participation and cohesion without diminishing anyone's representation? Why is exclusion being treated as the only path forward? In the proposal, driven by desire for better governance, or is it being driven by better governance or by fear of dissent and difference in perspective? Are we shrinking the table just because we don't like who's sitting at it? And I don't think, I am sure that my ancestors are proud of me because I am standing here and speaking against this motion and this amendment. I think there's a better path forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Catherine.
Christopher Mills, Anchorage delegate.
Go ahead, Christopher.
So earlier I came up and I wanted to, I just wanted to mention I was trying to ask for a point of clarification. Yesterday we spoke about going down sequential order, but to jump straight to 4, I didn't like that. And I'm here today to speak against option 4, which is to greatly reduce our representation from Anchorage, Seattle, San Francisco citizens. And I'm here to speak for my own tribal members that are in Anchorage, my son that lives in Washington that cannot be here to speak. I'm speaking for them. Now, a lot of us don't have options to live down here the way a lot of us are living down here. I'm a blue collar worker. I don't have that option to live here in Juneau and produce medical and dental benefits for my son. I chose that life, but I also, our next generation that's coming up, they're going to find out too, when they get to that point of their age, that maybe they're not going to like living down here, and they're going to want to live somewhere in Alaska where it's going to suit them for their life that they want to live. And, I moved from my own Southeast home out of Hoona because there is no work for me there, and it hurts to see my own hometown be so quick to move to option 4 instead of letting us go down the list like we should. I'm very upset about this, and I'm against option 4. I will be voting no on 4 and looking for an alternative that is more inclusive and considers our urban communities more fairly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Somebody lower that mic.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm turning my back on you. It's not on purpose and
Catherine, I would say.
Catherine Paddock from Seattle.
Thank you. And I understand it feels odd that the comments are pointed to me as chair when we're really speaking to the body. So I understand what you're doing.
I wanted to introduce myself because this will probably be my last assembly. Because of my age and because of the young people coming up, I won't get elected of the 3 because it's going to be a popularity contest, and often that means that it'll represent only one family in a village. I lived in Heidelberg. My mother delivered 3 children there as a nurse. I know Mr. Cook's grandmother very well. She fed me, and I brought her crystal vases. I was a cheerleader for this man here, Jerry Bennett, in high school at Sheldon Jackson, where I lived for 4 years. I lived in Haines for a summer, 3 summers. I lived in Angoon for a month because my father built the ferry terminal there. In fact, the Paddock family built almost all of the ferry terminals. They've since been rebuilt, but they did that in the beginning. They were a huge construction company. My father built K-High and three other gorgeous schools in Ketchikan, where I lived a lot of my life. I was in Craig quite often when we lived in Cloak because my auntie lived there, and we went and harvested eggs from her chickens. I wanted to let you all know that Elizabeth Paradovich is my father's sister. We're in her hall now, and we're going to make a decision to cut out some of us, to take us out at the knees, to introduce this bill first thing in the morning before our coffee is even finished. It's a fast one on us. It's a fast one. They're pulling a fast one. Whoever it is, wherever you're from, it's a fast one. Our people don't do that. We speak respectfully to each other. We love each other. We remember names. We remember the cows that were in Heidelberg that caused so much trouble. We remember, and we belong. My son lives in Philadelphia because he could not find a job adequately to support himself in Oakland, California. It was too expensive. I had to move to Seattle from San Francisco because it was too expensive. I left Alaska because of relocation. Relocation was a way to get us rid of us out of the service area. Once we're out of the service area, we are no longer a part of what the federal government considers responsible for. So I ask you this. We, in other parts of Alaska, Anchorage, or California, anybody who is outside of the service area, we do not take any money from you. Every decision we have made has been from the village that our entire delegation comes from. We consider ourselves to belong. Are the rest of you going to say, I don't belong? That I'm not Haida and Tlingit, that I'm not Elizabeth Paradovich's niece? Are you going to say that I no longer belong, that you don't want me around anymore? Please consider that and hear my voice when you cast your vote. And don't shout out louder so the no's sound louder than the yeses. We need to be counting all of us, not hearing voices and deciding. We need to be counting all of us. This amendment number 4 was skipped ahead of all of the others. Why? Why? We don't cost that much to have a convention. I would say the executive branch of this government costs us more than our delegation here. It does. It does. Our administration costs more than this small voice here. So if we're talking about money, that's moot. If we're talking about getting rid of people, that's not correct. If we're talking about being more flexible, well, we have an executive council that's very flexible already. 7 people make decisions for us. They're flexible. But when we are in session, we are the voice. And when we write those, now I'm missing a word, suggestions to the body, resolutions, Seattle is always ahead of everybody writing resolutions in favor of helping our people. Always, always, you will see more of them from Seattle. If you have a problem in your village and you want it addressed, write a resolution. Have us all look at it. Find out how to do it. Have your meetings in your town. Don't just get elected and come here and guess at whatever's happening. Know what's happening. And then I forget, I have another high school mate from Sheldon Jackson here, from the Angoon delegation. Please, let's not eliminate our cousins. I had 39 first cousins until we discovered that Elizabeth was a
Kathy,
paddock.
I'm going to ask you to speak to the.
Excuse me,
speak to the
I'm
motion.
not finished yet.
Kathy.
It'll be 1 minute. Excuse me. I'm an elder, I get to speak. When we discovered Elizabeth Paradovich was our auntie, we added 3 more to that. So I'm related to half of you in this room. Please, don't let your auntie get railroaded into a position of not having a voice. I do have a voice, and it is very loud, right? Jackie, my cousin? Thank you very much for your patience and for listening to me.
Thank you, Kathy. And I do want to say, with all respect, I'm not trying to be disrespectful in that. I just really want to make sure that we stay on target, which is part of Robert's rules. So thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. Mr. Chair, for the past 2 years of coming to Tribal Assembly in reference to this amendment and the changes that have occurred, have felt a very unwelcoming feeling that is of our cousins and our people, our brothers and sisters, mothers, aunties and uncles, of if you don't live in Southeast, you aren't welcome here. I look at this amendment before us and I ask myself, how is this how we conduct ourselves as a body? A body that is supposed to be a deliberative body, a body that I would enjoy and welcome debate to really understand the impetus of why we need to reduce the community, the number of delegates of communities outside of Southeast Alaska. And I look at this amendment and we're not allowed to caucus with each other. I'm not allowed to engage with folks who to understand how this amendment came forward. We did a lot of great work in the Constitution Committee, and I was expecting, even from our meeting yesterday, that we were going to be able to go in through a process that was outlined by the chair to go over these constitutional amendments. And so I'm so conflicted to see the political power grabbing going on, where I ask the question, of tribes in the lower 48 that signed treaties, of what it must have felt like to not be at the table and to not have a voice of how your tribe was going to be organized and picked apart. And that's how I feel right now. We represent a fair amount of tribal citizens down in the Seattle delegation. We have very important urban Indian issues that we always try to come up with a resolution and get support from our executive council and our tribal assembly to work on. And I really look at the unintended consequences of this proposal, this amendment, where I wonder how this affects the allocation of how our community councils are organized under the rules of election. I wonder how it will allow us to continue to function, to be a voice of our people down in Seattle. And it becomes so limiting in our ability to represent our people and to not have to engage us on this, to have a conversation. I really truly meant on the first day here, I would meet anybody to speak to what concerns you have based off of the representation. I had people 2 years ago come up after I went Amendment Orama on the cap that said, I want to work with you on a solution. Why can't we do that? Why haven't we done that? Why are we not upholding our tribal values to engage and respect each other in this process? And so before us is an amendment that is not even one of the 4 proposals that came out of the Constitution Committee. It's something amended to be very estranged from that, where our assembly has not taken, well, at least our caucus of folks that were left out had no time to be able to deliberate and understand what this was going to do to our Constitution and how the unintended consequences of this amendment would be to our people. And this is not how we govern a tribe and a constitution. We cannot fly by night with amendments about how we organize us. And so, Mr. Chair, I ultimately speak against this motion. I am disheartened at this process. I spent 1.5 years on the Constitution Committee trying to work towards consensus with my colleagues who I didn't see eye to eye. And here we are, not talking to each other. This is a travesty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strobel. You got that, Jessica?
Shakakata U, Kane Teen, Jessica Elopre, Seattle resident delegate by way of Hunakawu, Shitka, Angun. I rise in opposition to this motion. I come before you as a strong Tlingit Shaw. I come from distinguished women, matriarchs, like my mother, Laverne Cook Wise, my grandmother, Flora Cook, Flora Jacobs Cook, my grandfather, Donald Cook Sr., my grandmother's brother, Mark Jacobs Sr. These are the people that I come from, amongst others. My outer circle includes the Tequedi, along with the Chukanedi. I love my opposites. I look to them when I need help. I look to them for their strength, their wisdom, their courage. I think of my grandnieces, my goddaughters in this moment. If we were to take this motion, these are children, babies who can't even form full words or sentences yet, but they come from Tlingit blood. They are us. We are them. I speak for them because they can't speak yet. I call my grandfather. I prayed to him last night because I had a heavy heart. The feelings that I had last night, and then again, when we called in the ancestors and we asked them to be amongst us. And I thank my Haida family for bringing them in, because that's powerful. And when I prayed this morning during that song, I looked to my grandfather. I looked to Ernest Hillman. Because when my grandfather Donald Cook passed, Ernie, some of you guys remember him as the judge, pulled me aside. He wrapped his arms around me and he said, "I'm your grandfather now." I called to him this morning and I asked him for his strength. What would he think? How would he feel? And I know I have family who are, that's their father. I know this. And I look to them for their strength because they live on our lands. They eat and thrive on our traditional lands. But how am I, a Tlingit Shah woman, supposed to tell our tribal citizens from as far away as Minnesota, South Dakota, and further, that they are now less than if this were to pass? How am I supposed to do that while keeping my head held high and still taking pride? Because I don't feel that right now. I feel very much trodden on. I feel hurt and I feel rejected by my own people, and no one should have to feel this way. None of us should have to feel this way. And if we, and I say me, if I can help my communities, any of my communities that I come from, in any way, I will do so. I think about what an asset I might be for my communities, my landless communities. I know you all have suffered and you all have struggled to get recognition, to be included. The key senator who is holding this up is a Washington state senator. Maria Cantwell is holding this up. I am a constituent of hers. I can go into her office in Seattle, in Washington, D.C., because I have a Washington state address. I am a key, I'm a tool. Who is the other one that's holding up our veterans from being able to get their lands in the Tongass? Senator Maria Cantwell. She is holding this up. Now, I have tried for the last 2 years on getting into her office, talking to her. When I put down that I am talking for my families back home, she won't see me. I have friends who I've worked with through other programs that are willing to get me in a backdoor route, because we all know, as we're in politics, sometimes those back doors are the only way to get in to see some of these people. But if you go with this motion as it currently stands, and we diminish the ability for those of us who are living in the Seattle area, who are family, to be able to help and be an ally and a key for you, what does that mean? That means we've lost a chance to work together to strengthen our people here, back here in Southeast Alaska. Don't think of me as an outsider. Think of me as an asset. Think of all of us who are from these other areas as assets, because we have congressmen, we have senators, we have state representatives, and we have town peoples that we can go into elected officials' offices and they will see us when they might not see you because you're not from that area and you're not one of their constituents. So think of us as tools and asset, because we love each and every one of you. When someone asks me, "Where are you from?" I tell them, yeah, I might live in Seattle on the unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, but my home comes from Huna. My home comes from Shitka, and my home comes from Angoon. These are where I am from. So please don't think of me as an outsider, because I am not. I am you, you are me, and I love each and every one of you. So, Mr. Chair, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion. And as I stated before, I rise in opposition.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paulette Marino, Tegunyek, Shitka, Sitka, Alaska. I speak in favor of the amendment to the main motion. I speak in favor of this as it would add 16 additional voices to other communities. And I think that those voices would add to the overall representation and governance of the tribe. I wish there was an easier way to go about this, a way that as we come together and we stand, and there may be, that we consider those ways. This is something that we are taking very heavily, but we together have, wherever we live, including if we had an additional 16 seats from the small villages here in Alaska, that's 16 additional voices from the land and the sea, along with all of our other voices from the land and the sea, that would bring things forward that perhaps we've not given voice to as strongly at this time, even though 1 or 2 or even 3 delegates are doing their best to do so. So, Mr. Chairman, for that voice, I speak in favor of the motion and call for the question.
Question's been called. Earlier, I had ruled against the question because Robert's rules allows for the opportunity for people to be heard and prudent. Also, you can look in Robert's rules and it talks about if it's just one-sided. So I am going to rule in favor of the question. And I heard you loud and clear earlier, so I'm going to ask that we do it on the online vote. You make what an official vote? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to put it to an official vote on the question. Is that? I'm trying to support your motion if you'll let me finish, please. So I want to be clear. You're asking that we vote on the question. It was seconded by Andrew Strobel in Seattle? Yes. Okay, so all those in favor of the call for question by Paulette, say aye. Opposed, nay. That was tough to tell. That was tough to tell. Your show of hands. Paulette, call for question. Those in favor signify by with your hand. Okay, those opposed, raise your other hand. The ayes have it. So I'm going to ask that we go to the vote and that we do electric vote.
President.
Mr. Chair, or Mr. Chair, I'm the chair.
So parliamentary inquiry. So the motion is to call for the previous question.
Yes.
The previous question requires a 2/3 vote for approval in order to limit debate to call to the end to debate. So that the standard for approval is 2/3.
Wait, say that again. On the
call for the previous question.
No. So on the, I got myself flustered. Sorry. Let me calm down. So your point is on the vote on the question?
Yeah, so the Paulette called for the previous question. It's a motion to end debate.
Yes.
That requires a 2/3 vote to end debate. So the the vote didn't seem to be a 2/3 majority to end debate.
Thank you for that clarification, Will. I stand corrected and reverse my ruling. So we're still in discussion. Share.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sharkita. I'm a proud citizen of Seattle. I'm a proud tribal citizen of the Tlingit and Haida. I'm not gonna be one of four. I have an adopted grandmother, Cecilia Shields White. She's one of the main reasons why the Coast Salish people picked up their traditions. It was a Tlingit woman and her husband. And we would perform. And she would always introduce her family as, first of all, we are people. We may come from the Tlingit, we may come from the Haida, we may come from the Tsimshian, we may come from the Blackfeet, we may come from the Cheyenne, but first of all, we are people. We are people who deserve correct representation. I speak strongly against this because we are holding our own people down and you're allowing colonization to live within our veins and within our Constitution. We invited the colonizers in. They wanted to limit us. They wanted to eliminate us. And with this motion right here, we are eliminating our tribal voices. We are eliminating our way of life. We used to have Dr. Sobolov's 10 ways of being proud and way to live. It's not hanging up anymore. We are people. We are voices. We can be assets. We can support each other. I send money up to different villages throughout the year. Why? Because I see online, we need to go to a basketball tournament. You know, we take on different fights. We take on different things. But most of all, we were born, we were raised to support each other. And so now, I with this new one on number 4, there's one community, and people said it's because of power, that Seattle was getting too big. But did we realize we allowed one community to stay at 20? Is it because we don't live in your border that they get to stay at 20, but then you guys get to stay at 2 or 4? Think about it. Why does one community? I don't hate the community, but I'm saying if we're going to be fair, let's be fair. We need to be fair. We need to indigenize ourselves again and govern ourselves as an indigenous nation. There's many tribes who are very proud in the lower 48 that we, us Tlingits, us Haidas, allow a delegation and have voices that are not in their border. So now I'm going to stay Indigenous. I'm going to stay fighting. And I'm going to say, I may not be part of the chosen four, but I am part of the 40,000 that we have. And I will fight for this. And I absolutely wish people would understand. We invited the white people into our own constitution, and they are winning our fight. They won it. Thank you.
Before I recognize you, Jen, I just want to explain why I'm sitting down. I recently had a foot surgery and it's been doing really great, but it was really starting to ache. So I hope you'll all indulge me in shifting.
Just so you stand for me when I come over. I'm Jan Peel. I am a longtime delegate, you know, not hundreds of years, but I come before you to go against this proposal, to lower the maximum number of delegates a community outside Alaska, or excuse me, Southeast Alaska. We who live outside Alaska for decades have felt like second-class citizens. Everything we did out of our own pockets, our own time, our own money. Every doggone vacation I took when I worked was to come here to be a delegate and to serve my people. I had dreamt of the time I could go someplace warm. One of the byproducts of doing this, of putting outside, is that what is this telling our youth? We, the Seattle community, have always pushed our youth. We were the very first ones to get the youth involved. And we have emerging leaders who became delegates. So what does this say to the youth? What does this say to your nephew, to your grandchild who decided they're going to go to Washington and go to school because they want to go to UW? And when they go down there, and if they live, they're no longer a part of Tlingit and Haida. They don't have the sense of belonging. We fought years to be a part of Tlingit and Haida. And not once did we come to you guys and say, we want to get you out of here. I'm from Klawock. I don't live there because I couldn't afford it. I tried living in Heidelberg and we couldn't afford it. I got my education and I found a job and I stayed in Washington. So now that means that I am not worthy to be a Tlingit and Haida member, which is what you're saying by saying the 9,000 people who live in Washington do not matter. And it's the youth who will be affected. Why should they want to have anything to do with this if they are not wanted? So think about that. Think about the byproduct of what this is going to do.
My grandson is a delegate, and I'm very proud of that. My daughter is a delegate. My mother was a delegate. We have served our whole life, and we did it gladly. But doing this, saying that outside Southeast, it's wrong. Nothing to do with fair. It's totally wrong. We belong. We are Tlingit and Haida citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Before I recognize you, I do want to say I see some of you who have been up multiple times and with Robert's rules. I'm not going to say you can't speak, but I'm going to recognize the others first. So go ahead, Juliana.
My name is Juliana Smith. I'm an Anchorage delegate, and we're listening to a lot of, oh, okay. My name is Juliana Smith. I'm an Anchorage delegate.
Just out of process, can you ask to turn your back?
I'm speaking to the delegates because this,
Robert's rules say you address the
Okay.
chair, and I will give you that right. I just want you
may
to follow.
I have your
Yes,
permission to turn
yes.
in? Hi, delegates. My name is Juliana Smith. I'm an Anchorage delegate. I left Juneau in 1983. And back then, I was the part of the youth. And the elders that were 70 and above had taught me, built my mindset that it was our culture, sovereignty, and resistance. And that's what built me. And online, that's my words. We're going to focus on the unity from our ancestors. The beginning of our tribal assembly, we heard the drums of our ancestors. Today, before the meeting, we called on our ancestors. That's their drum. That's the beat, their tone of our people. Now, the elders that are here, they're so close to our ancestors. They are the heartbeat, what brings us all together. They are the heartbeat. And we look to them for the answers. We are not supposed to change ourselves. The ones in between, we're not supposed to, because one day we're going to be their voices, which is their ancestors. And then the youth are going to come up and they're going to do 70 years. They're going to talk to the ones that are getting ready to leave by choice, or they're struggling and have to leave. We should not be standing before you to explain why I'm in Anchorage, because the beat, the drums are being beat in Anchorage. They're being beat in Seattle. The drums are heard in California. We play the same music. Those are our ancestors. We call on our ancestors in the same areas. Today I'm hearing the division, that it just beats here. No, it doesn't. It beats everywhere. We have elders in Seattle. We have elders in California. We have elders in Anchorage. We have elders in the back that are witnessing because they want to hear our ancestors' words. They want to hear our elders' words. They want to know that somebody can come back here and not be colonized, that can come back here and have the words and say, whoa, is there an option to keep us united? Will those same words come here? Will we elect the same people that come here and will make sure that the Americans do not be comfortable on our lands? I went through a culture shock when I drove from town all the way around. And I was like, oh my gosh, how could they build so much? I haven't seen it since 1980. And it's just, it looks like Anchorage. It looks like an enormous colony. It's not supposed to be that way. We are the Tlingits. We are the Haidas. We are the strong. And when people look to us, they go, that's a strong tribe. They cannot be changed. So we need to look inside us and say, how do we unite our people as one? How do we listen to our elders? How do we listen to that drumbeat that tells us if fight's not over? It's never going to be over. Because yesterday, I witnessed a division. Maybe it happens every year, but that was the first time my eyes saw it coming back to my home, and that was wrong. So I speak against that, and I ask the elders, I ask the youth, if you will support me, because we need to anchor ourselves down to our ancestors that beat that drum before us. Ganeshtish.
Annette?
Mr. Chairman, may I have the permission to address the assembly? Thank you.
I suggest you step forward, though you're pulling the cord. Just a step. I think you'll be fine.
Good afternoon. Well, it's almost afternoon. My name is Lynette Marino Hins, and I have lived in Anchorage since I was 11 years old with my mom, Harriet Belial, who donated all of her time and her energy for the Anchorage Tlingit and Haida. And I remember very respectful, very powerful, diplomatic people that lived in Anchorage, Alaska, like Herb Hope. He was my mentor. And I became president of the Anchorage Tlingit and Haida in the mid-90s. And up there, we had to fight. We had to fight against other Native corporations that were using our numbers so that they can get funding for all of their programs and not helping us. And so we went in front of them. We actually had a meeting with them and told them, we want housing, we want jobs, we want everything that is equal to what you guys get. We're not jealous of Juneau. We're not jealous of Seattle. We're not jealous of anybody. I come from very strong people. My great-grandfather is Chester Worthington, one of the founding fathers of A&B. And as a cab driver up there, I own a permit. I had to fight for every inch of that road. And I had to fight for my people, going against a lot of different entities up there. For Indian country, which I seen Jackie down there in Washington, D.C. many times. And I know that we all want to fight for our rights and our issues. The problem is that we can't get divided. We can't do that. And they took out Mary Patola. So that's a Native voice lost. Please consider what you're doing, and how you're voting will make a very big difference in this election and future generations to come. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. It's been pointed out to me, we have some comments online as well, so I'm going to recognize Eliza Domney.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Khitay aksai kuski kwanik ina Eliza Domney khatusak. Chukanadi na khsati deshitan yari khat. At least go deshitan katlagota ka nagota khsati. I've been involved in tribal governance since the age of just 17 years old when I was first here as a youth ambassador. Then I served 2 consecutive terms on the first ever Tlingit and Haida Youth Commission, where I advocated tirelessly for our youth voices to be heard and seen. And in all of my years of experience, I never could have imagined the conversations that are being held at this year's Tribal Assembly. I'm a proud Tlingit Shah. I come from a long line of matriarchs like my grandma Laverne Cook Wise. My great-grandmother is Lakakada'u Flora Jacobs. My great-grandfather is Donald Cook Sr. Her brother was Mark Jacobs Sr., and my great-great-grandmother is MS Clayton Jacobs. My great-great-grandfather was Jimmy Jacobs, also known as Jimmy Coons. I am their granddaughter. It is obvious you came here with a plan to drastically deplete our representation as citizens outside of Southeast Alaska. Historically, our people have had to fight time and time again for our voice, and you say you are standing up for our people in our villages. So I ask why you are speaking against us who are also a part of your villages. Our spirit belongs to the land, and this decision will not take that away from us. Your decision won't impact our funding or our programming. We are able to get those things on our own. We have done so for over 20 years in the Seattle community. We have our own nonprofit organization that we seek grants from. It won't affect our programming. It will affect our voice and our connection to you all, the delegation of this tribe. You can take away our voice, but you can never take away our belonging. We belong to you, we are you, and we are always going to be a part of you, whether you believe so or not. We may lose our representation, but you all will lose all of us who are well-educated and amazingly qualified delegates who bring much to this delegation and to this tribe. What is happening right now is not right. It is not the way of our ancestors. It is not the way of our people, and history will remember you. Our children and our grandchildren will remember you. My children will remember this. We will remember you as the delegation that voted to silence us. The grandchildren of our ancestors who worked so tirelessly to fight for our rights as Native people, who fought to give us a voice. Now I would like to quote Elizabeth Brodovich, who said, "Asking you to give me rights implies that they are yours to give. Instead, I must demand that you stop trying to deny me the rights of the all people deserve." And I believe that we all deserve to have a right to voice our opinions, a right to voice our opinions as Native people and as citizens of this tribe outside of Southeast Alaska. Not only are we in defense mode right now against the federal government, but now we are having to defend ourselves from the hands of our own people. Will my daughters get to grow up being proudly represented by our nation, or will we fall to colonized systems of oppression, openly silencing large populations of our very own relatives? I genuinely pray to Creator that we can find another way around these proposals that would inherently only hurt our people and, most importantly, our future generations. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Masterman.
Mr. Chair, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sakligan Yuchat Duasak, Stephanie Masterman, Seattle delegate. I'm Shinget, I'm Wishkiton. I am grandchild of the Ductington. My mother is Pamela Dalton. My grandfather is Tommy Dalton. My great-grandma was Hazel McKinley. I am one of the young ones who have grown up in our delegation meetings and hearing Robert's rules since I was very young, and while I'm still learning them. I appreciate the patience of those who are willing to be there with us as we learn and as we go. I apologize that I am virtual this year and that I can't be there with you all. I actually had to prioritize my health and took the day one of assembly from Zoom in the hospital. And I'm here now. I'm standing, and I'm shaking just as I would be if I was at that mic, just as I have been every time I've been at that mic. Because the words that I have to say, they're very important, just as all of the words that you all have to say. What we're talking about is incredibly important. And I just want to make it very clear that although we are very emotional, that can't be denied, we are also very reasonable in what we bring to the table and to this discussion today. I kind of want to point out what I personally see as the real issue here. Our tribe, our community, the people of Alaska, we are facing unimaginable challenges. Things like climate change, economic hardship, educational hardship, job viability, healthcare, really, really painful, hard to deal with, hard to find solution issues such as domestic violence and sexual assault, substance abuse. These are things that I believe that are at the root cause of why we are facing these challenges. And quite personally, I don't think that the proposals brought to us today actually address any of those issues. I want to recognize that the efforts are to protect our tribe from potential tactics of the federal governments and the state governments that can be used against us that threaten our tribal sovereignty. And so respectfully, I thank the Constitutional Committee for doing this work over the past year and a half and bringing this report to us. I see that it may likely be an attempt to address an issue of perhaps too many cooks in the kitchen. And if that is the case, I think that's quite disrespectful to all of the delegates on the floor, as if we were all too many cooks in the kitchen. We represent thousands of tribal citizens. We represent thousands of tribal citizens. The delegation that I represent in Seattle, we actively hold meetings every month, sometimes even multiple times a month. We have strong participation from our community. We have, we operate a nonprofit on a separate case because we recognize that we are outside of surface area. We have taken initiative to organize amongst ourselves to find our community where they are at, to meet them, to host activities and events to bring us all together. We are constantly doing volunteer work to do so. And we have seen great success. More and more people know about our tribe and how they can be connected in the state of Washington. And a lot of that comes at the effort of the volunteer hard work that we do as a community, not just our delegates, but the officers of our nonprofit. We had actually 100 attendees to our Seattle delegation and community council meeting once, just for the election of the officers to our nonprofit. We had over 100 attendees. We had a town hall recently, 2 of them actually, so that we could help reach our tribal citizens where they're at and share information. We've had tribal citizens coming to us constantly on Facebook, texting us, calling us. They want to know what's going on. They voted for us. They put us in these positions. They want transparency and they want to understand what's happening. So we hosted town halls. In the Linwood office, we had about 50 people attend. So the reason I bring this up is because it keeps coming up, this issue of power imbalance. And I think we're looking at it wrong here. The fact that we have active engagement from our community should not be taken as a threat. This is something that makes us an asset to the entire population of Tlingit and Haida tribal citizens. Where there are gaps, we try to address them and we pick our people up, we find where they are, and we do our hard work to try our hardest to get people to our events, to access to information. We scoop them up where they get left behind. And so I would challenge other communities who don't meet each month throughout the year, who don't have tribal citizens regularly showing up in large numbers to their meetings, to do that work. And it's very, very difficult. So this is one of the reasons why we're very amplified. That work should never be taken as a threat. That should never be, Seattle's this. so powerful. We are representing 9,000 plus tribal citizens. On your allocation calculations, there's about 7,500 who are eligible to vote. We have grown our enrollment numbers and we are actively hosting Get Out the Vote. We've formed a democracy committee. We want all 7,000 plus of those eligible voters to be voting. And that's very hard work. It takes a long time for those things to happen. And we need to be able to have them represented. I apologize, I'm going off of some notes here. I don't want to forget anything. One of the reasons why I bring up this conflict around this perceived threat of power from one or any delegations having more representation is that we outside of the service area are always a part of you. What we do does strengthen our sovereignty. And an example I'm going to give is with the litigations against the state of Alaska and the challenges against the Board of Fish and to protect the herring. We learned that our subsistence way of life was threatened. The arguments the government used against us was that our people don't even need subsistence anymore. Our people don't do that anymore. You know, there may be one fisherman from one community feeding the whole community or feeding families. And guess what? Using the numbers of people receiving their herring distributions and their salmon distributions outside of Southeast, those numbers support the argument that our people do rely on our subsistence way of life, no matter where we are. We do support and want to protect those who are able to harvest for us, because not everybody has the ability to do that, and it's getting harder and harder for our fishermen and our families who harvest to do that work. And when we can show the numbers of the thousands of people outside of Southeast who depend on keeping that part of our culture alive, that is us exercising our sovereignty. We can make effective change by doing those things, which brings me to a point of exercising our culture as our sovereignty. It was brought up yesterday, this question, you know, what are our other Tlingit tribes on the Canadian side doing? What are other tribes, what are First Nations doing? And while, yes, we operate under different plenary powers from the Canadian government to the US government, but it was said that, you know, other tribes are organized by clans. And while we are attempting to modernize our constitution, it has been proven that when we exercise our sovereignty in alignment with our cultural values, they can't take that away from us. They can't say that we are not Indian people who are no longer using subsistence, who are no longer speaking our languages, who are no longer operating our clan systems. So, you know, I wonder sometimes, why don't we have an elders council? Why don't we have our delegations organized by clans? Why don't we have clan leaders brought to the table and recognized as specific guidance and authority to our executive councils? There are so many other ways that we can restructure our governing body in a way that more accurately reflects our culture and more accurately demonstrates the power of that. Our cultural traditions are still here. They're resilient, they're thriving, and we're going to make them even stronger by incorporating them into our governing body structure. So these are some of the questions that I'm thinking about. I'm going to speak to the motion in objection of the proposal number 4 as well as the amendment. One of the main issues that I have is, you know, a question that was brought up earlier today. Why is it that only one community still maintains a number of at least 20 delegates? The reason that I see as an issue is that we are going to be pairing these proposals to allocation with a vote on presidential succession. While I think it's very important we have a plan in order to protect our leadership and have a plan in order for, God forbid, something happen to our president, the way it works out with number 4 makes it incredibly difficult to ever make a change if we have bad leadership in the future. We know already through general elections and on the national and local level that it is always difficult to remove an incumbent. If we follow through with proposal number 4, we in turn are going to lock in presidents and vice presidents in those 2 roles that will be incredibly difficult to change, especially by the demonstrated division that we see on the floor today. I think we should be thinking ahead on the possibility that, you know, we have generations to plan for ahead, and it would be shooting ourselves in the foot to make it more difficult to change our leadership should we have leadership that we disagree with. When you bring us down to numbers in the 3s and 4s, quite frankly, even in the 5s and 6s, it's already difficult to see changes in leadership. It takes years and years of being actively engaged for the community to get to know who you are and to put their trust in you. And I hate to say this, but we've seen abusers, rapists, people who have committed harms against our community, who have held these delegate seats and who have been put in positions of power. And I'd hate to see somebody like that be locked in a position of executive leadership or in a never-changing delegate position. So the way that we have increasing the ability for more people to run for our delegate seats is very, very important.
Point of order, under Robert's rules, one speaker gets up to 10 minutes per day on issue. Gone beyond 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry,
Can I just
Stephanie.
make one final quote and close it out? So I found a speech here from our dearly beloved Cajue Leona Santiago. And there's a portion of it that I'm going to read today just with respect to her family. But I want to just remind us that this divisiveness, we cannot reinforce it because it will only harm us in the future. And I just want to close out reading these words that she said. She says, "I am standing here on a mountaintop with each of you. We are here because of our belief to have a safe world for each and every one of us. We have done social justice work for so many, whether it was just to wipe those tears away or catch them before they fell to the ground. We have carried the load of fear for many years. We not only have we climbed this mountain, we have moved many mountains, and we are not alone. We are side by side in all of this, through all of this time, in solidarity. And we are now in a crucial time today to stand side by side." Leona mentioned these words in addressing our MMIW crisis, and those words ring true today. I'm just echoing the fact that we should be really thinking about the potential harm that we can expose ourselves to if we don't find solidarity on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. And if I'm gonna, I've asked Gail to start keeping track of time. So, and it's accumulation. So go ahead, Tasha.
Thank you, Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I have permission to address the assembly. Thank you. You can start my time in 2 minutes, Gail. First off, thank you for sharing space with me. It's a wonderful privilege for my community to elect me to be here. And I'm here, present. There's a lot of other things that all of us could be doing, and we're here because we care about our tribe. I am speaking against the motion, and not because I don't think that all of us should have our voices be heard. I think that those of us that live in urban areas are often there for things that are out of our control. And I think you see that in a lot of the resolutions that we bring forward. Like we did one this year, and hopefully you've had a chance to look at it, but supportive housing, looking at if you're leaving a situation of domestic violence or homelessness, that you have somewhere to go in your community, because once you leave to escape that situation, it's very hard to go back. I've tried to move back to Juneau. I've tried to move back to Caucus. And I know that when I moved to Anchorage, it was very, very hard to find services. And the thing that made me feel better was my connection to my Tlingit and Haida community. The elders that encouraged me to get involved, several of them's names was read yesterday. I'm a fierce advocate for our people because I've had to do a lot of things on my own, navigate systems. I love you all. I want to see us thrive where we're at and create opportunities for those of us that live outside to come back home. But I also know that I'm just one delegate that really tries to reach out and support people, whether I'm in this seat or not. This is not my seat as a delegate. I'm a placeholder for whoever comes next. I want to see us, I have been a huge advocate for us growing the number of representatives we have in this body, because I think that we learn from each other, and it's a way for us to mentor our young people that are willing to step into these roles. I was really excited to see that we had some names even submit for our emerging leader position. We were struggling in Anchorage to reach out to our community members because some of the divisiveness that happens is really visible to our young people, and it hurts me that they feel like they don't have a space here. And I guess one of the things I want to leave you with is that I was very hurt yesterday not being able to communicate with folks that have a difference of opinion. And I think that we highlight that as one of our top values, is being able to get together in a room and respectfully disagree. And we challenge other governments to do that with us. Let's sit down and have a cup of coffee. Let's talk about it. And for whatever reason, we are choosing to not do that this time. And that hurts me. I would love to work with folks to help address issues that we're facing as a tribe, because we're stronger together. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
There's a squeeze. There you go.
Mr. Chair, President Peterson, Shane Paget, Cake Delegate. I support proposal 4 with amendments, but I accept whether it passes or not. We in Cake realize that there are a lot of people that want to live at home. Why wouldn't you? It's beautiful. You can go out on the boat, there's the freedom. But there's also the narrative. I have 4 daughters at home, and I pray every single day that they make it out of the village. And so, you know, it's not Tlingit and Haida's fault that there's no jobs in the villages. You know, Tlingit and Haida is a resource, and it's going to continue to be a resource. I pray that when my girls make it out of the village, that they will always know that they can come back to Cake and that there's going to be support there in the village. There is the narrative that we want our kids, grandkids, to make it out of these villages. Thank you.
Mike? Mike Hoyt, Ringel. I wanted to speak in favor of the current motion as well as the proposed amendments. I wanted to take some time to clarify my particular position on this. And in particular, I wanted to reach out to the folks that are against this. I was born in Portland. I was raised there. I grew up around Seattle. And so I hear you guys when you guys are saying that you feel hurt by some of this. I look at you guys and I see a lot of friends and people that we've worked with for a long time. That being said, I don't think that this amendment is meant in a sense of anger or any kind of exclusion. I think what people are feeling and the concerns that you guys have in terms of silencing of voices or having maybe a lack of that balance is what the villages currently are feeling. When I'm looking at the numbers, for example, I can see that Seattle has about 20% of the votes. Anchorage has roughly 15. Every one of the villages, with the exception of Ketchikan, Juneau, and Sitka, has less than 2%. And so I think that is where a lot of this is coming from, is that there is this desire to recenter and to clarify some of this and to make sure that the villages have that voice. I hear you when you say that you feel that this is coming from a place of hurt, and I'm really sorry that that's the case. I consider you guys very close friends. I've known you guys for decades, and I say that looking at many, many, many of you guys. At the end of the day, we have to think about what is best for our lands, what is best for our people. We will disagree about what that looks like at times, but we can do that in a way that we can do that with respect. I guess in closing, I just wanted to say that I hope that you guys hear my words. I'm thinking of you in particular because I know that you've worked with my grandma for a long time. I know that many of you guys have, that when we lost her, that you guys were right there for us. She would want me to convey these things with love and appreciation for you guys, and so I hope that you hear it as such. I am here to also listen to you guys, but I wanted to at least rise and to say why I am supporting this motion and why I feel that it should pass. One last thing, and this is not to the point at all. I did want to give a shout out to the parliamentarian. This is a really difficult topic, and she's having to do a really difficult job. So, sheesh. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Daphne Albee, Seattle delegate. I want to recognize my family in Saxman and in Wrangell, Comanches. Want to make sure that we give proper respect. I speak in opposition of the proposal and the amendment. One of the things that I am very concerned about is how we are perceived, not only in the state levels, not only just in Alaska, but also where the rest of us may live, Washington, Oregon, California, Anchorage. But when you also look at for example, the map that was shown for the backpacks, right? We have tribal citizens in every state of this United States. We represent every tribal citizen throughout the United States, not just the ones who live in the Southeast. I'm not saying that the ones, please make sure that you understand that I hold every single tribal citizen up with honor and respect, no matter where you live. But our problem is that we are fighting for rights, for recognition, not only today, but for in the future, every single place that we live. So, reducing representation, say, for example, while I recognize California and Anchorage are also would be negatively affected by this, I speak for Seattle or Washington and Oregon, that reducing the number of delegates that we have also reduces our representation that we can take to the state in Washington, Oregon, and wherever else our tribal citizens may live, right? We work hard to uphold our tribal citizens, to uphold our tribal sovereignty. We need the representation and the respect from our own tribe, because look at every single level that you have. If it is perceived that our own people do not respect us no matter where we live, what are they going to do to us, right? We're fighting for rights in Washington. We have, we work really hard. We don't have benefits that you have here, but we do what we can. And we are thankful for the Linwood office and what you can do down there, but we know that it is not at the same level that you have here in Alaska. We're okay with that. We're working hard. We understand that there are limitations, but we are working hard to work through those limitations and do what we can to uphold our tribal people, right? Every single person is important, but representation matters. Representation matters at every state level, at the federal level, because if you're saying that we are not enough when we live somewhere else, that is what is going to be held on the federal level too. It is not going to look good, right? Instead of, as much as they don't like to say diversity and equity, what are we doing, right? Division? That's not good. It's not going to help us at the federal level. We have our president and our vice presidents and any other representative that we send to Washington, D.C. to fight for us. But when they see that we're not fighting for ourselves, what does that say about us? We need that representation because representation matters. I also wanted to recognize my fellow A&B and A&S executives and remind them too that we work for equality, we stand for equality, and just remember that. So I stand in opposition of this. We need equal representation at every level. We don't just need it, Washington, Oregon, California, Anchorage. We need it everywhere because together we are stronger. Together we hold each other up. But we hold each other up to all those state and local, all the state, federal, local representatives. We need that. Don't forget that we need that. We're fighting for it. We're not just fighting for what we are doing today. We're fighting for all those future generations. I've heard it so many times, and I don't want to take it lightly. I just want to make sure. Remember, I had my grandparents fighting for this. We're still fighting for this. Our kids hopefully will still be fighting for this. Hopefully, we will continue to grow. I am not afraid of the growth that we've had of our tribal citizens enrolling. They've been there the whole time. They've just enrolled, right? So what does that mean? What does that mean? That means our strength is growing. For Seattle, in the Washington state, the Seattle or Tlingit Haida tribal citizens, I think we're the second or third. We represent the second or third largest Native Americans, right? Our voting power is stronger. If you reduce representation, you reduce that, of them listening to us. And what are we fighting for? We're fighting for our tribe, for our sovereignty. We're not just fighting for ourselves. And I'm I'm safe to say that we do this at every community that we have. Don't reduce our representation because it is important. It is important yesterday. It is important today. It's going to be important tomorrow. And I want to be one of those people that will uphold that and keep it there. As far as the number of delegates for the smaller communities, we always support the smaller communities. If this is really just about not enough representation for the smaller communities, then increase that. But don't decrease our representation anywhere else because we need it. We're fighting for it. We need it. Gonna cheese.
Let me check in real quick. I had a message from an elder asking for a brief bio break. Is that, we take, what time, 11:10, we come back at 11:20? Stand at ease. Yes, we'll just stand at ease. So 10 minutes. I ain't gonna point out the elder.
Way to clear the line. So, Jack. Small community. My knee, the X-ray shows that it. No, I'm well. I told her. Before. What if
I've been watching when it gets lower.
Someone make note of who is here.
Specifically if I would keep my Because we were like, okay, so this moves, we're just gonna focus on our area. And then I was reminded that if I get the election amendment to find community councils, so that the community council number could not exceed. Oh my God. Non-delegates could not exceed delegate. Definitely get it. I'm sure there's some intention with that, but is there no, there's no way to fix that? I mean, that's what, that's gonna be my ask.
But they took us out for like a day where you just were leaving and then driving. And then they do a little picnic where they go like fish and lobster and big chunks. That's in the BJ. And then
You didn't have that much left.
and then they'll take you.
Are you serious? So I got really sick at AFN this last year, like sick. And on the last day, I finally was well enough. I took the pen, right? And I'm going, oh, there's not gonna be anything for me to buy. And I walked in with my daughter and we're looking at all the vendors as they close up and Liz Rexford. Yeah. Yeah, she's still there. She's like, Fran, there's two that look like they're your size. So I took off my sweatshirt, put it on, and I was yeah. Thank you. Yeah. She does incredible work.
So this one's mine right here. I'm really glad that you came. Oh, I love
Fran, I hope you were keeping track of who is all online. Okay. They're all behind the mic. Here's the Sitka Caucus. I forget his name.
I can't remember his name either.
Sergeants at arms, can you start wrangling folks back up?
Do you know Mr.
Okay, folks, we're gonna start coming back. I know Seth was right in the front of the line. Oh, there's Seth. Anchorage Delegate Shirley Kendall has been patiently holding her hand up. So after Seth, I'm gonna recognize Shirley, just so you all know. Folks, we're supposed to be back in order. Please make your way to your seats. So I'm Chair and Sergeant at Arms right now. All right, folks, we are in session, so please hold the chatter down. All right, I recognize Mr. Pook.
Seth Pook, Sitka delegate. Mr. President, may I address the assembly? Thank you. I didn't want anyone to see my handwriting. Um, this is not an easy proposal at all, and we hear you. I do believe this is about bringing voice back to the villages that are greatly suffering right now. And I hear your sacrifices, leaving your hometowns. I really do, because I will be doing the same. I am moving to Anchorage to be there and support my two amazing daughters. At the same time, I believe that to figure out how to do that in my hometown would be more difficult and more challenging. And there are a lot of people here who are doing that and making that sacrifice. And and keeping our villages alive, and those small communities alive. And those are our pillars and our foundations. And as soon as I can, my hopes are to return back to Sitka with my kids and to raise them there. And if at this, and also, if this proposal did pass, I'm also in full support of making amendments to drop all the numbers. If we were all at 3, I think if one of us suffers, we should all suffer, because we are all connected. And I'm not opposed to that at all. But I do hear all of your guys' voices as well, and and thank you for listening. Goodness, Chief.
Thank you. I recognize Shirley Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shirley Kendall, Anchorage delegate, born and raised in Huna. Shaksani kik ilhatuasa, Kagwantan na hatsiti, Chilkat kwan, Ishko atak tentan sati. Going to speak against the amendment and the proposal. I think back, maybe because of my age, I think back further probably than others, and I test my ground on the training and discussions that I used to have with my parents, Frank and Nancy St. Clair. At no time did I ever hear the announcement 3 only in each village. All you can have is 3 to go around and say, okay, three clan houses only. That's it. You can't do any more. And that's the requirement. And it just, it would never go over. The truth is with Tlingit is that we went wherever we wanted to and start living. The chiefs, the council of chiefs would get together in a village and decide, okay, we have enough people here and we have enough money, we're going to build another house. So they get the ground and the people working to build their house, their clan house, Nakahidi. And they get that done to move their people in there. So there was no such requirement. In fact, there's a house I grew up with in Huna called Akhit, the squeezed in house. So that's a joke. I think it's a Tlingit joke to because they had the ground and they had the building built, and it was just a little bit too tight. So to try to limit Tlingits, it's not going to work because we're just we are quite strong in the way that we think and the way that we do things, and I have had a lot of liberty to go and go where we want to be that is best for our family. And that's where we are. We are at the place where we want our families to get their education or their medical care or whatever. So I can't see that this amendment and proposal working to our benefit. So I will vote no.
Thank you, Kara.
Crystalline Lemieux, Anchorage delegate. Can I get permission to address the assembly? Okay. I won't hold the mic because it might be tricky. I wanted just to make a couple points, and that being the reason why I'm even here is because I listened to a famous auntie to turn in my application last minute. And I listened to my uncles who told me to go get an education. And Then I listened to more of my relatives who said to become sober. And then when it came time to hopefully go back home, I don't necessarily come from a prominent family, so I don't get recruited. And that's not your problem. It's just I wish I was a Roald Hagelson or a Jackie Pata who get asked to come home. And so one thing that I ask each and every one of you who are going to vote on this is, who are you asking to fill these positions? How are you going to bring us back home? Because I'm not seeing it. And it's like an inner conflict when you also ask me to take care of myself and not rely heavily on the government. And so it's just like, I just have a big internal conflict. And then you tell me to live by my values, and I try. And for me, it's like, okay, I could probably be one of the four. However, that doesn't really align with the values that you told me to live by. And I do hear the small communities. I can see how it could be uncomfortable when one community might have the floor. To me, I also see that if this is about being fair, then why not directly have a face-to-face conversation with these communities? And I'm new to Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know as much as you all, so I apologize just for not being knowledgeable on it. And to me, it would make more sense to give more weight to the votes in the rural communities. And the argument for the urban communities is we're not against you having more votes. The only issue is, I think at the last tribal assembly, in order for your tribal council to have these like members, they have to be delegates. And we want to be able to serve our disenfranchised people. And part of that is I've been doing suicide prevention the last 8 years. And two of the most biggest protective factors against suicide is belonging and connectedness. And I know all of you have lost someone to suicide because we live in Alaska. And so I'm not wanting to steal anyone's votes. I could care less about that. For me, it's about how can I help these youth that are struggling with suicide and substance use disorder? And how can I be able to continue to advocate for them and so that they feel connected? And so I ask that you table this and really consider what the unintended consequences are. Some of these kids in these urban areas are your grandchildren, your nieces and nephews. And whatever you decide here, they're going to eventually find out about it. And what is that going to do to their mental health? And I would love to go back, but I've never once been recruited by Juneau or from Haines. I grew up in Haines. And one of the reasons why I left was because I was bullied and I did have thoughts of suicide. And I could have died at 12, but instead I had aunties and uncles step in and help me through that. And so now I give back to the community by continuing to do suicide prevention. And so I just ask that you please consider, what is this going to do to our youth? And for the urban communities, we just want to be able to do stuff in our community. We want them to feel connected. If you guys want more votes, then I don't understand why we don't just give the rural communities more votes. And maybe that's a Robert Rules of Order BS, but it's like, you're the president. Like, can't you just tell us that you're going to change the rules? Like, I don't know, maybe that's not the case, but I'm like, don't you have that power? So for me, it's more about, if you're going to reduce or whatever, can we still have our tribal councils? But at the same time, it's like, just give them more votes. Like, this seems silly that we're getting this divisive. And at this point, like I mentioned, at aunties and uncles tell me, support your community, join the tribal council. And now, although I could be in that top 4, I don't think I want to, because I don't feel like I would be truly living my values. And now I kind of see like the true colors. And it just, I don't know. I know I'm out of time, but I just want to say Ganesh Sheesh, how thank you. And thank you to the aunties and uncles. And please just consider what this is going to do to our youth. We already have high rates of suicide.
I'm sorry, Fran. I see both you and Catherine in line twice, so I am gonna recognize you, but I'm gonna go through the ones that haven't been recognized yet. Joey?
Shishawa. I'm Joey Keto from the Seattle delegation. I'm sorry for getting emotional. I was raised in traditional value of speaking from the heart. That's why I don't have nothing prepared to speak from and have quotes, because the heart doesn't have that. I said not to get emotional because you can't see a bully, so you get emotional. That's what we were taught. Being in the urban community, I was raised a part of the urban Indian movement, always standing up, protesting. So many of our delegations, delegates in Seattle, all across here, I can say everybody in this room has protested in some form on protecting our tribal sovereign rights, protecting our elders, protecting our youth. The divisiveness of words that were not ever in our mouths have been shown. I'm in the motion of increasing the village's voice is needed. I always thought that, because like Crystal said, they are our foundations, they are our pillars of our longhouse that we all try to go home to. I prayed for probably about an hour before coming here and getting ready, asking for Ishan and Creator to be here with all of us. I asked for all my ancestors to be here with us, because we need it. We all need it. We need to feel the value of love. We need to feel the value of respect. We need the value of honoring our words and living by our words. When we walk and leave this room, our elders, our ancestors, our youth, our future generations are going to be living through what we take action on today. I was raised and I was brought up where I am also of Blackfeet Nation. We're one part of our tribe in Montana is one of the 6 bands of the Blackfoot Confederacy that's also in Canada. Our ancestors in Canada recognize us. They don't diminish it because of a line that 2 opposing colonialist people put upon us. What I keep on thinking about during this assembly and during these discussions and being not being invited or welcomed to share and learn from the Southeast tribes why they want to have proposal 4 and want the amendment. I'm fine with not being invited. Unfortunately, living outside of the Southeast, we're used to not being invited. We're used to being the ones that have to fight the oppressing people to have our people's voice heard. What brought me this morning, what really brought out to me was the story that Sasha shared when he addressed our Tribal Assembly Grand President for Alaska Native Brotherhood. He brought back one of our creation stories that still is true, and we can place it within our own election right now. The glacier story. The glacier pushed our people out of Southeast, down south, and our people never lost our connection and our yearning to go back home. We never lost our songs. We never lost our language. We never lost our way of living. We adapted to what we had available at that time. When we have the opportunity to come back home, we sang back home. We took our canoes back home. We brought our language back home. We brought our regalia back out. Remember, just because if we're outside of the Southeast, it doesn't mean that our hearts, our minds, and our bodies don't yearn to come back home. Sheesh.
Pass.
Passbook, Sitka delegate. I want to thank you for this book, Tlingit and Haida Hall of Fame. I too have been praying this morning. Invited God to be here because I think we all need his strength. And looked through this book at those leaders that have gone before us, that fought for us. And I would like to turn to address the delegates. This has been very difficult. The division, I feel it, you all feel it. Hard decisions before us. I want to apologize to those that have felt like you've been avoided and your voice has not been heard. I've been listening and I am grateful for the extra time to hear what everybody has to say because we didn't talk together. We didn't talk about decisions. I also want to bring up the word wuchin, working together for the common good. What does that look like for us as a delegation? As I looked through here, I came across my Uncle Mark Jacobs, Jr. He was a fighter for us on many levels. He got back land. He was involved with the AFN, A&B. He also traveled to Canada and helped bands to fight for their rights. I want to read something that is written in here about him. And just think about it. Oh, I turned to the wrong page. Mark Jacobs, Jr. did not hesitate, saying that the Native community needed to be more unified, not less. We still have many issues to have our voices heard in, and we cannot afford to go it alone. As a result of his advocacy, we continued our membership and increased our involvement in both. I asked myself, what does that mean? Our voice being heard. I do agree with the proposition 4 of increasing the villages to 3. There are pillars. They know our culture. They live in it. I'm not sure about the other options. I still have to listen to what people have to say. But I'm going to add one more thing. And before I say it, I believe I'm speaking in behalf of my Uncle Mark Jr. and my mother, Bertha Karras. What would they say? When you're looking at the Constitution, please offend me. Please forgive me if I offend you. That is not my intention. But I know that it'll offend you. And I know that I could make enemies by what I'm going to say. But if you look at the Constitution, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you look at the Constitution as written, we're talking about boundaries. We're talking about service area. And what that means is if you're out of territory, the delegates should actually be 0. Do I want that? No. Do I think you need to have a voice? Yes. But what does that look like? That's for us to decide today. Ganexchish, Hawa.
Pane Juno Kwan Anikach. Chaye go what react was a good tani the Katuan. Yigo Ayach one. Yigo Ayach one. Yigo Ayach one. Yigo Ayach one. Yahatachan Kisani Kage, yes, Wuchin Yejikatune Yak, Kusachan Katilla Antin. Ye Owe Hosatin, ye take 2 Aya Yuchitani. Chitzin Dane Aya Yuchitanyak. Wasa has to Tuasagu, Yahachago Kaku. Kelkegurtzi has to the Tranki and has to Kusti. Ye Owe Hatu Atitsu. One Kanins Yitiki at the Tunach Yagatu art. Wuchin Koa. Wuchin Yekakwati. Kustia Kwasa Kandain Hatu Yiti. At Yawne Kajich to tea. I just want to talk for a short minute about what we're going through right here, and just really encourage everyone to have strength and courage to try and stay calm. I know the emotions go high when we have big decisions to make. I don't think our ancestors who formed this council, who fought so courageously for our lands, envisioned a time when there would be more of us living outside of our home territory than here. I believe we're always trying to make connections to our people. And so I wanted to address just a couple of things. I know people are feeling very hurt by a lot of this, and I think somebody shared that when they come to Juneau, they don't feel welcome. And I just want to say we're kind people here. Kachkashat, Elizabeth Paradovich, and Roy Paradovich, and so many ancestors did so much to make sure that we don't feel the racism that other people feel when they come here. And when I see people who don't live in Juneau, I don't frown at them or anything like that. I'm not sure where that was coming from, but I just want to make sure we're not doing personal attacks when we should be talking about a particular issue. I also want to say, like, everything we're doing, we're trying to think of the future, our little grandchildren. This is exactly what our ancestors have done. Tlingit Haida has tremendously increased the ability to provide services to folks who live outside this area. If we wanted to use colonization as something, as an attacking point to this, the only way to decolonize is to speak our languages every day, all day. And so we have language classes that everybody can access. They're free, they're accessible, you could be there, you can do so much stuff. And I wish we had the same passion for our languages that I'm feeling here right now. It makes me very upset that this is what we choose to fight each other on. But I understand where everybody's coming from. You need to speak for your people, you need to make a stand. I also want to make sure we understand people are not getting cut out of services. We're not unenrolling anybody. This is one of the most open enrollment tribes that you can find. There's no blood quantum, there's no anything like that. It's very inclusive, it's very, I think the staff of Tlingit and Haida in particular reach out far and wide to find our peoples. And so I know that someone behind me is going to call for the question. And when the question is called for, I do encourage us to hit that majority so we can vote on this issue and that we move on. We still love each other. We still respect each other. I do believe my next episode I write will be called Molly and the Parliamentarian. And it'll win the award for the most boring episode.
My job up here is to be impartial, but every time Fune speaks, he makes me laugh. So I apologize for laughing. Albert?
So, real quick, Mr. Chairman, a little housekeeping. I'd like to pay my uncle's fine. And to honor Matthew Fred, I'd like to match his fine with another $20. I've always had the opinion that you weren't supposed to introduce yourself, and I've seen that done quite a bit, and it turns out I was right in my thinking. So here's my uncle's fine, and I'm matching it. And for the people that don't understand village life, $20 is $1,000 in village money. So thank you for allowing me to do that, Mr. Chair.
Albert, you can squeeze that mic and lift it. There you go.
Yeah, we don't have these in the village. We talk loud. Mr. Chair, I was fortunate enough to grow up with gentlemen like Edward Gamble and Lloyd Kukash, and many of them in my hometown. So I say that because when I became a leader in the hometown, they said, "You're going to debate me, do your homework." That was their way of telling me to read and understand what's happening. So my concern with what's happening is, and to hear a gentleman talk about nation down south, that's totally different. You've got to look at and pay attention to the current politics in Washington, D.C. They get a hold of this document and say TNH is diluted, and you're getting away from the original intent of Tlingit and Haida when it was formed here in Juneau. How do we know they're not going to take it away from us? You're not losing your voice. I'm standing in line and I'm thinking, we've all heard this. We're resilient. Teach the next generation how to be resilient. So when we have to downsize, you can still bring your voice to the president and the executive committee. We're looking at this the wrong way. There's no division here. People create division. You create it by misunderstanding. And the only way to understand is to sit down and have a conversation with somebody. And I've done that quite a bit with the Juneau delegation and in Anchorage. Let me give you an example. I've got a daughter that won't move home from Kansas. She went to school there and, for God's sakes, fell in love. So a lot of this affects her, and I understand that. Same thing with my older brother, Lonnie, my best friend. He moved to Minnesota because his wife moved there and took their son. So he wanted to be with his son, so that's where he is. So I understand the concept of people having to move, and I'm happy for you. I'm happy you have a job, a way to take care of yourself and support your family. Angoon has 80% unemployment. The people that live there, we understand the lifestyle that's there, and we can provide for ourselves off the land as our ancestors have done for generations. I ask myself the question, how does a delegation from Anchorage and Seattle and San Francisco benefit Angoon? I know there's people from Anchorage and everywhere in Alaska that knows where Angoon is. There's protocols to our culture. I can speak for my clan only if my clan leader allows me. Otherwise, I don't do it. So this isn't about clans. No one in this room has the right to tell another clan how it's supposed to be. That's within your own clan. That isn't what this is about. We have to protect what currently exists. And that's the boundaries that were mentioned when the original Constitution was created and the jurisdiction. If we start diluting it and going as far out as we can possibly go, who's to say the federal government's going to finally say TNH is out of its jurisdiction or another tribe? How do we know they're not going to do that to us? How do we know that the tribes in Washington are tough? How do I know that? They have their own fishing rights that we don't have in Alaska. Don't get me started on the trawl fleet. What is the delegation in Washington doing about the trawl fleet that's affecting Alaska? Or how are you helping your brothers and sisters in Angoon so we can go fish for king salmon because somebody down there said that we're intercepting their king salmon that feed the killer whales? So, Mr. Chair, I think we need to look at this another way. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't have a chance to look at this till last night and read it from one end to the other so I can understand why we're actually doing this. Otherwise, I would offer this as a solution. We're doing this to protect a document. We're doing this to protect the organization from the federal government that seems to be out to get the Native people. Us. All of us. Granted, I may look more Native than others, but we're still Native. We've got to look at it that way. To protect the organization, we've got to adjust and make sure we don't go outside our boundaries or the original intention of this. I serve on the Regional Advisory Committee for subsistence to make sure Angoon gets what we need. Let me explain a short version. If somebody from Juneau comes and they don't get a fish, they can go to Costco. Somebody in Angoon goes out to catch a fish and they don't get anything, they don't eat. That's the difference between the village and the cities. Now, I've heard the argument, and the older I get, the more I learn to listen. It's kind of ironic. My hearing is going. But to find a solution, we all need to listen to each other and be respectful. I spent my time in the Army, so not only is my uncle, I consider him my Army brother. And in that time, I've learned prejudice. You don't go to Texas looking like this and expect people to treat you good. But I also remembered who I was. Somebody told me to go back where I come from. So I did. Teach your children in Seattle, grandchildren, resilient. So they can adjust when we have to adjust to keep this organization from disappearing. I appreciate the fact that everyone in here thinks that it's important that we still have a voice in the village. That's the thing that sticks with me and I'm going to take home with me. That there's common ground that the rural communities should have a voice. But we're resilient people. This act of this shouldn't do what it's doing. I see the hurt, I understand it, but I also understand because my daughter's in school and she's outside the service area. It's a choice she made. We need to bring this back to center and protect this document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you squeeze the handle.
Way down.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. President, thank you. My name is Catherine Lawrence, and I'm with the Juneau delegation. And before I start, because I've been listening with my heart and all my senses, I want to say a prayer that I don't speak any words that would make mountains for our people, but to speak words that would straighten the crooked path. So if you join me, I will say a brief prayer. Heavenly Father, we lift up your name. And your word says your word is good for every situation, in teaching, in working, and bringing our people together like this. We have a room full of talented people and their struggles, and the enemy is trying to bring in division. I come against that in the name of Jesus, because we are one people, one people, one people, and you have made us that way. And we face some challenges, but I like that word, resilient. We have lived through times that they thought they could get rid of our tribes, but we are still here, and we will continue to remain because of your spirit, your strength, and your promises to our people. Amen. Mr. President, may I turn? Thank you. I want to say to the whole room that being with Juno, it wasn't just an easy, simple thing that we came to this decision that we did, which is why we had to caucus so much. And it came up many times. Well, what about our friends? Some of them are relatives. I've known this one for so long. We've been in tribal assembly. Yes, we had to have that talk. And it was a challenge because we have our cultural side, which is beautiful, and it talks much about respect and how we speak to one another. And I know some challenges have come up because now we got to put on our other hat and think about business. Business, it's a challenge. So today, we need to put down those things. We are not against Anchorage or Seattle or San Francisco. I see some of our most talented people in those areas because I read the emails of what each one of those communities are doing. They are resilient. And I want to take this time right now. All the other communities, please stand and let's give them a hand because they are our brothers and sisters. Stand, please. Amazed at the solutions that have come out. The young girl that was talking about what you folks do in Seattle. All our camps should be that way. Even if the size becomes smaller, it doesn't stop your talent or your strength. I want to read something because I truly believe in the Word of God. It talks about talents, and some of you may have heard that. It's in Matthew 20:25. It talks about God-given abilities and resources to serve others and bring glory to the Lord. One person was given 5 talents, another 2, another 1. But each one of them took what was given to them, and some multiplied it. This is what our camps can do. No matter if you have 1 delegate, 2 delegates, 3 delegates, you can use them and multiply it and bring that back to tribal assembly, even if you just have 3 delegates. You can outdo some of the others. And I know I use this word again because I've been hearing it, our brother from Angoon, resilient. And I know we've survived through the years because we are that way. And brothers and sisters, I pray that this will not leave a bad mark in your heart or mind about this assembly. People have been given the time to say what they feel. And this is what I feel. And I want to thank you for listening. I do stand in support of proposal number 4 with the amendment. And I ask that you would join us. Gunalchish.
Hello, everyone. My name
Vashti.
is Vashti Demert Gustafson.
You have to address the chair and then,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
yes,
And
Vashti,
Mr.
yeah.
President,
Yes,
do you mind if I turn?
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My Tlingit name is Kentaguchki. I am the granddaughter of Larry and Sharon Demert, the great-granddaughter of George and Lillian Demert. And this book, too, gave me inspiration today, just flipping through and seeing all of the family members that are Demerts that are in the Hall of Fame. Charlie Demert, Embert Demert, William Demert Jr., Dennis Demert, and the author emeritus, Edward Thomas. These are some of my family, along with a lot of you out there. And I was taught education is very important in our family, and you'll see that when you read through all of these Hall of Famers. So is fishing, which is also one of our rights that we fight for. My father, to this day, in his mid-60s, is a strong commercial fisherman. My younger brother is an amazing commercial fisherman. My younger brother is starting to fight for some of those rights in Washington, and I proudly support him and try to introduce him to people here that fight for those rights. And I appreciate your kindness and generosity with that. I was going to say a couple things, but just listening here, it sounds like people are ready for some negotiation. It sounds like people understand the larger communities are okay giving numbers or votes to the smaller communities because they know that's where we're from and we want to support them. We are not trying to do a power play here. We are just trying to understand why we went from 27 to 24 to 3 potentially, but one community stays at 20, and they're also in a service area, and they have employees that help them when there are functions here. We unfortunately don't have that. We have each other, and we're volunteers, and we come together, and we put on amazing picnics where 1,000+ people come. If we only have 3 delegates that run that, and if they are elders that are elected, that would be a challenge for them to continue to put on. That's all we're trying to understand. I don't think anyone has come to the table to say why Seattle's numbers are diminishing. We're okay increasing numbers. And like my grandfathers and uncles used to do, they would sit around the Craig Cannery at coffee time, enjoying a cup of coffee and a donut, negotiating and discussing tough subjects and becoming leaders because they could sit and talk to each other face to face. I don't think we were given that ability to talk face to face. It was just sprung. Here you go. Let's go down to 3. Be okay with it. I don't think that's something we should accept. I think it's something we should talk to each other about. A kind lady, beautiful woman this morning, when I was getting off the shuttle, said, I hope you have a good day today. I know it's going to be very challenging for you. And I wasn't going to get emotional, but that really touched my heart and made me feel really sad. Like, why does it have to be like that? We're not trying to challenge you. We just want to know why. We want to serve all of our members, have all our committees, have all our functions, serve our elders respectfully. So all I'm hearing lately is negotiation should be back on the table. 3 is way too low. And I just want you to know, I do oppose the amendment and the proposal motion. And I just would love face-to-face conversation. Kunishish, Dawat, thank you.
I can't see behind Catherine and Fran, but there are others that have yet to speak. So. So Brandon, Jack.
Brandon Mayer, Seattle delegate, fourth generation delegate. I just wanted to start off by saying that, Seattle was a part of the original Constitution. Seattle's always been a part of this standing body here. And just in the past couple of years, doubling up, and, with over 9,000 members, tribal members within our community, it's a lot. And, by a Constitution, we deserve that equal representation. When I first started out as a delegate in 2015, I was just becoming a father. And now today, I'm a father to a 10-year-old little girl. And I wonder, how this is going to affect my daughter's future and how she's represented today, and how she will be represented in the future tomorrow. I want to just take a moment and then appreciate all the work that the Constitutional Committee has put forward. But I do think that there is a little more work that needs to be done so that we could come to a conclusion of fairness. Also, I feel like we're really accepting the boundaries that the government has set on us. I feel like we're a sovereign tribe, and it should be as such, creating our own boundaries. We are a people of this land, but we are also a people of the water. And if you notice, the commonality in all of our communities is that we all reside near that ancient highway. It is, I'm standing up here to speak against the proposal. And I truly believe that there should be no out of service area. And but also that I'm also for an increase in village representation if they really felt that they were underrepresented. And with that, I'd just like to thank you for giving me this time. Hawa Ganesh Chish.
Jack Strong, Cluckwan.
Go, Jack.
Chairman, I'd like to have permission to speak to the congregation. I had done some number crunching, and I talked to Richard Peterson and told him I did some number crunching, and I said we have a total of 25,776 constituents, I'm going to say, from all the different places. And he said, no, that's wrong. We have 34,000. 43,000?
We have 38,000 tribal
38,000.
citizens.
So
the numbers that that I crunched are in the book. So we're not even getting the right numbers that we're to talk about. The right numbers are not in here. I thought he said 34, so there was 8,000. He's saying there's 38, so we're going to add another 4,000 to that. Where do they live and how many people are going to be affected by this? I'm going to speak against this resolution in the fact that we're not getting the right numbers. Until we have all the right figures that we're talking about who all is going to be affected, we're not talking straight. We're talking crooked, I think, by having not the right numbers in the book for us to talk about who's going to be affected where. Until then, I think we should hold off on our voting.
The correct numbers are in the book. There's an other category, and there are tribal citizens that are registered as tribal citizens who haven't picked a community. So when you add all of those up, it's the correct number.
And so what we have in the book is not the correct numbers in.
No, it is.
It is?
You're not reading it right.
Okay.
Whereas Vice President Micklin can probably best explain that.
There, right? Where it says 18 plus citizens in the town, I added them all up and came up with 25,000. 18 and over voting age. Okay. My apologies. I just crunched the numbers of what I was seeing, so I'll back off on all my BS I was just saying then. All right, thanks.
Mr. Micklin,
I did.
we time you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. As chair of the Constitution Committee, I tried my best to act as the chair, which is not to vote on the questions that came before us, and tried my best to provide the information to the members so they could come to their conclusions, which resulted in the final report. So I tried hard not to make my preference a part of that deliberative process. But I can say now that the committee is dissolved, that I support the recommendations of the committee that have come before this tribal assembly as motions for consideration. And I will just suggest that our people have been confronted with these challenges before. When the Russians came, I don't think we anticipated that, but we adapted to it. When the Americans came, we adapted to that. A&B, A&S was a consequence of that. And then with the legendary question posed by Peter Simpson about fighting for our lands, we did that with and therefore the Jurisdiction Act and the Court of Claims decisions for Tlingit and Haida. And then we had the ANCSA question, and we needed to adapt to ANCSA. When the federal government left us off the list of federally recognized tribes, we had to adapt to that with the Tribal List Act. So today we are confronted with the same challenge, and we are adapting to it. We are fighting for our land today, and fighting by considering the report of the committee that considered much of this material. We reviewed the background information. We reviewed the hearings in the Congress. We reviewed all of the histories that led up to what is today Tlingit and Haida in the Constitution that we are now seeking to amend to enable us to better fight for all of our people. And to that, I I say that it is often a common fallacy that we believe that the future will be the same as it has been in the past. We're thinking about what is in our near future will be the same as we've experienced it within our memory. And part of our job, Mr. President, is to look forward and anticipate those changes so we can adapt to them, we can respond to them before they're upon us and exacting a price for not preparing for that change. I can say that that change is upon us. Whether the administration gets to prosecute its plan for cost reductions and elimination of services and relations, not just internationally, but also domestically. And they'll get around, and they are now getting around to tribal nations. Whether they get free, the freedom to do what they will with us, and we're already looking at 1/3 across the board reductions. Even if that is bounded by Congress, which hasn't shown the wherewithal to do that, even if they are limited to some extent, it's already changed. We are not going to go back to what we knew as the respect for tribal nations and the funding available to us and the relationships in the government to government relationship and the trustee relationship with our federal trustee. That is forever changed. So I would say that even with the consideration of the recommendations from the committee today, even if those are adopted as proposed or amended, I will beg the indulgence of the Assembly by suggesting that in the near future, we will be unlikely to be able to sustain even that number that is the result of our vote today. We will need to further adapt in the very near future. So we are better prepared by taking action today and not being late to those changes that will enable us to fight for our people, just as Peter Simpson challenged us to do, and we did, as we have in the past when the Russians and the Americans came. We need to fight, and this puts us in a better place to fight. And so I support the recommendations of the committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jerry Hope from Sitka. May I face the masses here? Thank you, Mr. President. I really hesitated to speak because I recognize that there are so many people of the delegation that normally don't get up there here and speak. And I just wanted to hear from those people who normally don't speak. And I appreciate each and every one of the voices that came up here and spoke. We recognize in Sitka that this is a difficult discussion. We had discussed this in our community council meetings over the past number of months, especially when the initial information came about the Constitutional Convention. It was not an easy discussion in terms of representation. What we heard from the communities that are outside the service area are really critical to hear and hard to hear. And we apologize for that difficulty. But we also hear from our neighboring communities who are smaller, as had been spoken about from our brothers and sisters from Mangoon. The village communities are hurting really badly. How can we stand with them. One of the things that in this kind of form of government is to give them a modest increase in voice, in vote. It is really obvious that those who have a larger population have a larger say. And so there is, pardon me for using this language, President Trump, but inequity. We do not apologize for using that word, really, quite frankly. And when our brothers and sisters in the smaller communities are hurting so badly, we need to stand with them, is what our community council spoke about. We will decrease our voice, our votes, in support of increasing those villages' votes. That's what we came to the table for. That's what we came to the Constitutional Convention for. We feel your pain. We hear your pain. We stand with you. We will sacrifice ourselves for the increase and support of your voice. With that in mind, Mr. President, I just wanted to share with you that in talking with Juneau, the community council, we heard them and we listened to them and they understood what our message was. And so we deeply appreciate Juneau. We need to figure out what would be the equity. Would it be, as Delegate Seth Pook said, have 3 for everyone? We don't know. But at this point, at this time, I stand in support of the motion as amended. Thank you.
Clarence?
Thank you, Mr. President. Clarence Peel, Ketchikan delegation. May I turn to address the? I've been active now for 4 years, just under 4 years, and I get to pay attention to a lot of different things. This is a hard discussion to have. I'm not. It's very difficult. But no matter what our numbers are, me personally, I volunteer and I do a lot of different stuff for our villages no matter what. I go and I see our people, no matter if I sit on this delegation or not, I volunteer for everything. And nobody in this world will stop me from doing that, ever, period. It isn't, in my eyes, an act of division, because I don't see it that way. I see it strengthening us. And I'm not taking it personally, because I don't, even if I have to step down in the position that I'm in, I'm okay with that, because I will still do everything that I absolutely have to for my people, no matter what or no matter where I stand. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Catherine?
Thank you, Mr. President. Since everybody else has, can I turn? I wasn't really going to do that. But thank you for your indulgence for me going a second time. And I promised my cousin back there I wouldn't pull anything, Veronica Dalton, that I wouldn't pull anything too smart. But for those of you who don't know, I'm Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate, Kashkani Yuhut Assault. My mother is Alberta Aspen. My family comes from Angoon. Uncles are William and George Nelson. My relatives, my great-great-grandparents are Tom and Alice Scott. And I wasn't going to do some of this, but listening to people before us, my ancestors, while I live in Seattle, my ancestors are same as some of you people in this room, including Ketchikan, because at the Logjam House, there's some story about how the Tlingit and the Haida ended up together at the Logjam House, which is the house that my family comes from. I was going to tell you, but Brandon took it already, about the historical thing when Tlingit, when Seattle and San Francisco became chapters from through resolution because of ANCSA, they became chapters and they've been here and been a voice. And when I spoke earlier about being in opposition of this resolution, I am not in opposition of the villages getting another delegate each. That's fully support all of that. I have difficulty with some of the language we've been using when we talk about large communities and small. I don't think of any village in Southeast Alaska as small. I don't like the word. I don't think that's not the way I think that we should be representing ourselves. One of the things, sorry, Veronica, I was going to say yesterday, and I wasn't going to do this, but I was offended yesterday when the Southeast Caucus was called. I'm not offended that you guys all wanted to meet. I'm maybe offended that some of you didn't want to talk to us, but I was offended because I am Southeast Alaska. I was born here. I spent 30 years raising my children here. I don't care where I live. Southeast Alaska is my homeland, and it is home. And even during my time on the executive council and even before that, and my alarm went off because I should be in a meeting because they are going to pull Head Start funding, and I want to make sure that all the tribes that I can possibly represent aren't going to get their Head Start funding pulled. That we do our best, but what we are opposed to is not raising the number to 3, but decreasing a community with 9,000 people to only 3 delegates. Maybe we need to be smaller in numbers so everybody has more of an equal voice. Or as the young lady said, maybe it's give the villages more votes. We didn't get a chance to negotiate those kinds of compromises or to come up with those kind of ideas. That's why I opposed it to this at the start. And I just wanted to clarify that to my brothers and sisters from the small villages, to my home village of Angoon. This is not against you guys getting 3 delegates or more delegates. This is about, we don't want to decrease ours down to 3. We can decrease it, but not down to 3. It wouldn't do people that we represent justice. You think because we live in an urban community that we don't have teen suicide, or that people have access to housing or transportation, or that they're not there because they were in jail, or we're trying to get them into reentry, or that they're not dealing with drugs, or that they're not going to rehab or trying to get them into centers. Our people outside of our homelands are suffering just like everybody else's, but they get forgotten about. And I know for a fact, when I worked in TANF in Los Angeles, I had a young man come into my office because he was Tlingit. See, Alaska sent him down to go to school, and he wasn't successful in school, but he ended up on TANF in LA, and they wouldn't bring him home. So he had a family. And I kept wondering how they were living in LA on $400 a month on TANF. And he's somebody that I take with me everywhere I go when I'm talking and addressing all of you guys, or whether I'm talking to the feds about our people. Just because they live in urban areas, it's not easy. And I'm just asking again that you don't cut us down to 3. And I also want to thank you all for indulging me, because one more thing, President Peterson. This was always going to be probably my last tribal assembly. I reached a milestone birthday, and I never thought that I would serve another term because I believe in passing the baton. I just want to make sure there's a baton left to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Jen?
Mr. Chair, Francis Andrews, Anchorage. Just a question for clarification. So you mentioned 10 minutes. Is that 10 minutes all day or 10 minutes on each motion? We have a lot of business to get done.
It's on each one, yes. So you start over on the next item.
Chief, as all of the folks before me, can I turn to address the folks in the room? I just need to be better about grabbing the microphone and not moving it up and down. Ganachish, so thank you. It's really hard to come up here and say my voice behind. I take it back. I thought for a second I'd be a little less jittery my second or third time around, and I'm not. I guess, wanted to come up here with my final opportunity to speak and just share, I think, as somebody from having spent my entire life here and having recently, within the last 4 years, for all of the reasons you've heard, a number of us have left Southeast. The increase to our village communities isn't what hurts in this proposal. The increase to our village communities and the annihilation of our representation in our larger communities is what hurts. The increase and the reduction without having the courage, and please excuse me if my words are disrespectful, or the respect to at least have conversations with the delegations about what our options could have been in other scenarios. I have to laugh, and I'm really going to try to stick to just a handful of minutes. I'm actually here not because I wanted to be a delegate. I'm here because in the 2023 Tribal Assembly, I was serving as a community council member. And Central Council provided in the Constitution recognition of the Constitution of all of the community councils. And so I had the privilege of serving as a non-delegate community council member. Shortly before the election occurred this last year, our community was presented with a mandate that we update our Constitution. I was shocked. I was surprised. I had no idea. And so what did I do? I put my heads in the books and I tried to analyze and assess and figure out what it was. And there is a point to my story in reference to this amendment. What it was that happened that created this conundrum for our community council. I also have served our tribe as an employee. It was an honor to serve under this administration, and the work that our tribe is doing is incredible. I have served on the Juneau delegation as a community council while I was also employed with Central Council. And it was because of one provision within the rules of election that changed a definition of community councils to be all of the delegates elected to that community and any other such number of community council members apportioned by that community's constitution. And so the vote that's happening today, when reducing Anchorage and Seattle and San Francisco to a delegation of 3, it leaves each and every one of our communities who have, you've heard through story after story after story, the value of not just the voices we bring in this room to support the issues that come before every single one of the communities in this space, but, and again, the voices we bring to the national level in the work that we do as delegates to this body and community council members. I've got to really ground myself. Last night over dinner, I looked at the group and I said, after the Southeast Caucus, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay because we can return to our communities. As community councils who take care of our people under the umbrella of our constitutions and our communities. And by making this change today, our communities are no longer going to be communities of 12 delegates that are also council members. And should we amend our constitution to allow for non-delegate council members, our communities are now 3 delegates and 2 community council members, serving a community of 3,500 people. For our friends in Seattle, I think somebody shared, they are a community of 9,000 people. Their community council is comprised of 35 and 30, 28, 25 Oh, because of the new rules. My apologies. This change today gives that organization or that community 3 delegate positions and only room in the rules of election for 2 community council members. And I know there is room for change. Who knows when that change is going to come? We've heard from the committee chairman today that we are up against a time in which we have no idea what's coming next. We're looking at cuts from our HHS partners at the federal level to Head Start funding. What we do today is going to reduce the size of our delegation, and what the federal government does in Washington, D.C. is going to force our administration to change their size. But what I can offer you is each one of your community councils has an opportunity to step in and be a solution during that time, and a reduction to 3 isn't the answer.
My apologies, your time's up.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Hawk?
President Edward Hodge, Juneau delegate.
Thank you. Good.
I'm gonna turn my back on you.
I think he means that he's going to address the body.
I'm here to speak against the motion, not because of, like they say, you guys should have 3 votes. It's just a process I think is wrong. We have these books on our tables that say past leaders, Hall of Famers. How would they react to see what's going on today? I do not think they would be very happy with us. They would say our younger generation didn't learn what we were trying to teach them. I think if we have to give all the villages 3 and lower the other ones, I think every community should have 1 slot left open for a youth to attend. Because our youth are going to be missing out on what's happening. We need our youth to carry on. Look at what we have here, mostly elders. How much longer are the elders going to be here? If we bring in youth now, they're not going to know what to do. We need to support our communities and our youth so that they can come and take over. The paperwork that's in our book, when they put it out, number 4 was everything was 2. So at the last minute, they decided they need to go to 3 because they wouldn't have your guys' votes. Because it's not in the paperwork that's in the book, which is fine because I still think you guys should always have a bigger vote. Because I get tired of listening to the big town against the villages. Everybody in the big towns came from a village. It's been talked about all day. A lot of people leave the villages because they have to go find work to take care of their family. The ones that stay in the village, good for them. Because if I could have stayed in my village, I'd stay there. But they don't have the deer in my village, so I have to go somewhere else to hunt. And I won't say where I go because they might get mad at me. But I do have fish in my village, so I go up every August and put up fish. So I think what we're doing is kind of right, but at the same time, it's kind of wrong. The process is not right. If Seattle has more people in their community in Juneau, they should have the same amount of delegates. Anchorage is higher, they should have a little bit more too. You know, if we're gonna say they're 20 and then they were getting 3 each, divide that 29 or whatever up between the 3 communities and fix it so it's right. Like 11, 11, and 6 or something like that. That's how I think it would be more fair and people would be able to move on quicker. Instead of that, we spent all day long fighting over this resolution stuff. It's crazy. If the issues that we are having has to do with money, maybe we need to put term limits on our executive council. I mean, it's a bad thing to say, but if we don't change and we have the same people there all the time, what's going to change for us? We're going to come back in a couple of years and say, we need to make these more changes. And since we have control, this is how we're going to do it. I do not agree with that. So that's my point. Thank you.
Can somebody turn the mic, or you got it, Gil? Go ahead.
Ms. Gil Stokes, Anchorage delegate. I speak against this amendment, excuse me. I'm really very sorry the way things are looking and the way I feel. I don't feel like we made much indication to you to speak the way we were talking. Many hours were spent thinking and rehashing and looking for what we could do to make those that are against our big cities. We don't have a solution, but I can tell you that my 30 years I lived back east, I couldn't wait to get back to Alaska. I can see the way the election, I'm not a fortune teller or who can predict what's going to happen. I can only feel it. I feel very, very lonely, very sad, and very hurt that we are divided with this question of who we are, where we come from. There are many of you in here that don't even know that you're my relative. I can only say that my heart is with you, and the sadness I feel, the way the outcome is looking. The Lord have mercy on every one of you, whether we're right or wrong, whichever way it turns out. The Lord has the last saying. Just look back into the book of Revelations. The chairman here spoke about how it's going to eventually turn out. Is that a prediction? No, it's not. Look in your Bible. You'll see it. You'll read it. And you'll learn how to love all over again. Okay? God bless every one of you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Laverne.
Laverne Weisel. I am here to talk against the motion. I have sat here and listened to many, many people talk about their relatives who did all the great things. They were my relatives. Mark Jacobs, I've had dinner sitting at his table with him. He is my relative. I just find it amazing that we can do something like this without blinking an eye. It came to us just like, you don't matter. You don't matter. We're going to do this. If he had come to us and said, we have this problem. We need to cut all these groups. We need to rearrange this, rearrange that. It would have made sense. I wouldn't have cried about it. But to come back and say, nope, you're not going to be here anymore. You're not good enough. That hurt. That hurt me a lot. I raised my children, my grandchildren, my daughter. You've heard my daughter. You heard my granddaughter, Eliza Domini. They're very smart children, and I'm very proud of them. And I'm here to hold them up and to hold you guys accountable for what is being said, what's being done. And that's all I've asked of you. If it were money, say it's about money. We're going to lose this and we need to do that. But don't just chop us off and say, you don't matter, because that's what I'm feeling. I'm sorry.
Veronica?
Thank you, Mr. President. Veronica Dalton, Puna delegate. I believe we have had ample discussion. I call for the question.
I'll remind that it'll take a 2/3 vote. So. Can we allow the last couple to speak? Can we agree to that? No objection, and then the last three? These are the last three.
I thank you for allowing me to speak. Today, I still have 100
Please
shares.
introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. Benjamin Danny Cornell. My Tlingit name is Ushkan. I thank you for allowing me to speak. Is it okay if I speak to the audience? Today, I still have 100 shares in Tlingit and Haida. Today, I was ready to vote. But you hear the elderly speak and the youth, Eliza and Stephanie. It tugs at your heartstrings. I sat in the back because I want to know what the elders think. And it is tough. Nobody likes to see the house divided. I look at it as Tlingit High as this big bird in the sky. What happens when you cut one wing off? We have trouble flying. I'm proud of Kevin and Ed to speak up because those are tough issues. I was thinking, we're looking at this wrong. We're looking at reducing the number. What can we do to offset that budget? What can each community do to offset that budget? And I was thinking, if we had one company from Tlingit and Haida to make it successful to offset that budget, I'm thinking we should table it for one more year because I don't think we're putting our best ideas forward. If we could do that for 1 year, although it's tough because it takes roughly 2 years for that company to succeed. So I was thinking maybe construction, because I think we're about to explode everywhere. These are tough issues because folks over here in the back, Seattle, are off to the right, didn't get to know me. But over the number of years, a few of you got to know me, and I feel like your family. And these are tough decisions. And for years, I watched the villages. It felt like they're being played like a pawn. Juneau and Seattle. So I may not be here next year. I think I can make it in, but I'm not sure if I like the path I see. So I'm pushing for maybe let's table it and see if we can come up with some new ideas so we don't have to send any family out the door. I thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Chris, I'm going to recognize Karen because she hasn't spoken.
Don't be scared. Oh yeah, I forgot. President Peterson, can I have to speak? I'm going to try not to cry, okay? Because I come from a strong family. My family, my dad is Fred Luth Sr., and he was one of the best fishermen in Southeast Alaska. And I come from that too, because he forced me to fish with them. Caught tons. I could tell you how to cut a fish. But we moved to, and my mom is Marian Pradovich. She is the daughter of Thompson Pradovich, who is the brother of Roy Pradovich, who is married to Elizabeth Pradovich. So I come from a strong family. And I'm not just going to talk to a small village, I'm going to talk to everyone. I agree that we should table this and come together because we were closed out to speak with everyone about how we can make a better solution and how we can maybe even make four delegates from the village and then have us as the same as Juneau with 15, 20, make it equal opportunity. Last year, I spoke about lateral violence, and lateral violence is a colonization way for us people to fight with each other. But this time, because Lance Twitchell, he brought up this word lateral kindness. This year, I'm going to go with lateral kindness because one of my fellow students, she even told me about lateral kindness. That's what we should practice. And I'm not going to yell that we're doing lateral violence. I want to demonstrate lateral kindness, and let's get together and have a better solution. Let's get it, let's be united and be one together. I was born in Ketchikan, Alaska. I was forced to ride my bike in Kloak, Alaska. And then in Heidelberg, we did all our cutting, we did our fishing, jamming, and everything, which was really fun. And go to the stream for swimming with the rest of the kids. That was fun. So my heart is here. My heart is here in Alaska because I'm proud. When I go home, I'm proud. I'm Tlingit, I'm Haida, and Alaska is my home. The reason why I can't come and visit so as much is because I don't have that much money. You know how the Alaska Airlines is so much. And it's so hard to get home. So I'm just asking you guys to table this. Let's get together and make solutions instead of being so divided. That's all I ask. Have a good night.
I know we said those were the last three, but we're going to respect our elder Ella and give her opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, President. I want to talk loud because everyone says they can't hear me. This place took care of my daughter. Her name was Rose Bush. And there's some French interruptions. And this one's married to my daughter, Sylvie.
Sylvia. There's some people in the back who came into Juneau because they haven't been home for a while. I wonder if I can ask them to stand and would that be okay?
I'm sorry, Ella, can we do that at a break or at the good of the order? It would be out of order right now. I'm sorry.
My father was Johnny Gamble. He was born here in Juneau. Grew up in Hawk Bay area. But we've lost a lot of it. I wonder if I could just lead the that we sing at memorial. You mind if I turn around too? I wish nothing but God's goodness for each one of you. I want to sing at the cross. I want any of the ones that are here. And sorry I'm taking so long.
Does Ella want us to sing at the cross? Can someone sing that?
Tlingit enough or English?
English.
Okay.
At the cross, where I first saw
The light
and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by sight. I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. Eucanace, I don't know.
Start again. Eucanace again. Okay. Okay.
At the cross, where I first saw the light, and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by sight. I received my sight, and I'm today. Eucanace, Dukagani Wasiti, Achtushkeitsu, Achutich, Yad I want to thank you for joining. I tried to hurt you. You know, I've been sick for a year. Not anymore. I love the Lord, and He's going to heal me. Isn't it nice to love one another? You know? This is my daughter's husband. He learned something. You know, please don't tell me that I'm taking up too much time. I don't come to this microphone and I look at so many people. I'm almost. Maybe.
Hooch away?
Say God.
Hooch away.
I just want to say that Ella's faith is a beautiful thing. Kunapchish, Hawa. Pastor Bennett.
Well, Ella is still standing there. Most of you know her daughter Rose Westica was involved with our council for many years. And today would have been 2 years ago since she passed and went home to be with the Lord. It's never easy to lose a loved one. I've been born again, serving the Lord since 73. I'm a pastor and they recently retired me from preaching, but it doesn't retire the pastoralship. God called us into the ministry. But I know many of us have lost loved ones in the past 2 years. I'm going to ask you to do something, if it's okay, Mr. President.
No objection.
Those of you that lost a loved one in the past year or two, would you stand? We all know what love is about. The Word of God tells us, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And that's what born again is, to accept Christ in our hearts and our life, that we could live with him for eternity. Ella recently lost her niece again just yesterday. So the hurt we feel as our people. I was born and raised in Rangoon. Susie Paul was the lady that delivered me then. But we never leave our families alone. I think about the way they do our children if family gets in trouble with alcohol or drugs. I'd like to see where they keep the family together instead of removing the children. To work with mom and dad to bind the family together. And that's what salvation is about. The Lord brought us back together to be with him. And today, the Word of God, I'll share this in John 14, 1 through 6. Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you so. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there you may be also. And it tells us Thomas asked the Lord a question. He said, Lord, how can we know the way you go and where you're at? In other words, how can I make it to heaven? Jesus said these words, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. So those of you that lost loved ones, you know where I'm talking about. Maybe you're still hurting. Today, we feel a lot of hurt among us because our native people went through much. They fought for us to be where we're at today. Our grandparents, our loved ones. And today we're on the root of it. And how we look after each other is going to make a difference for our grandchildren. What we do and how we handle today, we have to leave in the ways of God. If you don't mind, I'll have a word of prayer with you. If you would take the hand next to you. Father, we come in the name that's above every name, your only begotten Son, Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for demonstrating love. Today we know what love is about and what our culture ways and our people. Lord, and today we ask that you just be with those who lost loved ones recently. They're hurting, but Jesus, you can heal the hurt. You could be our strength and our peace. And Lord, as we gather together today, what do we do with the situations we're in? Guide it and let the love of God be shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Spirit. Be with Sister Ella, Lord, as she lost another niece, and be the strength that we all need. And Father, I pray you'll be with our leaders here at Central Council. Everything they do, let them look unto Jesus, who's the author and the finisher of our faith. And Lord, we ask this and believe it. And Lord, let us all feel your touch in our innermost being that will always be there for us. We thank you now, Lord, and leaving all this in your precious hand. In the name of your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Do something before you said, give somebody a hug.
Yeah, will. Give you a hug. Thank you so much, Barry. Always the man of the spirit.
We're still in order. We're still in order. I'm gonna turn to our last comment for Mr. Mills, and then I'm gonna acknowledge we had a did we? Sorry, question was called. So Mr. Mills, and then we'll go to the electronic vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christopher Mills, Anchorage delegate. Is it okay?
We're still in order. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mills.
Gunakchish, Mr. Chair, Christopher Mills, Anchorage delegate. May I please turn around to speak to everybody? I apologize. I wanted to make sure that I let everybody in this room know that I have the deepest amount of respect for each and every one of you. With all the differences of our opinions, I still have respect for each and every one of you, brothers, sisters, all of us tribal members. And I wanted to properly introduce myself because I never got a chance to. My Tlingit name is Gunashaish. I am a Wishkiton. My family is the Mills family from Hoona. My grandfather and grandmother was Gilbert and Catherine Mills of Hoona. Yep. And I also wanted to acknowledge, I don't see my uncle in here, but my uncle is James Jack Sr. So I do apologize for not introducing my uncle earlier. It is a huge honor for me to be here as a delegate, you know, and I couldn't say any more how much work it takes for all of us to come together in Anchorage just to help serve our people. It takes every single one of us to come together. And life happens. I've seen where some of our own delegates had family emergencies or they've had some important business and had to call in for other people to take over. And it literally takes each and every one of us to come together in our larger communities to make stuff happen. You know, I didn't think about this, but you know, I never thought in the world that I'd be 2024 Santa Claus in Anchorage. But you know, I did it for my people. And but you know, and it's like I said, it's an honor for me to be here as a tribal member. And you know, Gunakchish to Tlingit and Haida, they helped fund me to go to Seward's Avtech's industrial electricity course so that I could start interviewing with the IBW as a power lineman. And I couldn't have done it without Tlingit and Haida. And so where I'm going with that is it's important for us to have, you know, our resources in Anchorage so that our next generation has an opportunity to reach out for help when they do want to get their education. And I'm always going to remind my boy where he comes from, you know, that he's a Mills from Hoona. I take him to Hoona as much as I can, you know. But my main purpose for coming back up here, you know, and it's my job as a delegate, I didn't feel satisfied with what you know, I felt that I didn't say enough and I wanted to come up here and say this just one last time. But it really does take every single one of us delegates in the larger communities to come together for our own people. Now I've got to be in Anchorage. It was an honor for me to be in Anchorage with a lot of our elders that cannot leave Anchorage that are up there for the medical facilities. And it's an honor for me to, you know, bring them herring eggs or bring them a taste of salmon from the distributions. But I just encourage everybody in here to do the right thing. Don't try and pull a rug out of other people's feet in the larger communities. And, you know, this is a hard time that our whole country is going through. And then to do this to our larger communities, it's going to be a huge impact. Now, I'm looking around here and I see a lot of people in here that have already have their minds made up. There's no negotiating. Hey, that's okay. I just want everybody to remember the next time we come up here to vote, remember that. Remember the people that you pushed hard for these positions that are not standing up for the people. Maybe we need new blood next time, young blood that's never been up here. So just keep in mind that, you know, when we're wiping out these larger communities, we're affecting people that you have no idea that's being affected. My grandparents, they'd be appalled if they heard that people were trying to eliminate stuff from their future grandchildren, they would be appalled. And if they were able to stand in this room right here and listen to this, they would just look at a lot of people, you know, and just probably say Ishan to them. So I just hope that everybody in here can just come together, do the right thing. We're not trying to take anything away from the smaller communities. If anything, like it's been mentioned, give them another vote. But don't dismantle our larger communities, Anchorage, Seattle, San Francisco. Don't do that. It's going to hurt us. 3 people in Anchorage or 3 people in Seattle, I'm sorry, that will never work out. We'll never be able to come together for our own community to help them out. Whether it's our summertime barbecue, our Christmas holiday gathering that we do, that takes a lot of work. 3 people cannot do it. And last I checked, we're volunteers here. We're not being paid for this. But the joy that I got out of being here is I get to be out there in Anchorage, all over down in Seattle, and I get to listen to what people have to say and be the voice for the people that don't have the internet or the brand new iPhone 16 to make
I'm
these
sorry,
calls.
Chris, your time's up.
Oh. Anyways, running out of time here, but
No, you're out of time.
gonna cheesh everybody.
I like how you tried to clink it that time, though. And one day we can commiserate on being forced into Santa roles. I'm going to ask program compliance to come up now, and we'll be voting. Question was called on the amendment. So we'll vote on the amendment. Do I need to? Does everybody have their computers? If you are needing help, please raise your hand so that staff can help you. I see quite a few hands already right here in front. I see Sue Ann over here, quite a few over here. Keep your hands up and we'll help get you help.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question about the vote.
Yes.
Thank you. So when the vote goes through simply voting, is it going to be published to the screen with pass or do not pass, or is it
Yeah.
going to be published to the screen with the names of those who voted in their vote? Never.
No, it'll just show the vote, the outcome.
And we can't do a roll call vote,
No.
right? Is there a way to request a roll call vote from the floor? And then just explaining I mean, we spent a lot of time today, I think, with those of us who stood up to speak. Ganeshish.
Simply voting does not allow roll call, and because of the folks online, I don't know how we would accommodate that.
I would just challenge this a little bit further because I think with a roll call,
We've adopted simply voting, so I'm going to roll that out of order. If folks need help voting, please raise your hands. Carry over here.
Mr. Chair's point of inquiry,
Yes,
what is required to pass the vote? How many?
majority.
Majority. Well, then, point of order. Provided in Article 17 of our Constitution, we are required to provide in writing by regular mail to delegates 90 days before the assembly. We got an email. It says regular mail, that would be mailed out. We've done that in the past. That's our established procedures. And I don't think it's right that we got that in email instead of regular mail. Furthermore, it's in other parts, like the rules of election that we post online. It specifically allows for electronic methods, and this does not allow that. So I believe a supermajority would be needed.
So we also put a question on your voting, so people are calling you always in the middle of the thing. So they're out of order.
So I conferred with the parliamentarian and our legal counsel. And points of order cannot be called in the middle of a vote. And technically we are in the middle of the vote. Question was called and accepted. So now we are in the middle of a vote. Because it's electronic, it does take a moment, but that doesn't allow people then to get up and make new motions. We're in the middle of a vote. So we're going to be voting on it.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
No. No.
Points of order are above the voting. It is a motion above.
We're in the middle of a vote, technically. I'm ruling you out of order. They're almost ready to go live with the vote. If you have problems still, can you raise your hand if you need somebody in the back? Brandon and Jan. Over here, Joe Williams. So what you'll see before you is a motion to approve the amendment. If you support the motion to approve the amendment, you'll vote yes. If you object and vote, you'll vote no against the amendment. I want to make sure that's really clear. So if you support the amendment, yes. If you oppose the amendment, no. Okay, the vote is now active. Again, if you support the motion, you vote yes. If you oppose the motion, vote no. Clinton, do you need help? We need help over here. Delegate Helgeson. Does anybody else need help? Kathy Paddock? I think some people are just stretching. Does anybody else need help?
Not yet. It's like, well, right now, you know, with that, the rest of why.
Has everybody voted? No? Okay. You still need help? Does anybody else need help? We have a delegate online that's being assisted as well, so. Jan? Oh. Thank you. Has anyone not voted? Okay, we still have one down here that needs help. Saxman still needs help. Sorry, I thought I saw people there. Jan, you make this look a lot easier. Has anyone not voted? Okay, we're working on one over here.
Now it said delivered.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know why it's saying that.
Has anybody else not voted? Okay, voting will be closed. The motion fails. Noes 59, yes 56. You had to have 58 to win, so the noes have it.
Mr. Chair,
Haida?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call for the question on the main motion.
It wasn't Taylor. What's your point of order? Oh,
Donovan Ann in San Francisco. My point was that because we were not provided the proposed amendments to the Constitution by regular mail, that the resolutions, all resolutions to, not resolutions, all amendments to change the Constitution require a super majority vote, 2/3 vote.
this is the main motion, not an amendment.
It's proposed amendments as well,
All of them.
all of it. Yeah, as per Article 17 of our Constitution.
And that doesn't change me calling for the question though. So,
I'm gonna refer to Will.
yeah.
Will Micklem.
Aye, so Robert's Rules of Order in Section 9 provides that written communications required by a body may be by postal mail and its equivalent, electronic communications by method agreed to by the body. Electronic mail addresses are agreed to by the body. So the electronic messaging of the notice is the equivalent of the postal communication in Robert's Rules.
So
I would argue that it's not provided in our Constitution, and our Constitution, it supersedes Robert's rules.
I had checked on that prior, even though I called your, didn't accept your objection earlier. It doesn't apply to this, and I just forgot why. Because the rules of election are different than the Constitution.
This is in the Constitution, not in the rules of election. It's Article 17, I believe, of the Constitution. I was just providing rules of election earlier as an example that we do specifically provide electronic methods of posting notice and other governing documents.
So proposal number 4, Rule 3. Okay, we're still in session, folks. No, we're in session.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Micklin.
So the Constitution provides for sets the previous notice requirement for amendments to the Constitution to be in writing. And it gives the number of days before the first day of the Constitution to satisfy that previous notice requirement. It provides that it should be in writing. So a writing in our Constitution, it does not define it. It doesn't necessarily mean postal communication. We have adopted in our precedents, order of precedence, Constitution, statute, rules, policies, et cetera. We have fully adopted Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order specifically provides that an in-writing requirement, a postal communication is equivalent to electronic communication. In our practice, we have adopted electronic communication as a matter of convenience for any number of matters, from audit to finance report to other matters. So the in-writing language in our Constitution is not limiting. And in fact, we have exercised that according to Robert's rules, such that a postal communication, and God bless you if you're sending everything by USPS these days, is equivalent to electronic communication. So we've satisfied that requirement.
That's true, and that's our reading. Also, Donovan, you're speaking to Article 17, adoption amendment, but you're talking about changes of the Constitution, which we're talking about. This motion, Proposal 4, doesn't change the Constitution, it changes the rules of election. So you're mixing up the rules. So I'm going to rule against your objection. Point of order. Jackie?
I call for the question on the main motion.
Questions have been called on the main motion. So we're now in the vote, and I'll come back up and do the vote.
No,
We're in the middle of a vote,
I know
so
it's just a question about the previous ruling. It was about it was about the Constitution as well. So for the rest of all of our Constitution amendments, would those still
Yes.
require a supermajority?
no. This doesn't require supermajority. This requires a
That's
majority.
well, that was my point of order to begin with. was questioning amendments to the Constitution. I know this isn't one, but the rest of them later on.
Yeah. So no, but we'll deal, we're in the middle of a vote per my prior, so we'll deal, you can raise that again, but I'm telling you none, so. I also want to remind delegates, if you're here, please don't be you doing phone calls on the go outside. If you're here. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, Clinton Cook, Craig Delegate. I'd like to call for a Southeast Caucus of 15 minutes, please.
Clinton, we are actually in the middle of a vote, so that would be out of order.
My vote was not on the ballot yet when I came to the mic.
It's the same rule that applied earlier.
I have an election question.
Okay.
One of the delegates, on the plane and his simply voting is not loading right now. He's wondering if he could call in his vote to somebody. Can I give him a number or tell him who to call?
Mr. Chair, it's just on the vote question and it was just broached by our Juneau delegation. So there, I just need clarification. We're allowing for proxy voting, or the voter that's not in the room or online is going to call in?
We always have, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But they have to do it to an official. They can't do it to me or anybody. Is there anybody who's gonna need help? As they're almost ready with the. There, does anybody else need help? The ballot is not up, but I just want to make sure everybody has their app ready. We'll read this again, and then I think we'll try to make blow up the screen before the vote too, so you can see. Some people said they still can't read it. So unfortunately, that's as big as it gets. But as soon as it'll get bigger, but it'll go off screen. Is that bigger? Okay. It is typed in the ballot, so it should now be on your screen. Yes, go ahead. We get Sergeant at Arms over there with Catherine. She's causing problems. Has everybody, is it showed up for everybody? Not yet. If you need help, can you raise your hand? You might need to hit the refresh. You got it? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Do folks need me to read it out loud or? Okay, the motion is to adopt proposal number 4 to amend rules of election Rule 2 and Rule 3 to first establish 2 types of communities under Rule 2 and second, provide for different allocation methodologies for those 2 types of communities such that the number of voting age citizens required to entitle a community to elect a delegate would increase from 200 to 275. In the event the delegate allocation resulted in a fraction of a delegate, the allocation would be rounded down, and communities within the territory would have no less than 2 delegates and no more than 20 delegates, and communities outside the territory would have no less than 2 delegates and no more than 4 delegates. Has anyone not voted? Does anybody need help? If you need help, can you raise your hand? We all need a little help. We're in the middle of a vote. Once we finish this vote, we can declare a break. But I'll remind everybody, we're still in session. Jackie. The other Jackie. Cash was trying to get me in trouble. Has anyone not voted? Mary? Has anyone not voted? Oh, over here, Carrie, catch Ken. Ken? Carrie, did you need help? Has anyone else not voted? Okay, down in front. Juno, Gloria. We're missing 4 votes still. And I'm getting tired. I'm over here making eyes at Chris. Okay, has anyone else not voted? Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? All right, we're going to close the vote. So the question was, all those in favor of the motion vote yes, if opposed vote no. Needed 58, yes is 63, no is 52. The motion carries. Without objection, we'll take a 10-minute break. Can we get a motion real quick to accept the vote?
Make a motion to accept the vote.
Moved and seconded from Veronica. All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. You can be loud for 10 minutes. I was asked to share that delegates don't need tickets for tonight's banquet, but if you're planning to bring a +1, they do. And we're sold out.
And who jinxed us, right? You know these people. But the rest actually are kind of pretty non-controversial. They're housekeeping. Hey, Fran, did you hear did Jackie talk to you? Oh, your mom asked me if let me say this. The rest of you know more controversial. No. 2 and 3 won't even address before superseded them.
I don't know. Well, everybody's mad at me like, you know. Oh, I thought Ken was giving ice cream. Fran, or no, Tasha wants ice cream. Patrick also wants ice cream. Who wants ice cream? I'm not at nowhere. Everybody gets ice cream. Ooh, that's my favorite. Come on, girl. That's the reaction of the double up. Pat? Yeah. I was coming back and there was an ambulance leaving. I was like, what's going on? And everybody's like, hello.
My toast hot. And then I hit the bread. I thought I had the table, but this. Down I went.
No, I didn't eat the whole party. I was standing there and all of a sudden my total felt like I was thinking. That's why I had to go. No, they got. I am going to be caffeinated for the next week. I'm good. How are you? I'm glad you're okay. I got back and I said, I told Nathan, I said, I think we need to have a prayer over the last place. That was good in between Gil and Ron and outside. My mom. We know that. Thank you for your work up there. So now we vote on the technical amendment. Will. Back to the next amendment. Did anybody lose a phone with an Orca sticker on the back? The battery's dead, so can't look to see whose it is. Had a girl and a dog on the screen, Orca sticker. We're gonna have it in the back if anybody's looking for a cell phone. And if we can start coming back to order. If we can all start coming back to order, sergeants at arms. Tasha, they said no to me on the ice cream. Walking out the door, get them. I mean, nobody for real. They ran out of Cherry Garcia. It's all at my house. All right, folks, if we could start making our ways back to our seats, please. Remind our audience that we're still in session. Sergeants at arms, can you please urge people back to their seats? And somebody come, sergeants at arms, James Jack's getting out of control down here. That's what he said. You gotta be up to like 1,500 by now. Hey, are we all back? Again, remind our audience that we're in order. Ms. Peta, your mic is off.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion by unanimous consent to approve the technical amendments.
Hearing no objection. It's been objected to.
Darn, I tried.
So is there another motion?
Mr. President, I'd
Yes.
like to make a motion to approve the technical amendments.
Is there a second? Second by Lance Twitchell, Juno. Discussion? Ms. Hodge?
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I would like us to review the technical amendment section by section for approval. Maybe, but I don't need an out of order from behind me. Huh?
I didn't hear you.
Say it again.
I'd like for us to review the technical amendment
Oh, I
section
heard-
by section for approval.
I heard that apart. I didn't hear what you said after.
Oh, I was responding to the
Oh,
chatter
sorry.
behind me.
Yeah, let's remind that we're in order. Mr. McQuinn?
Thank you, Mr. President. A report submitted by a committee, in this instance, a committee authorized by the Tribal Assembly for amendments to the Constitution heard in Constitutional Convention. The process is to receive the report and then to read the report. The purpose of the reading is so that all delegates have a full understanding of the content of the report. That was accomplished yesterday. So a second reading of the report would be dilatory, Mr. President. I would move for the vote.
Yeah, I would agree and rule that out of order, the request. So is there any other discussion? Question's been called. All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Mr. President.
Ms. Peta.
Great. Just sorry, 1 second here. Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to amend the rules of election, Rule 1, Section 1D.
Is there a second? Second by Veronica and Huna.
And I'll explain what I want.
Ye-
And I would just want to strike the language after authorized by the community's constitution. What this will do is allow each community council to determine their own size without being dictated by the rules of election on size.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Fran?
If I stand here, does that give me a minute to like think about what I want to say? Francis Andrews, Anchorage.
Are you suggesting two different timekeepings then? One for you to think about it and the second to talk? Just kidding.
Are we allowed to ask for like, what do they call it? Time to think before we say yes? Do I want to speak to it? Give me just a moment. Does anybody else want to speak to it?
Want me to read the whole thing?
Gonna choose.
I can read the whole thing if that makes
You,
it.
you need to lower the microphone now.
Thanks, Fran. I'll read the whole thing here. I have it somewhere here. Had it open. Rules of election. Rules of election is Rule 1 is definition. Section 1 is definition as used in these rules. Item D is called community council. It says that community council means the group of delegates elected by a community and any additional community council members elected by that community if authorized by the community's constitution. The language after that comma is what I would like to strike. And this language I want to strike says, provided that community council's number of delegates are greater than the number of non-delegate members. I don't believe that our rules of election should determine the number of community councils and that their own constitutions could determine their numbers.
Correct. All right. Fran, are you ready or would you like me to turn to Andrew? Okay, go ahead, Fran.
Gonna choose. Thank you, Francis Andrews. I am up here to speak in support of the amendment. Since I have a new 10 minutes, I just want to take this opportunity to say that through the chair, while what we just experienced wasn't ideal, this is incredibly important to the communities that were impacted by the change in the language with the rules of election. So I support this amendment. Ganeshish.
Thank you, Fran. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. I too will speak in support of this amendment. the current rules of election, given what has just changed, is pretty devastating to how we can organize as a community council. This amendment effectively opens up the community councils to determine their size and scope. And so I will be supporting this and speaking, I'm just speaking to this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other discussion on the motion? Sorry, Keenan raised his hand. Crystal, and do you too? Please go ahead, get behind Keenan, please. Microphone.
Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I am also in support of this amendment. Ketchikan, based off of our recent action, also is going to be losing 3 delegates. So I think it would keep some of the structure if, depending on who's running for election next year for us, it keeps a little bit of a similar structure if our community council chooses to do so. I do have a point of information, but I'll wait until after everybody's done.
Crystal.
Crystalline Lemieux, Anchorage delegate. I just want to say that I definitely support this. Thank you so much for doing this. That was kind of the thing that I was upset about. I don't care about the votes. The one thing that you all had mentioned is that we might be at risk for losing things. So one thing I might encourage you to consider is maybe each community just has one delegate that shows up here at tribal assembly, and there just be a president and vice president. I think that would save you a lot of money, and then everybody would have an equal voice, and they can talk to their community councils before they arrive here at tribal assembly. And I think that it would really, there might be less cooks in the kitchen or less aunties to tell you what to do. So anyways, Ganesh Hawa.
For the record, I love my aunties.
Now can I call for the question? Question.
Question's been called. All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Ms. Peta?
Yes, I'd like to make another motion, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to change the date of the annual meeting in Article 6, Tribal Assembly, Section 1, to change the date from Wednesday in April to Wednesday in September.
Is there a second by Veronica and Huna? Discussion?
Francis Andrews, Anchorage.
Great friend.
Maybe it's a question about the time certainty of the Wednesday. Is it required that we have a time certain option? Okay, gonna teach, thank you.
Tasha?
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I'm gonna speak against the motion. I think that our constitution already allows us to be flexible with the date. And I think that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay.
James?
James Hart, Haynes delegate. I'd be against a September timeframe because there's still a lot of subsistence happening at that time. I don't really like the word subsistence, but it'd be going right into moose hunting season. That's the time that I spend with my family out on the land and harvest. September just really is a tough time to come to order here.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge?
Edward Hodge, Juneau delegate. I agree with the last speaker. September is hunting season for a lot of the subsistence hunters here in Alaska. And it is also still tourist season, so a lot of the hotels will still be full. You got to remember that. Those tourist season is over in October. And we're doing a good job of having it now. I know that there was concerns about getting some of the stuff done on time, but you haven't had an issue with it yet, so why worry about it until it happens? Thank you.
Simpson?
Helene Simpson, Ketchikan delegate. I sit on the finance committee.
Can I interrupt you real quick? I'm hearing a lot of chatter. We're still in session. Please respect the speakers.
I sit on the finance committee and I was there when the audit committee met, and the auditor said we're one of the only tribal entities that have to have theirs done so quickly in the year. So it's really hard on our finance people trying to work on audit and tribal assembly at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Shirley Kendall has her hand up. Shirley?
Shirley Kendall, Anchorage delegate. I'm against the motion because as a teacher, we're just getting started on teaching, and also the parents will be busy trying to get everybody in school and get them ready, and all kinds of things that are happening in September. If they're not hunting, we have that to look at too. Sheesh.
Jackie?
Yes, I failed to tell the reason why I was making that proposal. So I wanted to recognize that those who spoke about the Finance Committee report. I sit on the Audit Committee, and it was very, very clear by the auditor that the material weakness that we had, the finding that we received this year, was because we were not able to do the due diligence in making the changes and in our accounting, recoding and classifications, because we were in such a rush in such a short amount of time to be able to do that, especially given the magnitude of the business and operations that we've had to deal with. And so, and that penalizes us when we go do other business or we look at other grants and other kinds of things for multiple years. And so that's the main reason for making that change, is so that we can restore ourselves, be one of the elements to help our finance team to make sure that we are finding free in our audits. The second reason why I know that as Ms. Hodge mentioned, that we do have a provision in our Constitution that allows us by year to make a decision about the next year. But good business practices, especially for event planning, says that you should always be 3 years in advance, especially with your contracts, hotel contracts, etc. So if we do it year by year, we're never going to necessarily get the best rates. And since we're trying to deal with economies and efficiencies, that's why I felt like making a date certain and changing it from April to September was better. I did think about the subsistence issues. And I know I recognize that most of us in July and August are in heavy fishing season, and the tourist season starts to decline, and in September. Any later than September was going to be too hard, given all the other national and statewide meetings that happen in October and November. And so September, basically by eliminating other months, seemed to be the best month. So I wanted to explain, Mr. President, why I proposed September for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliana?
Juliana Smith, Anchorage. I'm available anytime after April 15th. I pose this because, well, you still have to hear my opinions. I have to work. So you're pushing me into a position where I am forced to be online, and I want to be here. I want to come home. This is an opportunity to come home. So if you decide to do like end of April and May, that's good because my employers are on vacation. But you do September, that's crunching over there into October 15th. And you have to understand that a lot of us have commitments that we have to do. So I'm speaking against it because I'm not available and I do not want to be forced to use online. Thank
you. Mr. Micklin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am generally in favor of broad language in the Constitution that doesn't tie us to anything too specific as we currently have language that says third Wednesday of April or as as otherwise determined by tribal assembly. Um, I would be in favor of leaving that and having the Office of the President develop prospective dates for consideration by tribal assembly where they can determine what might be beneficial in terms of lodging and transportation and tourist season and other issues for consideration by tribal assembly, and then have that determined either at tribal assembly for forward-looking years, one or longer. But being prepared for that, I don't think we're prepared for that at the moment. So I would suggest that we prepare for that at the next tribal assembly, and each year, based on proposal information from gathered by the office of the president, make that decision for upcoming years, beginning with the 2026 tribal assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Mr. President, I speak against the motion.
Can you introduce yourself, name and
Thank
community?
you. My name is Joe Williams, clicking name Caucus. I speak against the motion primarily because I'll be subsisting off the tourist. It's right in the middle of tourist, or not the middle, but right towards the end of the tourist season. And that's when I make my money. So I can be able to freely come and do this. So I speak against the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander?
Good evening, President Peterson. My name is Patricia Alexander. I'm from the Sitka community. I speak in favor of this motion. I don't want to make the hunters or the others subsisting off of the tourists mad at me, but I do like the idea of being able to prepare legislation and directives to the Congress and have more time to do that. I didn't hear anybody say that, so that would be my reason for supporting September.
Thank you, Pat. There's a comment from Anchorage delegate Angela Michaud. She speaks against the motion as a hunting season. It's not a good time. Fran?
Now I'm really confused. Francis Andrews, and see, it wasn't just a ploy for all of the Constitution work. I am confused. So back to the motion. I suppose in many ways I'm speaking for the motion, ask the time-specific question, because I think there needs to be flexibility, but I would just offer a few things for any of us considering it. The subsistence schedule, but also for all of the comments made today that we're potentially facing significant cuts across the board and threatened by what's happening at the national level. Having such a short audit, and I wish I could get information to make this decision, comes at a cost. And I would imagine the cost is large. And so making a decision to change the audit date to extend the timeline for the finance department, I think is really critical. And I absolutely respect that maybe now is not the time, but I would hope that consideration be given. And I think I actually need to stand in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Christopher?
Christopher Mills, Anchorage delegate. I am in support of the motion. I think a lot of people in here can go back and forth about employment. You know, employment for me too with ConocoPhillips is a pretty hard hit to be, being dismissed for April. And, quite honestly, my freezer is full of sockeye before September, and the best hunting season is the first snowfall, which is October. So, plus the NBA and NHL playoffs are in April. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daryl Giroux, Click One delegate. I'm against it because the cuts of the the cuts for the school district is happening in Cluckwan at the Chatham School District has already been getting hit, you know, and so employment there's hard. We're going to be leaning more on our subsistence. And like I said, that's our subsistent time. And so, thank you, goodness chiefs.
Thank you. Lou?
My name is Lucretia Dennis, Lou Dennis, Anchorage delegate. I just want to stand and say that I'm against it. And the reason that I'm against it is because normally our like clan parties and things, a lot of people are getting ready for them. And that requires a lot of work, just like this assembly does. And also for the hunting and things, people preparing, parents getting their children ready for school. And then the other reasons too, that some of us would be forced to join online rather than be here. So for me, I'm against it.
Thank you. I almost called on Genevieve. Barbara?
Wasagida, Barbara Blake, Juneau. I'm in support. I think there's been a lot of good conversation already. Auntie Judy wanted me to let you know that this is the worst time in September because we're putting up Indian cheese, just so. But from a business sense, it makes sense for the audit. From a policy sense, we could start preparing for Congress to go into session, for the Alaska legislature to go into session, can be advocating for things like school funding and just preparing better as a delegation to put forward resolutions that make sense in those spaces before those bodies convene. How?
Barbara, could you not say things that make so much sense? I was nodding in agreement and I'm not supposed to. Mr. Hodge?
I'm just up there so you could nod the other way. I was looking at the schedule for next year and the end of April would work because there's only a couple trips that week, but September is full until the last week of September, just so you know.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. I'll speak against the motion, but what I particularly want to highlight is the flexibility language that Delegate Micklin brought up. But I would advise the Executive Council to perhaps have and during one of their executive meetings, maybe a public hearing to hear from your delegates of what might make sense to setting a date per the flexibility existing in the current Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strobel. Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Albert Howard from Angoon. I'd have to object to the end of April because I'm really too old to get any spankings then. So also, I'd like to see, I object to the September because I'm actually planning on going moose hunting with my nephews and Kate. So I had to check with Kate to see when their hunting season was. So having said that, and I do have 10 minutes, I'd like to recommend that for the good of the order that Jane put together a committee for the spanking of Mr. Wilson, but to bring balance, we have a raven over here that also needs a spanking. So you've got the Eagles and Ravens spanking that could possibly happen at the banquet tonight. So thank you for your time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Question's been called. I want to, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clinton Cook Craig. I am in favor of the motion coming from a village. A lot of times in April, the villages are having their elections around the same time as tribal assembly. It's always sometimes hard. You're a delegate, you got to be here, but if you're running for your seat at back home, you're here. So I speak in favor of September for some of these reasons. Thank you.
Before we vote, I want to point out, because it didn't meet the previous notice requirements, it'll take 2/3 vote. So all those in favor of the proposal to change the date to the third Wednesday of September, say aye. Those nay, opposed nay.
Nay.
I think it failed. So I'm going to rule that it failed.
Okay, Mr. President, come on, girl. Mr.
Pretty
President,
equal there, Jackie.
I would like to propose that since the existing constitution allows us to set a date year by year, that we consider September for this next year. Actually, I'll just do it differently. That we actually ask the executive council to look at what dates might be appropriate for this year. That would give us a little bit more time, whether it's later in April, the beginning of May, or something that we can make work for our finance team.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Then moved in wait, who seconded it? Juliana? So moved in seconded, discussion? How come you two got scared?
I was not gonna speak on this.
Oh,
motion.
okay.
Get to sit next to the microphone. I'm just in mine.
Right here.
Francis,
Go ahead,
Francis
Fran.
Andrews, just a question, maybe a
Yes.
point of clarification. So we're voting on changing the 2026 tribal assembly, or would that institute an,
Yes.
geez, thank you.
As this is just a motion, not, and it doesn't change the constitution, this would just take a majority. Juliana?
I'm Juliana Smith, Anchorage. I want to thank Jackie for listening to me. I really, really appreciate it. So I support the end of April to sometime in May, and my employers support it. Finish, Jeez.
I want to clarify, that's not the motion, though. The motion, yeah,
Okay. I'm there to, okay. I second it. And
Yeah.
third it.
all right, any other discussion on the motion? Any questions been called? All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. This guy's trouble down here. Tasha?
So just one second.
I want to make.
Okay. Go ahead.
Not Tasha? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. I would like to offer an amendment to the Constitution, Article 17, where it says, "The Constitution shall be in full force and effect from the time of its adoption by a vote of a majority of the delegates elected to the Tribal Assembly of Tlingit and Haida. It may be amended by a vote of 2/3 of the delegates present at any assembly of Tlingit and Haida." And I would like to strike all of the language after that.
Second.
That language is accept amendments proposed and distributed in writing and regular mail to all delegates 90 days before the assembly of an assembly of Tlingit and Haida may be adopted by an affirmative vote of the majority of delegates present at that assembly, with the exception of eligibility provisions for tribal citizenship that shall remain subject to a 2/3 affirmative supermajority vote. So it's the motion is to strike all language starting at the word "except" on Article 17 of the Constitution. And if I may speak.
And wait, real quick, was there a second?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So Tasha, hot second.
And if I may speak to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, especially sort of the confusion that we experienced at this tribal assembly on whether or not things were submitted and by regular mail or electronic, and also this 50% voting threshold. I come before the assembly to speak that I believe our governing document of our Constitution is a very important document. and that I believe in all instances it should require a supermajority 2/3 vote to amend it. Under the current constitutional provisions, 90 days in advance of the tribal assembly, the Constitution Committee, anybody can submit constitutional amendments, and then it goes to a majority vote. I believe that the Constitution should not be legislated by a simple majority vote. This is a simple change to the belief that our Constitution should require a supermajority vote in order to be amended.
So so that I understand, this would require 2/3 vote for any change to the Constitution from here on out.
Correct.
So even for the rest of today, any other items will take 2/3 vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Okay. Tasha, or I don't know who's,
Yay.
did you just tell me you're a delegate?
No, no, I said, Jackie Payda, delegate, yes, from Juneau. I just have, one friendly amendment, I hope, is I hate to, lose the part of notification. So I feel like if we could keep in language that recognizes distribution to the delegates, I don't mean by regular mail, believe me, but I do feel like it's important for us to get advance notice so that we don't come here and not have that. So I would like to make sure that there is a requirement for distribution of such proposed amendments.
I agree to the friendly amendment. However,
Hearing no objection to the friendly amendment? Okay, so the friendly amendment's added. Can you restate that, Jackie or Andrew?
Yes, I would say that it has here, accept amendments proposed and distributed in writing. I just want to make sure that requiring notice proposed and distributed to all delegates 90 days before the assembly. Does that work? Or should we say?
I think any notice.
Yeah.
Or
Well, I just said notice.
Yeah,
Yes.
notice.
I kept it at notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that way we're not dictating the terms of the notice. Someday we may have an electronic portal and it won't be an email or something, you know? So,
One of you drop there. Okay, can you? I'll ask that you verify this is correct once she's done.
there should be a time frame.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be level 60.
Thanks. That's fine. Makes it so we don't have to rush.
And this, once question's been called, I want to point out this will take 2/3 vote. Mr. Hope.
Yeah, Mr. President, Jerry Hope Sitka. I just had a point of process in terms of preparing for a motion. Sometimes people like to lead up to it and get a little running start. But what I'd recommend procedurally is that they state the motion and not lobby it while they're making their motion.
Appreciate your point of order. Okay. Who's standing up? Ed? And I want to just check in with Andrew and Jackie that what's up there reflects your motion. Okay.
I'm just making a clarification that when you send a notice out, I was told earlier this week that all the email notices go to our laptop, and a lot of us don't check our laptops all year. So that was part of the issue we had on being
So
caught
you
up with
just told
stuff.
on yourself.
Right. Because if I'm not expecting anything, why am I going to pull up my Tlingit laptop? So somehow we need to be notified ahead of time that it's going to come out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who's in line? Mr. Micklin?
No, that's fine. So I would just suggest that by a vote of 2/3, between the vote of 2/3 and of the delegates present, be included, or unanimous consent. Unanimous consent is general consent, which means that provides for the consent of the assembly without the requirement that they affirmatively vote in favor. It is a nuanced point, but on some questions, delegates may not object, but not desire to vote affirmatively for in support of a question. It provides the same result, but it is a mechanism used for these types of bylaws or organic documents that is helpful in making sure that this very high 2/3 standard can be procured for adoption.
So, Mr. Micklin, are you making a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment that's extra friendly?
That was my, yes, by implication. Thank you.
And is that okay with the maker of the motion? Andrew gives his thumbs up. Mr. Sanderson?
Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. Please do not throw tomatoes at me because I am not sure about the best way to go about this, but I'm not speaking on the content of this amendment, but rather requesting that when it comes to a vote, it be done through simply voting.
On this vote?
Yeah, this amendment.
Okay. Is there any objection to simple voting? So can we have our folks prepare? Tasha?
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage. So I didn't intend to speak on this motion, but I just would share that our unanimous consent is particularly challenging to voice dissent, especially if you're participating online or not in the room for whatever reason. I know that we just today had folks challenged with voting. So being able to, I guess, just acknowledge that I see that that's a challenge with a way of approval. And I would prefer just the 2/3 majority versus unanimous consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to call a question? Question's been called. I'll have Val and Stephanie come up. So I'm going to remind you all that now we are currently in the middle of a vote, so no more comments or questions on the until we get to vote. Let's go ahead and take a stand at ease for 5 minutes because it's going to take them a minute to get this ready. And I don't have to yell at you to be quiet. James is already mad at me.
Okay.
Mr. Micklin, can you come here? Sarah, are you in the room? Sarah Dibdahl? Connor, can you help Mr. Cook?
Oh, I got a question back here.
Okay. Oh, wait. Let me turn it upside down. Oh, wait. Maddie?
We're almost ready, so I want to start calling people back to their tables.
That's done. Oh my God.
Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack,
Back?
we're in order still, but
Okay.
what do you need?
They were looking for the raffle, no sheen, Ray bar or something close to that.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to read a name? Okay.
No sheen. Ray bar. I went next. You okay?
Yeah, this was hung up. It was under, I got it. My chair was on the apron.
It's in a minute. It's in a
If we repeat them 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I ask the Seattle president to calm down before I have Sergeant at Arms come? That's twice now with you two over there, and now Will is. We're really close, so I do still see some delegates out visiting. Please make your way back. Again, Sergeant at Arms, do something about the Seattle president. She's. You got shushed. Okay, is everybody ready for their voting? If we're ready, the ballot will go live. And I want to remind everybody, this will also take a 2/3 vote. We're live. If you have any, need any help, can you please raise your hand? We have, Harriet in the back. Does anybody else need any help voting? Paulette? Mr. George? Anybody else need help voting? Pat Alexander and Jerry Bennett here in the front. Does anybody else need any help? Are you waving for fish or telling me you need help? Okay, does anybody else need help? Why are you guys messing with me? You know, this is stressful up here. I just want you to know that, Louise. Does anybody else need help? Has anybody not voted? Okay. All right. Has anybody not voted? Okay. Jan, am I getting that right? No. Has anybody not voted? Still in the front over here, okay. Has anybody not voted? In front. I see they're helping a couple people still. I'm going to remind the delegates from Juneau, they're still in order. Okay, I know we're helping one over here. Does anybody else need help? I should say, does anybody else need help voting? Gloria, you can't vote twice. Okay, has anybody not voted? Has anybody not voted? Do we have one? We have one who hasn't voted. Okay, has anybody not voted? We're all good? All right, we're gonna close the vote. Reminder, this takes 2/3 vote. $74 will be needed. So the motion carries with 86 yes, 25 no. Seems like a lot to get through one vote. Tasha?
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. In an effort to, I think, try to get through the rest of our Constitution proposed amendments, I would like to request a caucus of the whole where we stay in the room and communicate with each other to try to come to some consensus before we start taking up additional votes from now until 4 o'clock.
There's an objection. Oh, also we need to, a motion to accept the results of the last. Gotta say who? Not you, you did. Seconded by Albert Howard from Mangoon. Discussion? Question's been called. All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Mickwin.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the election and succession amendment to the Constitution by unanimous consent. I move it by regular order.
Thank you. It's been moved by Will Mickwin, San Francisco, seconded by Keenan Sanderson Ketchikan. Under discussion, Ms. Hotch.
Can someone help me by telling me what page it's on? I was looking at it earlier.
95.
Okay. Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. In Article 4, Section 1B, with the change in our delegate count, I think a first vice president and 3 vice presidents. I make that motion. Amend the motion.
So you're making an amendment?
Yes.
Is there a second? Francis Andrews, second. So can you repeat the amendment?
On page 96, Section 1B, where it says Executive Council, where it says and 5 in blue, changing that to and 3.
Mr. Hope?
Thank you, Mr. President. Jerry Hope, Sitka. I just want to reiterate, when somebody's going to make a motion, make that motion. Don't lobby it beforehand. Don't rationalize it beforehand. Don't rationalize it after you made the motion. Just make your motion. You can go ahead and speak to the motion after it's seconded, please. But I oppose the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Any other discussion on Mr. Sanderson?
Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I'll just be brief. I am not in favor of the motion. I could probably rattle off a handful of reasons why. The big one, though, is I've never been a part of any decision-making body where there's only 4, well, I guess including the president would be 5 persons on that governing body, and I just don't think it makes sense to do that at this time. Thank you.
Any other discussion to the amendment? Question's been called on the amendment. Let's get it on the screen real fast. Okay, question was called on the amendment to the motion. So all those in favor of the amendment signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion fails. Back to the main motion. Question on the main motion. All those in favor of the main motion, please signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Mr. Micklin?
Mr. President, I move that the Constitutional Convention rise to and move to regular order for tribal assembly.
Seconded by Lance Twitchell. Discussion? Questions called, all those, oh, I'm sorry, Tasha, were you? Did not mean to try to cut you off.
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage. I I think I just want some clarification. We were told yesterday we had to take up all of the proposals and that we had discussed maybe bringing them up out of order, or could we only take up one? And there was, I think, some confusion about whether we needed to do that or not. And so if we do, I'd like for us to finish doing that.
So the understanding in the reports given was that if 4 superseded them all, so they're at the moot point now on the other. So all of the Constitution business has been resolved. Grant?
Ganashish, thank you. Francis Andrews, Anchorage. I am only asking, probably not going to get the yes, for a little more time. I had hoped and couldn't squeeze this in on earlier with all of the fast action. I'd hoped to make an amendment to the removal of delegates. And so it just made,
It'll be out of order.
it would be, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So question was called on the main motion. All those oh, well, that didn't make sense. I'm sorry. No, you didn't state it right. All right, so you're speaking against the motion. Okay, thank you. So a motion's been made for us to adjourn or to move into regular tribal assembly now. All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Really quickly, Charlene, our CFO, asked if delegates can please pick up their per diem for those of you who haven't yet today.
I'm like, do you need me to pick it up?
James has offered to take over any that's left over. Tasha, where are we?
Thank you, Tasha Hodge, Anchorage. So I know that we had discussed it yesterday, but on Wednesday, we had a motion to take up resolutions if there was time, and there's time.
I actually think that you guys ended up,
So I would challenge that the standing rules of order says that it goes to the executive committee, if not on the consent agenda, if we could pull it up where it says that. I think it says it gets referred to committee and then is voted on unless there's not time. I know that there was a workflow set out, but the standing rules of order that we adopted did not say that.
so my understanding is that what happened, essentially the resolutions, there was no committees referred them, so there's nothing to meet on by committee. So the resolutions committee would have to meet to make any referrals to resolutions committees. I feel like I'm just getting that all mixed up in my head.
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage, another, I guess, clarification. Resolutions that were submitted timely and were not on the consent agenda.
I think there's 2 resolutions at stake here, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So do you want to make a motion that the resolutions committee quickly meet and make recommendations?
Yes, so moved.
Bye. Say your name and community. Thank you. Is there a discussion? Question on the motion? Question's been called. All those in favor of bringing those two to resolutions committee? Say aye. Opposed, nay? Well, that was pretty split. All right, I'm gonna do that again. All those in favor of bringing the resolutions to resolutions committee, say aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, to me, that's split, so I'm gonna say no. That is appropriate. Next item. Okay, so that is the agenda items now good in order. Mr. Sanderson.
Are we officially in good of the order? Or did I lose my? Okay.
We are now in good as order. For Hope.
Mr. President, Jerry Hope Sitka. I first of all want to say thank you, Mr. President, for working through and your the executive committee as well as your staff during this. It's a mile marker on 90th convention and tribal assembly. Also, it was a mile marker in terms of trying to work through a very challenging convention in terms of it being a constitutional convention. So that, to me, is something that we, while it was contentious and controversial, we were able to go ahead and work through it. The words that were spoken in terms of changing the delegation, I believe were really important to hear all the words, no matter who is speaking. And so I think from me, in terms of going back home, talking with our community council in Sitka, we're going to reflect on what took place and really take to heart the concerns from the urban, from the village, anywhere in between. So I just think we need to pause, reflect, appreciate one another, and as we go forward to the dinner tonight, feel peace in our hearts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clear up some personal confusion here. My nephew from Angoon got up and said he'll pay my fine. And he did. Then in the next breath, he said he was matching that I would have to match his. And so I don't know if I'm still on the hook or.
The way I understood it is you owe me $40.
My nephew from Anchorage, he acknowledged me, so he's back in my good graces. But they've got to match. My newest nephew got me this pin, and it says Super Uncle. Now these two nephews here from Southeast, they have to match this or come up with something better.
Mr. Jack, before you go back to your seat, please go collect your per diem so you can pay your fine.
On the serious side, Mr. Chairman, I believe it was Article 17 where you have to give the 90 days notice. Election years. Elections are held in March. Tribal assembly is held in April. There's no 90 days span there for the notifications or the communications to get out to the newly elected delegates or the re-elected delegates, whichever the case. I just wanted the delegation to hear that, to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Mr. Mickwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Tribal Assembly for the, I know it was a difficult assembly where we laid bare our feelings. That can always be difficult when adapting to change. I'm sure I do remember Dr. Walter Soboloff and Clarence Jackson and Albert Krukesh and Richard Stitt talking to us about the old days when our relations would get together and have very serious all-out disagreements and then walk out hand in hand and friends. And I know we're going to live up to that standard. You know, to that, I also wish to just remember that in my mind, the sound of Tribal Assembly, I always think about it as the laughter of Joanna Kabog and Jackie Clark, who were in the back laughing hysterically most of the time. I know Delphine and Albie and Catherine Edwards are back there. I'm not going to look at them. I cannot look at them right now. But in recompense for the disruption, Mr. President, I didn't mean to disrupt you, but I understand I won the drawing for Seattle for the $500. I wish to donate that to the education fund for Seattle community. And Mr. President, I also have a check for the education fund that you and President Emeritus Thomas contributed to, and I will as well.
Ms. Cochran.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Selena from the Seattle community. I just have a quick letter that Florentino Tiny Baril would like me to read for us here today. He says, Gunashchish, thank you, honorable people of the Tlingit Haida nations. I would like to thank you all for choosing me for your Citizen of the Year nomination and selection. I have received many awards and decorations in my lifetime, but this will be cherished as the most prestigious award in my 80 years of life. My mother was a humble person and she was a soft-spoken individual. She taught her children to be humble and not to walk around with our nose in the air. She taught us that we all are born equal and can live our life giving and protecting to the less fortunate, share our knowledge so others can learn and move forward in life. When I was a young boy, people would come to the door on cold, windy nights asking for food. Most of these people had nothing, so my mom and dad would feed them, gave them a warm coat to wear on those cold winter evenings. This is how I learned to give without expecting anything in return. My parents led by example, and it is through their example I have chosen to live my life. Again, I thank you all for this selection. Have a wonderful, productive 90th Tribal Assembly. Warmly, Florentino Baril, U.S. Army First Sergeant, retired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have former longtime employee of Tlingit Haida, Allison Reiner, said to say hello to her mother, who's been diligently attending in the back, and a longtime employee, Josephine. Michelle?
Michelle Martin Juneau. I said it right this time. Last year I said, I can't remember. For the good of the order,
I would like to say first, I learned so much for my second year on the delegate, and it was tough, but I had a lot of my elders and grandparents and parents here to support me and tell me what's going on to understand, because that's our responsibility as a delegate. And just watching and listening, I learned so much and I appreciate it. Tonight is the banquet, and it's to support the education campus. I'm a educator, a native educator. I'm a third graduate in my family. My grandmother got her master's degree, Deborah Dalton. My dad, who's sitting back here, Richard Dalton, has his physician's assistant. He's a physician assistant of HUNA. And my brothers, some of my brothers and I all graduated from college as well. So I'm very lucky that I grew up being told to go to school and also being exposed to culture at home in HUNA. And I'm so blessed to be able to do that. And so I'm amazed with the campus that you're building with the delegates, and a place that our children can identify with. As a previous TCLL teacher in the 4th grade, 5th grade, as a Parents as Teachers Director in HUNA for preschool children, as a Head Start classroom teacher and regional facilitator here in Juneau, my whole heart is into education. I'm not educating right now. I work at Sealaska Heritage Institute in the Hakusti program, and I manage the uncles and nephews program there that I'm so excited to start supporting and holding up. I heard you say you love your aunties, and I got amazing pictures of all the aunties up there supporting you, and that's such a beautiful sight to see. Our aunties hold us up, our grandmothers hold us up. So I want to, hopefully we can match my per diem of $750. I want to donate to the education campus, and I want to go around with the hat. By the way, it's my birthday. If you can get $20 out of your pocket to donate to this immense, beautiful campus that I hope to send my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to, please donate. And if I could have help putting donations in the hat, and this will all go to the education campus. Gunesh cheese, Gunesh cheese.
She, oh, she sure knows how. Can we have staff, circulate the hat? Ms. Peta?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to first start by thanking staff for the amazing job that they have done putting together the assembly. From the moment we walked in that very first day to see how beautiful it all looked, and they have been so diligent about just seamlessly serving us and picking up our stuff and making sure we have water. And the whole time I just felt cared for. And I just really, really want to thank them and appreciate every one of them from the various roles that you all play for that. I also want to turn, if I might, Mr. President, I'd like to turn to the delegates. I'm deeply humbled to be amongst you, and I want to apologize if I did anything or said anything inappropriate or that may be taken harshly, because it was never meant to be so. I admire each and every one of you and the contributions that you make, but mostly I was so touched that we held such a high level of decorum during these very, very difficult conversations. And I learned so much from each of you as we had these discussions and debates. And I just want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'd like to thank my family for their support that they give to allow me to do the craziness that I like to do, this political life. But mostly, I just want to tell you all how much I love you. Sheesh.
Mr. Cornell?
Benjamin Danny Cornell, Tlingit name Ushkan, Young AD, Eagle Wolf. Thank you for recognizing me. Can I turn and talk to Assembly? If everybody could stand and turn, look to the back and look at the elders and thank them for being here. I wanted to acknowledge them earlier. Can they get a applause, please? Several of them have been here all day and for the past couple of days. And I also want to acknowledge Fran Houston, Clean AD, my grandfather's people. I love my grandfather's people. Basically, I feel like I'm village because behind here, I've been a block away is a house I used to live in for years. So I always feel like I'm a small village because everybody thinks Juneau is big. But you look at gold medal, I could jump and grab the rim. My son shorted me, he could dunk the ball, but we could never get in. So I always felt like we are left out. We're the tiny village that everybody overlooks. And so I feel for the villages, and I just wanted to say, Kunishchish, thank you for coming. And I appreciate, I sat in the back and listened to some of the elders. It's always good to see you, Fran. That's all. I just wanted to thank you. And I did want to thank your staff. They are professional, courteous, and nice. Not so much you. Just kidding. He's my brother. But thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Ben. I want to remind delegates that we're still in order. So side conversations. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take this time and thank the cooks for our meals. I think they need a good round of applause. What was really exciting about these last 3 days is the fact that it's the first time I've ever been served all day long with coffee and water. And so the staff members that have been doing that, I want you to know, I, for one, as a delegate from Saxman, truly appreciate that. Mr. President, if it's all right, I can turn around to Trustee. Okay. I'm purposely wearing Alaska Native Brotherhood Kagana today in cap because I want to remind you where all this started. Also, I'm putting out a call to each of you here today. Your parent organization needs your help. Your parent organization, Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, needs your help. In your village, if your village is not operating an Alaska Native Brotherhood camp, I encourage you to go back and start it so that we can have members from the villages that have been missing for years at a convention. The next convention will be in Wrangell, October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I will be attending that convention and I will be looking for you and really excited that you have started up your camp. Now, one of the things that this reminds me, fundraising, because that's what Alaska Native Brotherhood does, is fundraise everything, okay? There was a Democratic Party that was having a conference, and a young boy took his puppies, had 7 puppies, to the Democratic Party. As people were leaving, he was saying, I have Democratic puppies for sale. I'm doing a fundraiser, Democratic puppies for sale. Well, he was able to sell several. A couple of weeks passed and there was a Republican Party, and the same young boy brought the same puppies along and said, there are Republican Party, there are Republican puppies for sale, Republican parties, puppies for sale. And young man addressed him and said, from the news, he said, I was here when the last time you were selling Democratic puppies. Now you're selling Republican puppies. What's the deal? He said, well, their eyes are open now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Jameson. Really quickly, sorry, before you do, folks who still need to get per diem are Dion Cadiente Lighty, Donovan Hannon, Selena Coughlin, and all of our associate justices. Jameson.
Thank you, President Peterson. I'd like to make an announcement. The Wrangell Totem Pole raising is July 18th, 19th, and 20th. I'm in charge of housing. My email address is all lowercase, CLJAMIESON56@gmail.com. So we have a team of 3 for housing. Please get a hold of us as soon as possible. Housing is tight, but we'll get you housed. So again, cljamison56@gmail.com. Goodness Chief, President Peterson, staff, the executive committee for this conference. Goodness Chief.
Thank you. Donna Ray.
Donna Ray James, San Francisco Tlingit and Haida President, Tlingit and Haida Judiciary Chair. And I just want to say goodness sheesh for another year of tribal assembly. I do want to go and have my San Francisco Tlingit and Haida stand for a minute, and I want to go and thank them all for their hard work. I really pushed them hard, and we were able to raise $2,115.
Well done.
And it's been wonderful to go and have Anuhe and Devin sitting here by us, learning everything, and they've been listening, they've been asking questions, and I'm looking forward to more years to come with that. Also, I do want to recognize my mother is back there. I'm not going to ask her to come up, but I want her to be seen that she is always here helping us, whether it's our tickets or being here supporting her grandsons and myself. Finish.
Thank you, Donna Ray.
Winner of the hat, Cass Pook
Nice.
Sika.
Donna Ray, I want to point out that you got to work with your youngest son. He walked by me the other day and I said, Haida Fabio, and he didn't even turn. Can you explain to him?
He's like this.
Can you educate him on Fabio?
A little outdated.
Okay. And now our Tlingit Fabio.
Permission of the floor for
Privilege
Charlene.
of the floor.
Thank you.
Mom said,
The only time I'm not her mother.
see that
Go
one
ahead.
told her what to do. I wanted permission of the floor because, the proud moment. Is it okay if I,
Yeah, but use the microphone, please.
thank you. It's a very proud moment for me today because I have my daughter here. My son just ran out. Did he just? No, I have a son back here. I'd like him to step forward. I'd like my grandson Donovan Hannon to step forward. My grandson Devin Hannon to step forward. I have a cousin right here. God dang, Christine Silva and Anu. I'd like you guys to stand with us. Will Micklin, I'd like you to stand. Troy, I'd like you to stand. This is my niece. I've only known her for 2 years now. Emily, she's one of our people that have been, that found us as family. I'm pretty proud of you for being here. But it's very proud to see that, my grandmother, I went door to door and fought for Angsta money to get it started. So that goes back a long ways. That's telling age, right? I'm very proud that my grandmother and my grandfather took me to the meetings that they did. My kids also went to meetings with me. Some of them slept under the table. Some of them are even too young to remember that sleeping under the table. This one here, she rode on the ambulance with us when I was EMT1. It's a proud moment to say that she followed in our footsteps to bring forth all of this here. These people from California, she's fought hard down there so that our people, not even ours, but people that are native, Tlingit and Haida and Tsimshian and others from up north, to let them to introduce them to their family and found their family for them. The things that she's teaching down there, the drum making, I mean, you could name anything and I bet you my daughter teaches it. If she doesn't know it, she brings somebody in to help teach that. If my grandmother was alive, my grandmother would stand here and say the same thing. I followed in her footsteps. And I want you guys to carry this on. And I want to say thank you to Tlingit and Haida for allowing our young people to come forward to learn. How are they going to learn if our doors are not open to them to be able to sit here and observe and to learn and to comprehend all the different things that we're challenged in every single day? But I want to say Gunish Chish to every one of you guys. Almost every one of you in here are my family in one way or the other. And one of my relatives said, I've never seen anybody with so many relatives, but I get into it and I find out who my family is, how we're related, and I relate that to my children. Gunish Chish, Hawa, mahalo for everything.
I almost had to call time. Pune?
Ganashish Lene from Juneau. I don't know if it's too late to make amendments to the budget, but I would like to have 2 pieces of pilot bread next time. If that's a bad joke, Eric Hamer made me tell it. I want to do 2 things here. I want to recognize 2 very important women in here who are the reason that I can speak the Tlingit language. One is my auntie, Kathy Lawrence, who 29 years ago in Skagway told me, your grandpa's the only one in our family who could speak. And the day she told me that, I decided he wouldn't be the last. And so, Chish, that was her brother. And the incredible woman who made this vest is Caucus Florence Shakely, who is right there. And I don't know if you know, but today is Grandma Caucus Florence Shakely Day. So gonna cheesh. She's a longtime educator and advocate of learning and using the Tlingit language. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the University of Alaska Southeast, we're having a Molly of Denali viewing party. There are 4 writers of Molly of Denali who live here in Juneau. Joe Yates was around here taking pictures and looking handsome. Vera Starbird is an incredible, amazing writer. Frank Katas is hilarious and awesome. And then I have also been writing. So if you want to see the Emmy, I'm going to bring it tomorrow to the campus. So I'll be there at 10:30. The viewing party starts at 11. There's an Easter egg hunt afterwards. You are all invited. Ganashish.
Pune? Some folks leave either tonight or in the morning, and you should bring the Emmy tonight.
I can bring it tonight. Okay, I will bring it tonight.
And I want people to know he isn't showing it off. He was forced to bring it by request. And that's sincere. We need to celebrate our people's success. We're taught not to brag. Let us brag on you.
Cheese.
Ms. Blake?
Yeah, Wafagidak, Juneau. I have to take a minute to gush over a couple of the programs. The tribe is just doing amazing things and continues to do amazing things. But one thing that we've always prided ourselves on as Haida, Tlingit, and Tsimshian people is taking care of our elders, and our tribe does an amazing job of that. And so I have to give Ann Stepetin a round of applause for continuing to do such a good job of taking care of our elders. I don't know how many of you know this, but Juneau, I used to sit on the city assembly and I was the liaison. Juneau has what's called a commission on aging, where a bunch of non-native people talk about how they're going to take care of their elders as elders. They said how we're going to take care of ourselves. And I asked Anne if she wouldn't mind sitting on that council, and so she's on there. And one of the actual chair at the time of that committee said, you know, if we did as good of a job taking care of our own people as you do, we wouldn't even need this Commission on Aging. And I thought that was a great, opportunity to uplift how we treat our elders, how Tlingit and Haida continues to do that. We need to take care of each other, especially now more than ever. The second, I just need to also uplift Jasmine James and Kyle Worrell for the job that they do in taking care of our youth. What's happening in our government right now is trickling down to every space, where people are becoming more bold to say the things that they want to say that they haven't been allowed to say for, the last 40 years or so, the things that our grandparents used to hear when they were younger, and our kids are hearing it now. My son never shared this with me, but I'm thankful that Lyle James did when he overheard one of the kids in school threatening to cut my son's hair like they used to, and that's what he said to him. Even our kids are just absorbing what's happening, and the boldness of people now is we're feeling it. My son he's like, it's no big deal, Mom. I just brushed it off. He's nobody anyway. But to know that our babies are being hurt, I'm thankful that that Kyle and Jasmine are in the programs that they are, because I did raise it to them and I said, if you could just have a moment with the kids and just ask them to look out for each other beyond the spaces that we convene them in, beyond this space, beyond all of our spaces, wherever we are, we need to be looking out for each other and calling out those instances when things are wrong, when our people are being hurt, and when people are saying hurtful things to each other. We can't just stand by and let that happen. And I'm just thankful that both of those two took it upon themselves to talk to the kids, because there's non-native kids in NYO too, and they said it's your obligation. You're in a native program to look out for the native kids who are here. So just thankful for that. And then thanks to the staff. Can I turn around really quick? I just have to say to all the staff, Halagunas Cheese Chinan, for taking such good care of us. And I want to say that if any one of our delegates did not take care of you or did not uplift you the way that you've been uplifting us for the last 3 days, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your staff had to experience some negativity on behalf of the delegates. But know that we cherish you, we appreciate you, and we're so thankful for everything that you've done for us over the last 3 days, because as was said, we never had to worry about anything, and we had the opportunity to just really listen deeply and intently. And then the final thing I want to say, and I'm going to be that weirdo who's the conspiracy theorist or the alarmist or whatever. If we end up in a space where our United States goes to war with each other, we need all of our family to come home, please. I'm just putting that call out now. And if you haven't had this discussion with your family about an emergency plan of what you're going to do in the instance that happens, you need to have that now. We had it as a family, what we're going to do if something happens in the United States and somehow it starts imploding. We need to come home because we can protect each other, we can provide for each other, and we can care for each other. And that's just really, all of our village sites were chosen because we know those are the sites where we can look out for what's happening and what's coming at us. So just a weird alarmist moment for me, but it's something that is on my heart, and I just want everyone to be aware of what's happening, and please have those conversations with your family and your family who lives outside of Southeast Hawa.
Ms. Blake? Is there something happening tonight with your son?
Yes, the same son who's in NYO and who had that horrible experience. He's getting the Uplifting Your Community Award tonight. Hawa, Mr. President.
Mr. Sanderson.
Mr. President, Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I know this was for me in particular, this was a pretty hard tribal assembly for me in pretty much every fashion, probably my hardest I've ever been too. I think if this is my sixth tribal assembly or fifth one, I can't remember. But I come to the microphone to make a personal commitment to each of the communities in this room, whether it be a Tlingit Haida Community Council or a tribe. About 3 weeks ago, 3.5 weeks ago, I had to make the extremely hard decision to quit my job back home, where I essentially was working on a ton of fish and wildlife related issues for my home community of Ketchikan. And while I had to make this hard decision to leave this particular place of employment, I realistically just cannot see myself doing much of anything different than what I'm doing right now, which is advocating on behalf of our people, whether it's myself doing the work or supporting others doing the work. And I just want to throw it out there that regardless of whether I'm employed or not, whether it be by a tribe or an NGO or literally anything, is that if there's anybody, any tribe, any community council that needs support when it comes to advocating for their natural resources rights, and in particular fish and wildlife, please reach out to me and I will come running. Whether it's addressing the wolf problem in Prince of Wales or king salmon up here in Juneau, or dealing with commercial crabbers in Heidelberg or wherever it may be, whatever it may be, please reach out to me. This is something that I will probably be continuing until I kick the dust, hopefully in several decades. But not only for that though, not even just for communities within Tlingit and Haida, but I've been working with issues across the country. I've recently was just invited to go to DC in a couple of weeks to go help the Six Nations along the Columbia River to advocate for salmon passage and various legislation and funding related to all that. I know NOAA isn't exactly always our friend. I know Fish and Wildlife Service isn't always our friend, but in a lot of ways, they also do a lot of good work not for us, but alongside of us. And I just want to throw it out there that if there's anybody that needs support, you have please use me as a resource to support anything that's going on. And obviously I'm here with Tlingit and Haida, and I'm support through my hat doing whatever we need to do to support our communities here in Southeast and beyond. But I just wanted to throw that out there, and I appreciate everybody's love and patience with everybody throughout this entire week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President. My name is Kara Mayer. I'm with the Seattle delegation. I'm gonna do a quick drawing of the raffle that we sold all week. Can I turn around and address them? Thank you, everybody. Everybody who took time and bought some tickets. This is our family raffle. My father, Audit, is an artist, various forms with wood, metal, and so he always sends stuff with me to just to help us. We're a very busy, active family down in Seattle. We're a canoe family, Ganat canoe family. We do journeys every other year with 90 other families and thousands of people. And we do our best to support all of those who join us. We're a very inclusive canoe family. We're also a Tlingit dance group, Hyundai Jin. We do a lot of performances and share the culture with natives and non-natives down alike. We're a Haida Lost dance group, kind of on hold for a little while. Fred was our leader for many years, and out of respect, we've just taken a step back. We're looking to get back into that, but we are a busy family. And so when we have these, it really just is kind of a general fund, It helps us with the travel and food and anything that comes up. But the biggest thing is it really helps us to be able to include who wants to be a part of. So thank you so much. So we'll just get right into it. The first drawing is going to be for the cedar paddle. So good luck. No, did you do that? Lauren, did I bring my glasses? Yes, I did. Joe Williams. The necklace. This is the second prize. This is double cloud beads with some glass trade beads and copper beads. Oh, sorry. Doubles club beads, glass beads, copper beads. Becky Thompson. This will be the halibut hook, also done by Sawdoots Peel. Roberta Jack. Is Roberta Jack here?
She's right there in the back.
Okay. This prize is for the handmade paddle rattle necklace. Give it a little shake. A Sawdoots original. Tasha Hotch. So this is a hand carved spoon made of yew wood. Sawdoots original. Joe Williams. I will say that he was a big supporter these past couple days. So this is copper shield earrings with the copper beads, about an inch long. Roberta Hall. This is, they're about 1.5 inch copper shield hearts, and these have a black bead on them. Heidi Parrott. She's coming over there. Here you go. The last one, these are about 2 inches, and they've got some really kind of periwinkle beads on them, copper shield earrings. Helene Simpson. Thank you all again for your support. I really enjoy being here. It's a fun time of year to come, of course, to do the work for our people. But really, it always just lightens my spirit to come and see old friends, meet new friends, and just stand together and do the work for our people. Hawa konachi.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brandon Mayer, Seattle delegate. I just wanted to take a moment and thank all you guys, for all your hard work, each and every one of you. Like to thank the Seattle delegation. It's been a pleasure serving as a delegate, and I'm honored to be here. Geez, when you come up and you have something to say, you only remember about half of it. Getting that right now, but it's been an honor to serve. Always an honor to serve next to you, Mr. President. It's been 10 years since I first started, and I'm honored to be where I'm at, and definitely look forward to see where I'm going. With that, just like to say, yeah, Hawa Ganesh Chish. Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody knows in our culture, you're raised by your uncles, so you're tough. My uncle. Having said that, I was fortunate to be raised by my father. And what my dad told me once, I'm the boss until your mom shows up. So having said that, I bought my uncle's wife earrings. So now he can't pick on me anymore without her permission. So, Mr. Chair, just real quick, I'd like to put on the executive's radar is the healthcare system. Can we take a look at it and make it better for our people? You can't spend 71 days in Anchorage and not know the system. They spent 71 days with my mom. So I'll leave it at that. I understand it. And I can't imagine somebody who doesn't know how to advocate for themselves, what they must go through. I was fortunate my sister was there with me. Anyone that knows my sister, she says things that I wouldn't say, but she gets results. So I cherish my uncles now and my aunties because I don't have a mom and dad. They're it. So the other thing is the fishing game. It's important to Angoon. The RAC works real hard together. We understand each other. We support each other. But it reached the federal board and they didn't accept what we wanted. Forever, I have trolled king salmon this time of the year. We can't do it in Angoon. And that bothers a lot of Angoon residents. Some people, if you can't go trolling, you sit at home and drink. So I'd like to see that one where you get a seat at the table. Because you hear the state of Alaska say, we're negotiating with British Columbia. I don't see the tribe at the table getting our traditional foods rights. I'm like the gentleman that mentioned subsistence. He didn't like the word, I don't either. Education, that's the last one. I've watched a gentleman, he's real good with students. And I get up early, but that guy's already off at work, making sure the students have what they need. I'd like to see Angoon get more help. One more teacher makes a big difference there. So education, when everybody runs for office, oh, we're going to support education and healthcare, and they get there, and the first thing, a good example is our state. I voted for him the first time because of his education background. And now look, he vetoed the base student allowance. I think we have the executive committee that can fix a lot of this or find a creative way to get it done. I see young Mr. Sanderson. I won't call you old, Rob, but I see young Mr. Sanderson putting himself out there. Is a good example of putting himself out there despite any consequences, because he feels it's important enough to say something. I come from a community of strong leaders. I mean, I sat on the opposite ends with Richard at times, but we've always done what was good for home. But they make you stronger and they teach you how to come out here. As a Tlingit, and I learned this in the Army, you walk in two worlds. And you have to learn how to walk in both of those worlds. And you do that in Anchorage. You do that in Seattle. You walk in two worlds. You do that when you're a veteran. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm done speaking for the day, and so the other nephew doesn't make it up here. In closing, thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Alvey.
Thank you, President Peterson. So Daphne and Albee, Seattle delegate. And may I address the assembly? Thank you. First, I'd like to thank everybody who has purchased raffle tickets to help support the Seattle Community Council and Tlingit Haida Washington Chapter Scholarship. It's important. We have had an increase in scholarship applications with a minimal amount of funds. So we truly appreciate your support with purchasing these raffle tickets. Before I move on to that, I want to address my Uncle Joe Williams, my mother's brother. Uncle Joe, with those prizes, I just want you to remember that I am your most favorite niece. And I like the first one. Thank you. All right. So the first prize, well, for the Seattle Community Council, we had 38 prizes. And right now I have the top 2 prizes. The rest of them have been, I think they're still working to distribute to some of the awardees. Candy just won some of them. But the first prize was for $500. And that winner is Will Micklin. So Will Micklin, come on up. There you go, Will. 500, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm donating this to the Seattle Education Fund.
Geez. Woo! You know, the scholarship committee for Seattle was started by my late cousin, Carolyn Sue Clark of San Francisco and later Seattle. And she worked hard to set up the scholarship for Seattle, and we've been doing our best to honor that and continue on with the work. Our tribal citizens are not eligible for some of the scholarships that some of you are. So we do our best to try and continue to help them, and any assistance are welcome. We also accept donations. All right. So the second prize is a drum. And this was donated by Margie Williams. She's Tlingit, lives in Seattle. And the person who won that, and please forgive me if I mispronounce your name, Irvin, is it Lotl, L-O-T-L? Lot, L-O.
He's right in the back.
Yeah. I'll bring this back to you. So Gunachish, thank you so much. And then, and it also comes with a bag. And all this was donated by Margie. Thank you, Margie Morris. She's great. Yeah. And then President Peterson, I just wanted to make sure that we formally uh, uh, provide the invitation to the Seattle Community Council and Tlingit Haida Washington Chapter Picnic, which is July 12th. And for those who are able to attend, we look forward to seeing you down there. We work hard to provide any type of services for our Seattle Community Council and our tribal citizens in the area. This includes Washington, Oregon. We've got 9,200, and we are still growing. We are still working, and we will continue to work. And we would certainly, appreciate your support in anything that you can do, because now, after this year, we're going to have less delegates to do it. So we need that help from our tribal citizens. So gonna cheese.
Candy?
President Peterson, my name is Candy Williams. I'm a Saxman delegate. I've been a delegate for many years. I see a lot of new faces and a lot of old faces, and I'm so happy to be here representing my community of Saxman, and to know that Tlingit and Haida has been there to also help us with the food distribution. And I'd like to reach out and tell each and every one of us, if we don't have our nieces and nephews train them in the right way, they won't be sitting at this table representing us as we're aging out. I just turned 65, so I'd like to personally thank my niece Ginger Ray Ye Aktuwu for her dedication to Saxman. She went to Sitka and literally harvested the heron eggs. And she does a lot for Saxman. And I just want you all to know she'll be sitting at this table soon. The sheesh and all the food they served us was just wonderful. The help, the water, the coffee, they were just tentative to us. And I really appreciate all the work.
Candy?
Sheesh.
Thank you for not naming the old faces. Paulette?
Good Ashish, President Peterson, through the chair, I just want to say Ahlein Good Ashish to everyone who has released their words and their feelings and their thoughts and their fears, their promises and their hopes throughout these last couple of days. We really appreciate it, and we'll all do our best together. And I feel like if we can come together and solve things or find a path forward in our house, that the floods that may be coming, the troubled times that may be before us, that we're going to lock arms together, and there will be nothing that will get through and hurt our people, because we're going to be together. Thank you. And thank you to everybody who helped, from the smallest things to the largest things, to all the staff and all the people that are here. And, one of the most touching moments was when Miss Ella stood up with everything she had. And I didn't understand every word, but it was a reminder of what always will be. And that's the preciousness, the strength, and the humility of our people. With that, through the chair, Louise Brady, Kiksadi woman in Sheetka, has asked that I announce the following. There will be a herring week this year, and she would like me to share that it'll be May 10th, 2005 in Sheetka. So I hope that if you're able to come and share with us and dance with us and help us protect our way of life, all of our ways of life, that is something she's asked to share. So thank you again. And it's such a privilege also to be by my mom. She's part of that over 90 club. So Harriet Miyasato Balil. It's very good to be here with you, Mom. And thank you so much. Thank you for a great tribal assembly. We've got a year till we come back together again in this way. And we'll do the best we can, and we'll do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hamer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Non-Kadingas, Eric Hamer, Kasan delegate.
I know we're all itching to get out of here, so I'm going to keep it short. It was at the beginning of the first ice age that I could see some eyes a little worried about that, but well, I have a couple of things that I'd like to say. And first of all, just because I noticed that he's not here, there was a delegate from Cluckwan who wanted to voice some opinions during good of the order about, unless you see him back there and I can't see him, but he wanted to voice some concerns that he was having about his employment at the school there in Cluckwan, and his concern that he wouldn't be able to serve as a delegate and also be an employee of T&H. I don't have any more information on that, but I did want to relay that. Secondly, I wanted to say the Lunga Killoggin. Thank you very much, all of you, for singing my daughter Uli happy birthday today. She turns 7. She carries Julie Coburn's name, Wathoth Gadok, very similar to Barb Burke's name as well. Blake, sorry. I don't know why I said Burke. Anyways, this is the first year that I haven't been with her on her birthday, so I really appreciate you guys singing that. She made me a bet this morning that I couldn't get you guys to do it, so hopefully that was caught on video by somebody. She's the only person alive that was born in Kasan, and I just wanted to make a note of that as well. Another thing I wanted to say real quickly was just I would like to acknowledge the Juju Mike Jones, who's in the back here, and I'd also like to congratulate him on his reelection as tribal president of the organized village of Kasan. So Juju, if you can stand up, please. I'll look forward to another year with you, brother. Doing great things out there. And I think finally what I'd like to do, you know, I did the word of the day a couple days in a row, and then I got all prepared for it this morning, and Joe did it better than I could. So, I had all these notes, but something that I really wanted to put out there, and I want you guys to do this. It's dung di quaggy dung. Dung di quaggy dung. Yeah, tell that to your neighbor. That means I'm proud of you. We did a hard thing today. Dung di quaggy dung. Yeah. You should all be very proud of yourselves. This was a very hard week, and there was a lot of emotions, and everybody worked really, really hard, and you should all be proud of yourselves. And I'm eternally humbled to be in this room with you guys wearing these same lanyards as so many people here. And I also just wanted to plug the language a little bit too, and echo the words of Good Sanglan's Robert Davidson at the Haida Language Conference Summit in Craig last year. He said when he first started carving, he could name all of the carvers on one hand. And now there's so many carvers, he doesn't know any of them. And the same thing can be done with our languages. So please remember that going forward. How
Shirley?
Muchish Shaksani Kik Yohadoa Sak Kagwantan Nachat City. And all of you know that I'm a big city girl living in Anchorage. People forget that I was born and raised in Huna. And so I sometimes when I think about it, in regards to the language, I'm kept really busy with people calling and saying, this is my name, how do I write it? And how do I say it? And what does this mean? And all that kind of stuff. I can do that as a teacher. But what I really hunger for is to hear people speaking the language. And I want to carry on conversation, and I get out of practice with that. So I started for practice to start translating the scripture from the Bible. And what a task that is really fascinating to go through that. And I feel for people who translate because, oh yeah, that sounds good to my ear. And then I come back and I think, oh, this sounds better. So I'll never make a translator that's published because you change things as you think more about it. So I come here and I hear people speaking. It's wonderful. I like to hear about your grandparents and about your clan and your and the way you tease each other. So there is one thing I want to point out to some of the younger generations. We don't have cousins. We don't have cousins. I hear every now and then I hear somebody say, oh, all my cousins are coming, or this is my cousin. And in a discussion with the white people, I hear them say, this is my second cousin, twice removed. What does that mean? Twice removed. Why are you doing that? That's your cousin, don't remove him. So it's I think it's really good that we learn to talk about uncles and aunts who was the people that really kept a check on us. They were the outspoken people to help us as we grew up. I'm glad to be here, and I debated whether I should just go by the new method of being on TV with Zoom. But I'm glad I came. Gonna cheese for listening to me. I think. Thank you. Good cheese.
I think we should give her granddaughter a big round of applause too for taking good care of her. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I address? Okay, thank you. How goodness cheese. I know that we're supposed to be our Tlingit ways and our Haida ways and matrilineal, but I was raised more by my grandma Olive Ross, who's sister to Jenna Eve Ross, that was married to Walter Sobolov. So anyways, I wasn't going to say this until next year, but I don't even know if I'll be a delegate. So I just want to thank you guys for letting me even be a delegate. I've been a delegate since I was 20. And I was voluntold to be a delegate by my parents. So here I am still. But, and we're not told to brag, but I'm going to brag today because I'm a doctoral candidate for University of Washington, Tacoma, and with the Muckleshoot tribe on their campus, which is wonderful. There's 25, but we're diminishing because it's hard work. And I didn't even think I was going to make it a couple times. Even right now, I'm uncertain. But thank you, Howard. But um, so I just wanted to practice this in front of you guys because this is just important work. So um, my question, my research question is, what are the districts doing to help our Native students with English reading and writing? My second question is, what are our Indigenous communities doing to help our Native children to succeed in our education? I've been an educator for 20 years, was a banker first, but anyways, and my I can my oh, so Indigenous literacy is my dissertation, along with Native or English reading and writing, and Indigenous storytelling, and as part of in language as part of our education. And I think that's all I have to remember. So thank you for listening to me. I did my little practice in public. How goodness cheese.
Andrew?
Mr. Chair, if I may address the Assembly, Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. I just want to thank the Tribal Assembly on behalf of the Price family for those who have been able to come up to me and share stories of my uncle, Jim Price. I will take these stories back to the family, and I want to specifically acknowledge the Tlingit and Haida staff who were able to provide his photo so that I could sit next to him during this tribal assembly. I want to acknowledge the Sitka delegation for acknowledging him during the memorial, and everybody who was able to sign his book and share very good well wishes. My uncle fought very hard for urban Indian rights, and he would house homeless people, help them get jobs, and would really, provide them money and opportunities to make their lives better when they were displaced and living in urban areas. I really hope that this body can continue to work towards his legacy in addressing these issues. And I just want to thank everybody. So thank you.
Tasha Hot, English delegate, may I turn to face you? Thank you. It's me again. So I just wanted to take a moment to share with you some of the amazing things that are happening in Anchorage, because we didn't, or at least I didn't see it, the reports that we did for our communities, for our submissions. And we've really been working hard to build relationships with other organizations in our community that are not afraid of Rooney's favorite words, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So working with the Alaska Center to create opportunities for people to feel comfortable running for boards and commissions, partnering with folks to educate about the wonderful people of color that we have in the community that have done amazing things. We are we just received a small mini grant to provide a little cultural opportunity for our young people. And I've been working really hard to set up a financial literacy class for our folks so that I know that home ownership maybe isn't for everyone, but I want us to just really reframe that it's attainable and what it takes to get there, because I think sometimes we're put in that mindset that things aren't achievable, and then we hear a conversation and what it takes to get there, and it becomes more realistic. So I'm just really excited to share that that's some of the things that we're working on. I wanted to say thank you to Jackie. She gave me a big old hip check the other day, and I heard her apologize first thing. Good of the order. But I just want to leave you with that I love you guys. If you're ever in Anchorage for any reason, please reach out. I know some of you have. If you're there for medical, if it's you or you're an escort, if you just want to see someone, if you want ice cream, want to get a drive so that you're get to see some different scenery, need to go to the store, any of those things, you're stuck there and you need a place to stay. I will caution that I have a couple of dogs, so if you have allergies, that might be an issue, but I also have a car, so you could sleep in there. But I care about our people above anything else, and I'm glad to be here and share space with you. And I hope everyone has a great time this evening and safe travels home. Gonna sheesh.
Jessica?
Sheesh, Mr. President. I'm going to try and keep this short. Jessica Lopre, English. It's my English name. Sorry, I have to switch gears. So I have the pleasure of serving our Seattle delegate as a Seattle delegate, but I also serve as our vice president for our local nonprofit, our community council. And this year, one of our young leaders who you witnessed and saw on camera helped our youth committee that we co-chair put forward a grant. And this was it's a big deal for us because this is how we provide services for a lot of our tribal citizens. She put forward, with the help of our grants team, we put forward a grant to the Running Strong for American Indian Youth, Eliza Domini. I'm so proud of her, like my proud auntie moment here. We were able to secure that grant. That grant is giving us $20,000 to be able to work on language revitalization, workshops, regalia making, cultural traditions, ensuring that our Tlingit and Haida families in Seattle stay connected to their heritage. And we wouldn't be able to do this if we didn't have the support and the love from all of our tribal citizens who have been asking us for these things in Seattle. And I am incredibly proud of her because we have like maybe 2.5, maybe 3 days after tribal assembly, and then we're flying down to Sacramento, and we're going to be in Sacramento for almost a week going through trainings. And so I wanted to uplift my opposite, my young girl, and just share with you guys how incredibly proud we are that she took the initiative on behalf of our local chapter to do this for our tribal citizens. And that is the type of leadership that we in Seattle have been fostering through our youth. And I want to, second thing, I might try to make it really quick. I want to thank all of you, each and every one of you who voted for our emerging leader, our young youth ambassador from Seattle, Jasmine Knudsen, because it's incredible. This young woman has such strength and such power, and I just want to uplift her as well, because these are the young people that are going to be taking our seats in the coming years. And with a diminished number of seats that we now have or will have, it's incredibly important that we strive to make sure that we educate our young people in Robert's Rules of Order, in parliamentary procedures, and making sure that they have a very firm grasp and understanding of what it is that we have taken and implemented into our governing body. Because their minds, our minds, the voices of our ancestors are going to be living on through them. And I can't wait to see what they're going to do. I really can't. My mom and I were talking about this. We've been serving as delegates together since I was 22, when I had the distinct, heavy burden of stepping into the shoes of Donna Baptista as she passed, rest her. I remember before, when I didn't make my seat and I wasn't elected, she sat with me and she reminded me, this is not personal. We love you. Always remember that we love you. You might not have won today, but that doesn't change the fact that you are a Tlingit. It doesn't change the fact that you have our strength with you everywhere you go. And those words are going to keep me going for the remainder of my term as delegate, because I don't have a name that a lot of our community recognize. I married a Filipino, so I have Elopre. It's not a name that a lot of us know. And so our communities really go by those names that they know. So I might not be here with you at the next tribal assembly. And so I really want to thank, and Mr. President, with your permission, may I address the body? Thank you. I really want to thank each and every one of you for everything that you have taught me since I was 22, when I first came onto this floor, because you have taught me the value of being a Tlingit Shah woman, being proud of this, knowing that my voice can make a difference, knowing that I have your strength behind me has helped me through adversities at university and through challenges that I face working alongside our tribal citizens as they face adversities in Seattle and Portland. Because we're not stationary, we never have been, we would migrate. And your strength helps lend a lot of that. And so from the bottom of my heart, I lift each and every one of you up, and I thank you for your words of wisdom, kindness, and generosity, the jokes and laughter that we've shared, Mr. Jack, and our dad jokes. Those things are things that I will remember and that I draw strength from. And I appreciate each of you. Even if we didn't agree on everything, I love and respect all of you because you are my homelands. Thank you, Mr. President. I really do appreciate the time.
Thank you, Jessica. The last three, I want to, we need to adjourn, so these will be the last three to speak. Cass?
Cass Puck, Sitka. And I'm gonna have Jessica stand beside me because she is my grandfather's people, Deshitan, Dakhlawadi. It's not a coincidence we ended up beside each other because it brings balance to support each other. And earlier today, I gave Laverne a hug and I said, this isn't me who's hugging you, it's my mother. It's Uncle Mark. So I wanted to apologize if I offended anyone today. Wasn't my intention. And I would repeat what Jackie said. I'm not going to go into a lot of words, but when Jackie spoke, I thought that's how I felt. I love you. I also heard a lot of people say that they long to return home. If you have roots in Sitka, my home is your home. Just takes a phone call or a text. And so I wanted to open up that invitation, and that those delegates that will not be here next year will be truly missed. But lots of good memories. And on another note, I did want to mention, there was confusion on the dinner tickets, the banquet tickets. Because usually we get them in our name tag. I've been told two things, that it's our name tag and there's a list. I just didn't want people to not show up because they were confused about a ticket to the banquet. All right. Thank
For
you.
the delegates, those that are coordinating the banquet, they have the delegate list. And so you don't have to worry about a ticket. Last year that we were trying to undo confusion from last year. And I think we just created, again, a situation of confusion, but there is a list and there'll be a table specific for delegates so they can just check you in and you don't have to stand in line with the public who has Eventbrite. I have heard that there are some delegates that are not coming. If that's the case, if you can let Connor and those in the back know, the event is sold out. And so right now we do not have any extra tickets for public and we're getting asked that. So if by chance you're not planning on attending, if you could let us know, then we can open up those seats. Gunachish.
Juliana? I want to remind, we do have to close soon, so just keep that in mind.
Juliana Smith, Anchorage. First, I want to apologize to everyone in the room because I was raised differently. The reason I am filled with resistance and not resilience and not adapting to things is because of my strong will. Tlingit grandmother, who's from Sitka, and she pulled us out of the residential schools, which follow a chain reaction of pulling my mother out of the residential schools, which caused a chain reaction to how my brain is wired. So if you hear a lot of resistance, a lot of anchoring down to cultures, sovereignty, and resistance, it's because my mindset was raised different. My mom's family's from Sitka. I was born here in Juneau. My mom was buried in Hoona. And when they found out that my mom was moving to Hoona, I didn't know that she was well known. I didn't understand it. I was like, that's my mom. But to me, I was coming from a family, my mom and dad were divorced. And so I'm coming from downstates and my dad passed away and I moved up to Hoona and I'm playing basketball and I'm going against Angoon. I got to tell this story.
Can I interrupt? Folks, we're still in session, so can you cut out the chatter? Sorry, Juliana.
Okay. So I'm playing basketball and I go up to an Angoon person. She goes, hey, Julie, I'm your cousin. And I'm like, oh, okay. Try to concentrate because, we got to win. And I go up to another person, dribble up. Hey, Julie, I'm your cousin. And it goes on 5 times. And I go back to my mom and I said, was Dad fooling around in Angoon? I mean, I got 5 cousins in Angoon. And I just, what's going? And she goes, it's time to teach you about what a tribe is. And so that's when my eyes were open. And so I've only lived in Hoona for 3 years and then I moved. And I'm so grateful that my brother, John Smith, the third, is so outspoken, and Sean Shakely is so outspoken and remained in the village. But I'm a little different. I'm wired different, and I'm in Anchorage. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows that I love you, and this is home, and I want to come home. So make sure it's possible for me to come home. And Gunishtis, thank you. Washington, California, San Francisco, no, did I say everything, the larger, and Anchorage for your support. And thank you, the smaller village, for your support so that we can walk out peacefully, because that's how it should be at the end of the night. Our ancestors weren't like this. We have to change your mindset because we have a little bit of a government here, but we still have to ensure that we don't adapt. Not too much resilience, because you're going to clash with me. I'm at the resistance, and we're going to make sure that we work together and that we remain the first people that when we talk, we are the first people. We are going to be the first to be heard and respected when we talk to the state and the federal level. Ganeshish.
Judy Helgeson from Craig. I want to thank your staff, the ones that gave rides, the IT people, the cooks, and the staff that has been in here. I can't tell you enough that they did a great job. Can we give them a hand? I could hear my mother in the background. She's saying, you were the host. You need to get up and thank everybody. So thank you guys all, and I love you, and have a good trip home. I pray everything is okay when you get home. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson, Rob Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for, after that last vote was taken, it's kind of like everybody got back together again. It made me feel good. President Peterson, I just want to put a shout out to our delegation. We have created, with our amazing staff under the direction of Dr. Tina Woods and Rold, and we put together our Cultural Heals Addiction Task Force, and we are still missing some delegates that you guys need to identify to join our group. We're losing our kids at an alarming rate, and just walking through downtown Juneau, I got a good reminder again last night why we need to get this going. And well, although we did have a meeting, we decided we would not reconvene to have meetings until after tribal assembly. So I just wanted to put that out there. And we'll continue to work hard. Anxious times. I agree with Barbara. Heed her warning. It's alive and it's not good out there. So we just need to take care of each other. Not being an alarmist, but it's always good to prepare. With that, good job of leadership this year. To the community councils out there. Yeah, we all took a hit, some bigger than others, but the way it's set up now, it don't hurt to recruit at large. And I think that's something that we're going to be thinking about doing in Ketchikan, because you don't have to be an elected leader to be a leader. My grandmother Helen Sanderson always told me that. So with that, much love to you all. I'm still the same Rob. You hear things that are being said about you, this and that, but you know what? It's all good though. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Safe travels, everybody.
Can I just tell a little joke? It's just
Really quickly,
really
please.
quickly.
We're
Okay,
behind
so
schedule.
our current administrative wants to hurt us Native people, and we heard him say that he wants to deport Native people. So we may have to go back to our small villages. Mine would be how can.
I'll ask Pastor Jerry Bennett to give a closing prayer, and then we'll have the color guard.
And everybody said, amen. How many felt the Lord here today? Feel high. When we're going through a storm, or even going through sickness, and you're putting your faith and trust in the Lord, those hard times we're closer than ever because He carries us through. Peterson, it's been good. If you ever notice, I've been a fisherman with my dad for years, in my younger years, and Joe Bennett. And before every storm, there's a calmness. But after every storm, there is also a greater calmness, because we put our faith and trust in who we believe in. Let's all stand together and let me read something. You want to read for me? in Chronicles.
In Second Chronicles, verse 7, or chapter 7, verse 14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, and then turn from their wicked ways, and then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Want me to read the other part?
That's the last note my wife Arlene wrote for me before she went home to be with the Lord. God will never leave us nor forsake us. And we have to leave here with peace. Give somebody a hug behind you. Gook. Now.
Give you a hug.
Your mom is sorry.
Huh? Retire colors, yeah.
Let's have a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come in the name of your Son, Jesus. And your word says we could ask our Father what we will in his name. Thank you, Lord, for bringing everyone here safely. And Lord, as they go back to their loved ones and families, put your hand over them and the families, Lord. If there's any sick among them, Lord, let the Holy Spirit move on them and heal them, Lord. And more than anything else, Lord, we look forward to the future, because what we leave here today is what our young people and our children will learn. But Father, I pray your blessing upon every individual and every home. And be with our leaders, Lord. And Father, we may never agree with them, but we need to pray for them always. And we tell you, Lord of God, we love you and we're not ashamed of it. And we ask all this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. All right, if we'll have the colors retired. If you could clear the aisle, please. Thank you, Chris. Tlingit, Jahawa, we are adjourned.
You do me a favor, will you take some pictures of us? They all got their text. They should have all been like coming up.
It starts at 6. Yeah. They put us with the whole belt. Staff if we go there. Sure. Okay. I come my stuff ready. I'll just get over that. Okay. So I'll just drive over here. Yeah. Jump down. Yeah.